Made to Kill. By Zekamp. Chapter 61. And Into the Fire. A room in an office building was in a state of standoff. One side, an elegant tea party and 4 young women, 3 hunters and the lady they were accompanying. The other side, weapons and the men carrying them, like the sneering Lord Marcel, and the mages, and the knight in shining blue armor, and they. Well, maybe this standoff was a bit unbalanced. But that lay in the preparation. It was common in stories, but in reality, standoffs didn't just start out of nowhere. There were grudges, ambushes, and plots involved, and this one was no different. Many people had taken many routes to come to this standoff, and they all had different reasons to be there. But this was a fated meeting. Actions had consequences. Even ones put off and ran away from. Even those forgotten. Misunderstandings only went so far. One man had not forgotten. He had stayed determined, as a matter of personal honor. Then he had gathered a second insulted party along, and the two had begun chasing fruitless leads for a while. Until a lucky break brought them to this mining town, searching for answers. Why had a factory been sabotaged? Why was a lord dead? Who had done it? What was the plot? They were traveling in a retinue, a lord of the field and a justice knight. The two had different motives, but the plots had intersected, and so they had set out together on this chase. They had ambushed a confused Lord Marcel, learned of the circumstances, then agreed to work together. Then they had waited, watching a mine. Until the signals showed the thing being brought above ground, and then Lord Marcel had felt a guard's mind suddenly be overwhelmed with alcohol. They were done waiting. Their long journey was at its end. Justice Knight Guzklin was above all, a patient man. He knew when to wait, but he also knew when to move. And he always made sure that justice was done. 2 lords were dead, possibly by the same assailant. He would see justice done, and he was about to. It had been a long journey, but as he waited in Lord Marcel's office building for the assailants to arrive, he was glad it was about to be over. No signal yet? Lord Graemberg asked. The other man had a military bearing and an anxious face. Though they were on the same mission, and his help had been invaluable, Guzklin still didn't like the man. The lord was a plotter and a schemer. But he had helped locate this place using a scrying ritual. The Justice Knight sighed. Be patient. You've been on this trail longer than I have, so I understand your haste. Still, this last bit is where a cool head is most important. You know that too. The lord muttered something quiet, checked over his armor, then his sword, then began pacing again. They had first suspected Lord Marcel of being the culprit, but the man had been very affable to their investigation, and so he had been exonerated. This lot though. They had the incriminating object. They knew it from the scrying. It had fallen underground, then risen back up. That was how they had known to be prepared. And if the Dunoels are involved with foreign saboteurs? Guzklin shuddered at the thought. He would see justice done, for his lord's sake. If enough evidence came forth, it could be escalated up to the country level. But still, he felt like he was missing something. They had received a report on how matters stood here, and the lady had no fighter classes in her retinue, that was certain. But how had she survived a cave-in at the mines for weeks? He had observed the women from outside, and they had not seemed any worse for wear. It was the 2 strangers who really worried him. He had heard rumors of a judge in robes, dispensing judgments as he saw fit. But those men had been seen leaving to the west, they were not here. Why? Had the real culprits gotten away already? Curse that damned fool of a lord, letting those 2 go, he muttered, shaking his head. Graemberg turned to him and shared the grimace. You said it. I don't know why we're entertaining with this request of his. Last-minute ironic monologues always end in disaster. Guzklin scoffed. True enough, but there is value in it. He looked at his blue shield, the scales of justice emblazoned on the front. Presentation matters for skills. This is to be a surprise trial, not an ambush, and that matters. Their escape will be locked out. The lord's expression darkened. Foolishness. We should have just incapacitated them from afar. There are methods. No, the knight responded. He stared the lord in the eyes, and his gaze did not waver. Today is a day of truth, and I will see that the full truth of things comes out. Don't try any tricks here, I brought 2 mages along. Graemberg held the gaze for a moment, then turned, shaking his head. My one is higher level than 2 of yours, but I'll humor you. Just. Then the signal came, and the knight instantly turned, hand on his sword. The lord perked up, and started pointing his own men forward too. "Move out," they both said at once, and doors were busted in, and their men fanned inside, all receiving the command through skills. Guzklin let the lord go in first, then waited for every single one of their elites to enter. Justice did not hurry. Finally, satisfied with the timing, he himself entered the room last of all. Drama was important. And he could instantly feel it. The scent of guilt was thick in the air. He could smell the guilt. He saw the 4 women, younger than he had expected, and knew he had his quarry here, in this room. Nobody ever expected to get caught, but justice came for all in time. He made sure of it always. The room was a mess: overturned tables, shattered windows, and scattered papers, but justice was always messy. He had his duty, and so he stepped inside, hand on his sword. "Marie-Adrienne du Noël, you are under arrest, on suspicion of conspiring to murder Lords Aumont Younger and Castellani, as well as industrial sabotage, and conspiring with foreign countries." Lord Marcel laughed when he saw that despicable Marie's face suddenly freeze in horror. The situation completely reversed from the one before. It had been a deliberate arrangement from him. Who didn't love irony? "How do you like it now?" He looked to the side and saw Isabella, controlled and ready as always. He motioned a hand. "Leave us, and close the door behind you." He stared at Marie, licking his lips. This is a matter for nobility. Everything had its proper place. And though the secretary was under his power, some things were only for proper ears. Especially if these 4 had acquired what he thought they had. No, even she could not hear this. As to the rest, a justice knight was present. He would not be wronged. The right class in the right place, that was how one found success in life. He stood up and looked over the 4 captives, the 4 girls, so young and arrogant, prancing into his lands as if they had the right. Marie had activated an etiquette skill of sorts, so they were not in chains yet. Yet. It would not take long. And in this, etiquette was on his side. The lady was in a daze, blinking at the crossbows aimed at her, and the maid next to her just stared, gripping the broom in her hand. Why was the maid carrying a broom? Marcel frowned. She was holding the thing like a weapon, eyes darting around. There were broken shards of glass on the floor by her, shame about the windows, but it was worth it. And the maid. Marcel blinked his eyes. Had something distracted him? The mess in the room was a bit irritating. The men had been hidden in the closets and side passages, but their boots were tracking some mud inside, and a few cabinets had opened, with stray papers fluttering into the air. A bit annoying. He shook his head. How did they manage to overturn a chair? Where was I? Right, the prisoners. The 3 prisoners. Marie, then the other 2 women. Who were they? Then he remembered. The ones who had made a mess of his cabinets. He glared at them as the justice knight slowly strolled into the room, taking his time. Now there's a proper man, knows how to keep them shivering. The justice knight rapped his knuckles onto the table twice, still just staring as if trying to pry open the 3 women's secret with his very eyes. Marcel laughed, then stepped to the side, reaching for the stray papers on the floor. Then he blinked. The papers. They were sorted, back inside the cabinet. He looked up, eyes wary. Did one of the knights put them back in? He stood up, and peered around the room, eyes narrowed, then he glared at the 3 women. He pointed, "Hey, as your host, I must note that using skills hidden would be very rude. You 3, you do not have permission. Don't do anything. Remember your place." That made him feel a bit better. The woman with dark pouches under her eyes glared scalpels at him. "Humph, you are mistaken. Us 3, we are not trying anything." Marcel frowned. He felt like he was being tricked. He glanced at the justice knight, but he shook his head. The truth? Still, it nagged at him. He used detect disorder and peered around. He saw the points of flaw, the ways the 3 girls were offending him, and some missteps from the knights. Nothing major. Everything else was in its proper place, doing what it was supposed to do. He breathed out and chuckled, leaning against the wall. Must be nerves. "Justice Knight Guzklin, please. You have the floor," he said, gesturing at the man who nodded back. The knight's blue armor began to shine brighter, enhanced by some skill, and he finally spoke. "This is an interrogation. I will have my answers. Miss du Noël, let the truth be known. What is the aim of your plot?" Marcel began to smile, looking at his terrified second cousin with glee, then paused. Marie did not look nearly nervous enough for this situation. In fact, the lady was glaring back. And she? Marcel blinked, distracted. He looked at the table he was leaning against. Wasn't that table overturned just now? Fayette carefully stepped around the room, in front of pointed crossbows and swords, and tried to convince herself they were not there. Relax, Fayette, this is normal. No reason to panic. You are just cleaning. And she was. Her broom was sweeping back and forth at a relaxed pace, collecting the bits of shattered glass from around the room. These guys really made a mess, didn't they? Unseen attendant, it really was saving her here. As soon as the secretary had walked out of the room, Fayette had almost begun to laugh hysterically, then instead dumped all her remaining skill points into the skill. As many as she could, and now it was maxed at rank 5. Then she had begun sweeping the floor and calmly stepped aside from the crossbows. Nobody had stopped her. The thing was, they were all elites. Knights, mages, and even a Fayette frowned, looking at one of the men at the edge of the room. Second Lord? Yes, the secretary had been the only one of lower rank in the room, and she had been told to leave. Now they were all looking past the servant. The unseen attendant. Fayette was roiling with emotion. Internally giggling from hysteria, a strange battle calm, and then an icy cold panic, all mixed together. She began to lose her focus, slipped on the glass shards, and instantly felt eyes focusing on her. She desperately focused back on the cleaning, ignoring everything but the mess around her, and the gazes fell back off. Oh no, look at all that mud. Tisk tisk. She could clean, she was a maid. Given the chance, she could get this whole room back into proper order, but how was she going to fix this? There were options. She had to save Mireille, Olivia, and maybe most of all, Marie. Fayette stepped right behind the Justice Knight and began polishing up the work desk. Marie was looking at the knight, but Fayette was just behind. It felt like a glare of silent accusation. The maid felt a pang of guilt. The lady really was not guilty, but now she was implicated in all this, and the information would spread who knows where. I made a mistake. I really didn't expect them to chase us like this, and how did they even find us? Briefly, she locked eyes with Marie, and the lady saw the guilt in the maid's eyes. And the lady knew. Fayette could see it, Marie knew this was because of her. But Fayette kept moving, focusing back on the cleaning. She took 2 steps right in front of 2 loaded crossbows, then started brushing off dust from the cupboards, not hurrying too much. She wanted to clean everything here as thoroughly as she possibly could. Because her new capstone skill, it might be their chance to get out of this. Her broom was thrumming with power, growing with every sweep she made in the room. She was gaining influence over the room, so fresh, so clean. Then she felt another shift of power, and the Justice Knight demanded that Marie let the truth be known. And the lady answered. I am innocent. I do not know of the plot you speak of, Marie said, and she was speaking the truth. But she now had a suspicion. She had seen the guilt on Fayette's face. She could see how Mireille and Olivia were looking at each other. For just a moment, the lady closed her eyes and cursed. I swear hunters have a reputation for having trouble chasing them, but this must be a new record. She took a deep breath, opened her eyes, and smiled. Fayette was still moving about the room, slowly sweeping dust and glass shards away, careful and deliberate. She was walking right under all those noses, and none of them saw her. The maid had spoken to her of the differences between servants and masters. Was this it? I could try to save myself alone from this, but what would that serve? It would just be a failure, and I need a win. And these 3? The maid was doing her best, maybe giving them a chance out of this situation. A maid she felt rather strangely about. So, Marie would also do her best. She had thought that getting back to civilization would be back to safety, that she could retreat inside her hidden cupboard again, but no. Everyone was looking at her alone. She felt Marcel's vile gaze on her and glared back. She would not let that man win. She looked to the left, meeting the Justice Knight's cool blue eyes. His armor shone less bright than before, some skill damaged by the truth she had spoken. That was her weapon right now, the truth. She had been falsely accused, and that mattered for skills like these. A crack in the armor. Sir Knight, I am afraid you are accusing an innocent person. The man narrowed his eyes, and stepped closer, almost right to her face. But etiquette still counted for some, so he stopped just short. He loomed over her. I know of the tricky wordings of nobles. The ways to lie with truth. I will have none of it here. Marie met his eyes steady, willing him to look away first. Neither did so. I have never met either the younger Lord Aumont or Lord Castellani, though from what I have heard of the latter, he was a foul man. Fayette twitched at that, looking her way. Marie frowned. Him? That man is a master. She sympathized. There was a reason the Lord had been unmarried at his age, and if Fayette had been his. No, say it is not so. She would not think of it further, the man was dead. She was sure Fayette had done justice there. I have not plotted against either of the men, she continued, maintaining eye contact. Nor have I knowingly participated in a conspiracy against them. My heart does not ache of guilt. The Justice Knight's armor dimmed more, and he stepped back, looking confused for a second. Marcel was glaring daggers at them all, not pleased with how this was all going. That made Marie feel a lot better. She took a step forward. Instantly, all crossbows and swords shifted, none of them the slightest bit relaxed. All pointed at her. She did not flinch, and she took another step forward, approaching the knight. Would you harm an innocent woman? She asked, voice clear. She didn't feel nervous anymore. Fayette was somewhere behind her, using a feather duster to wipe off some shelves. A comforting presence. Not her maid, but a maid, and a friend. She had missed having those. Her heart felt calmer. Are you sure we can't resolve this misunderstanding? By my best knowledge, it is my cousin who has committed ills here and I merely came to correct them. At that, the Justice Knight frowned. Do not presume friendship, you are running from justice all the same, marriage or this matter. And I know you are involved in this, even if not directly. And you are hiding something. Marie glared at him. How was a marriage she did not want justice? She backed up a step as the knight advanced, voice bellowing. For the second time, let the truth be known, and may no one attempt to hide it. This time the skill wasn't targeting just her, it was the whole room. She saw Fayette freeze in place by the wall, struggling with something. She had stopped cleaning. The maid's face was red as if she was trying to hold her breath. Marie started to panic, but she did not know the truth, she could not say anything. No, if Fayette is forced to. A voice spoke. Regarding Lord Castellani, it was justice done that day, Mireille said, stepping forward. She had seen Fayette freeze in place, and Mireille had known what she needed to do. First, she briefly met eyes with Marie, just a small bow to it. Sorry. Big mess we've brought. Then she steeled her gaze and dared anyone to interrupt her. The crossbows were now pointed at her, and the mages were eyeing her warily, arms glowing with patterns of light. She raised her voice. It was no plot to murder him, nor a crime of passion or drunken stupor. She glared, meaning every word. She knew what had happened that day, and why Fayette had done it. Even if it had landed them in this situation. Mireille pointed forward. You claim to be a justice knight, so I will tell you. He left his servants for dead, using skills to force them to fight impossible odds while he escaped like the craven waste he was. That man's death was justice for the crimes he did. She finished. There was silence for a moment, then someone started laughing. Mireille flinched, and saw Lord Marcel, leaning against the wall, two mages by his sides, chuckling. The man looked at her, open scorn on his face. Foolish brat, you do not know your place. It is the place of the master to command, to pave the way, and the place of the tools to follow, to do as they are told. You think you've done justice? He sneered. Can you even read? Have you read the law? He looked at the Justice Knight who was standing silent. Sir Knight, I find myself forgetful. What is the punishment for a servant raising arms against their master? I believe the law is quite clear. Death, the knight answered, grim. He wasn't smiling, but neither was he grimacing. He was just calm. So damned calm. Mireille felt anger coursing through her veins. She clutched her hands. I think the circumstances of the time were quite clear, that man had to go. The knight took a step forward, hand on his sword. His face did not shift one bit. There are no extenuating circumstances for such a crime. It cannot be done. A soldier who disobeys their commander will be executed. A servant who picks up a sword is a solitaire. Deserters die. The law is justice. Then I do not recognize your justice, Mireille said, taking a step back, next to Olivia. Fayette was back to cleaning, all the while glaring murderously at the Knight and Lord. She was sweeping the floor right next to them. Mireille smiled at the two. I prefer the justice of my own. May it someday meet you with a swift end. The Knight glanced to the side, looking at a military-ish man who was holding a sword. Well? Satisfied? Your culprit is found. He sighed, then returned his steady gaze to Mireille. It is a pretty tale you weave, girl, but that is all it is. Now, to the actually important matters. What did you steal from the Amont factory? Who did you sell the information to? He glanced at Marie. And how are the Dunoels involved? A doctor chuckled softly, but it echoed loud in the room. Olivia leisurely stretched out her hands and winked at Mireille, and at Fayette who was behind her, still sweeping. There was a tingling in the air. Growing power. I think I should say my piece. I am a doctor, don't worry, I'm bound to the. Then she paused and hesitated, grimacing. Truth. Well, mostly. Olivia was not worried. She saw the fury in Fayette's eyes, and she could relate. She too had crimes she was running from, but if anyone tried to call her to justice for them. No. But she was not worried. The maid had a plan, and the last one had been quite something. What was the worst that could happen? But she too had a role to play distraction. Fayette seemed like she needed just a bit more time for whatever she was doing and as much attention away from her as possible. So the doctor would provide a distraction. By being a doctor and telling the truth. First, Olivia looked pityingly at the Knight, whose armor was very dim by now. Too many wrong assumptions. We stole nothing and sold nothing. There, satisfied? We are not affiliated with any foreign powers, nor are we plotting anything. She cackled for a moment, then continued. Ah, poor Mr. Knight, knowing nothing of anything. Are your spies and investigators really this pathetic? The Knight's face colored, and he gripped his sword tighter. Fooling around or playing for time does not matter. You are under arrest, criminal. You cannot escape me. Now, speak. Olivia knew she couldn't escape, a skill was holding her in this room, but it didn't matter. She feigned confusion. You ask a doctor to speak? Are you sure? She smiled. Fine, I have comprehensive diagnosis, and you good sir, a look of exaggerated pity, eyes are drawn up in concern. I'm afraid it won't be getting any better. Ever. Don't expect to ever get it up again. The Knight froze, and one of the crossbow holders choked down a laugh. Olivia turned to the side, looking at Lord Marcel's skeletal face. You too about your future. I hope you don't mind wheelchairs. In 12 years maybe. Hey, Nightman, you know I speak the truth, right? She glanced to the side. Tell him. The Knight just stared, silent for 2 seconds, so Olivia turned to the right, to her next target. She diagnosed a mage, then flinched back for real. The doctor stared at him in disgust. You should take more care when you sleep around, what are you trying to cultivate down there? They won't fight each other off, you know. Marcel took a step away from the mage, looking disgusted. Then the angry shouting started, and Olivia knew she had them. She had been practicing theatrics and deception a lot recently, and this lot was a lot easier to fool than her team. Good luck, Faye, this next one's for you. She moved to the second lord, providing more free diagnosis. Fayette was cleaning. Sweeping. Counting. Counting all the enemies. She passed by the main door, then looked over the whole room one more time. The wall behind the writing desk had 3 knights, 1 with a sword, 2 with bows. To the right a longer wall with windows. Lord Marcel and 2 mages. One of the mages had a band of gleaming gems by his hip. Nobody on the left, 1 knight of justice in the center, then the other men by the entrance, right by her. A mage, a lord, and several knights. So many enemies. So many potential targets. Fayette examined everyone briefly in the face as she passed, trying to divine out their abilities. Marcel seems the plotting type, those are always dangerous in the stories. Best have a quick hit to take them out. The mages. No idea. Maybe best take them out to be safe. But, on the other hand, they might be necessary. She wasn't sure. The maid was trying to pick a target. The room was almost fully cleaned up, her skill had almost charged full. So fresh, so clean. A capstone skill. You did not put skill points into them and wouldn't have needed to anyway. When one was used, a fight changed. And Fayette felt hers was very fitting. So fresh, so clean. Your enemies are always making a mess, so punish them accordingly. Clean up the battlefield around you, then strike them down, with damage proportional to how much cleaner you made things. Yes, she was being very thorough in how well she cleaned this room. Thank the saints they made this mess with their dramatic entry. She had already carted all the glass shards out of the door into a trash bin, along with most of the dust. She had organized the papers spilled onto the floor, and she had wiped down any smudges made by their coming in. Sadly, there was no way the maid would be able to clean the floor under their shoes, but she managed pretty much everything else. She even used her dust sense to get every little hidden piece of dust. Her broom was throbbing with power. Now, she just needed to choose a target for it. The skill she could use it on anyone in the room, but the effect might diminish. It was best against those who had made the mess. If she made a mess herself to clean, it wouldn't really work. She felt, two worthy targets here. Two men who had really been the cause of this mess. The Justice Knight, and Lord Marcel. Conveniently, the two people she was mad at the most in this room. Their talk earlier. Her mind was no longer roiling, she felt only a single emotion. She was furious. Fayette polished a smudge from a glass with extreme vengeance. Maybe I should choose the one I am the most angry at? That would be the Justice Knight. Because, for a moment, she had hoped that the man would respond to Mireille's words differently. But she remembered the words from the book well. Words talking of people like this. All right, he gets the broom. But that did not mean the other would go free. The maid remembered talk of stuffing a fire spider down a certain lord's breeches, and she had really wanted to do it. But she did not have a fire spider. She had something better. Fayette took the greater fire elemental out of her pocket. Okay, she took the gem holding the bound greater fire elemental, but she was sure she could figure it out. The gem was a prison of sorts, right? So, she just had to smash it open. That should work, right? When in trouble, why not just light things on fire and make bigger trouble? She had once been offered the Maid of Cleansing Flames class. Fayette was oddly proud of that one. She had already burned one mansion. It's just a greater flame elemental. What's the worst that could happen? As she had found long ago, and again in the ruins deep below, it was the final ashes left by age that were the cleanest, that ultimately remained. Why not accelerate the natural process through some fire? It was a more permanent measure, no more messes after that. The room was almost clean, and Olivia was still distracting them all. It was magnificent, really. The doctor constantly hinted at finally getting to the actual point, then always turned it around into another humiliating reveal. Fayette stepped towards the knight, nodding at Marie. It was time. She felt the rhythm of a subtle waltz in her steps, and she walked it like a dream. A calm winter storm of razor-sharp ice. She held the broom with two hands, gripping the bound monster gem within the right. Two thrums of power. The knight was probably the most dangerous person in the room, so he was a good target. Lord Mars was standing next to two mages. He was a good choice. Fayette stepped next to the knight, cleaned the room's last bit of dust from near his boots, then raised her broom up, behind her head. She aimed at his armored head. Then the elegant tea party ended. And Fayette swung. Her unseen attendant faded away. So fresh, so clean. For an instant, the knight sensed it. He twitched, eyes going round and legs moving, but he had no time. No time to activate capstone skills, artifacts, or other trump cards. He only had time to feel his danger sense suddenly ring out, and feel a gaze as cold as frost pierce him. And then the broom's metal end hit his helmet. And a flash of blue energy erupted with it. The helmet crumpled down from every direction and cracks spread along the metal. Splat! Blood, bits of shattered skull, and shards of metal rained down, some getting on Fayette's uniform. Every single person in the room froze in horror, looking at the body that was still standing up, supported by the metal of the armor, like a twisted mannequin. Grisly remains sprayed in every direction. Fayette did not care about the mess, it would soon be clean. Everyone was stunned for just half a second, processing, so she had time. Time to perform her second act. She pitched the gleaming red gem forward in a lazy arc, stepping 2 steps to follow it, and brought her broom's metal end at it in a firm blow. It was aimed at Lord Marcel and the mages by him, 3 steps ahead of her. The gem shattered, along with the broom's end, and a great surge of magic began to roar out, pointed right at a wall and a lord. The mages flared out in bright glows of magic. Marcel saw his dreamed treasure roaring at him. A power source long forgotten, from older times. The lord felt more magic around him than ever before, a great heat spreading out, searing hot and white. Screaming and firing crossbow bolts. Skills activating everywhere, and then there was fire. Chapter 62.1 Lord of the Field. Fire. So much fire, and blood. Crossbows had been aimed at them, and when Fayette had acted, she had acted in that instant of stunned confusion. That instant had ended, and the men had reacted. Fayette stared at the crossbow bolt lodged into her thigh. It hurt. She had been hit by more, but the maid armor had made the impacts glancing, and they had ricocheted away. She was still knocked down onto the floor. Fayette pried herself off the floor, staggered to her feet, and felt a brief relief that her leg worked. Can't remove the bolt, that's bad. But I can fight with it. I can. And then she felt the blistering heat searing against her face, and Mireille pushed her forward. The room, what was? A hole. There was a hole in the wall, where Lord Marcel had been, and now the full moon shone from outside, light filtering through all the smoke. And fire was flying. Fayette ducked a fireball, but it still hit the wall behind her, spreading. A figure so bright she couldn't look at it was slowly manifesting, like an ocean pouring in through the smallest possible hole. An ocean of pure heat and fire. But it was being held back. The fireballs stopped. With a brief glance, Fayette counted the enemies. She remembered the room. In the middle wall was the hole, nobody alive there. No lord or mages. By the door was the second lord. He felt high level. He had other fighters with him, knights and a mage of his own. The other side of the room only had 3 men. And she was in the middle, her party was around her. An easy decision. Fayette spun to the less man side and ran forward roaring. A crossbow-holding knight tried to aim at her, but was blinded by the smoke in the room. Fayette prowled in like a wounded cat, laying low. She whipped her broom about like a tail, swishing a path through the smoke for her party. A broom on the verge of shattering. Then she jumped the man. No fancy technique, just fingers in the eyes, a kick off balance, then a stomp to the head. She got her broom up as the sword-wielding knight turned on her, and used sweep dust, sending smoke at his eyes. He didn't flinch, protected by some skill, and the sword fell down. Fayette blocked with the metal end of her broom, and a crack spread over it. Then her party arrived. A surgical knife on an unguarded back, and needles through a helmet's eye guard. The man fell. The third man was downed with a syringe, down before he knew what happened. Fayette stepped back, letting Olivia and Mireille finish them off, and she took out a knife, turning. Her mind was moving fast, trying to find a path. The mage, he's doing something to the elemental, have to. A gentle hand blocked her. I can't seal it, Fayette, we have to let him. The maid blinked, calming down, breathing finally. She coughed and felt a jolt of pain in her leg. Breathing smoke is bad, need to sweep dust. Her vision cleared, and she saw the other side of the room. The mage by the door was holding up a clear gem at the elemental, which was now dwindling in size, sucked inside the gem. 3 knights in gleaming armor shielded him, 2 felt lower level and 1 high, and the lord stood behind them all, eyes locked onto her. Fayette looked at the crossbow bolt in her leg. Shit, this hurts. She let out her breath. We have to let him have the elemental. She turned to Marie. Are you sure you can't? The lady shook her head. She whispered, speaking only to her. I'm a lady, not a mage, so I don't have their full capabilities. If we don't let him bind it, it will be let loose, and do saints know what. I can't. This town was her town, these were her people, Fayette remembered. And now the lady was attached to their mess. A pang in her heart. She hadn't wanted this. Sorry, she whispered, finally looking Marie in the eyes. Should have told you or something. Your family. They can wait, Marie said, holding up a hand. She pointed. The Lord. Right now, we need to get out of this alive. Fayette sighed, and closed her eyes, focusing. Even with them closed, she could still make out the glow of the elemental lessening. How long did she have? She had made this mess, she would fix it. She would make up for this. The situation was bad. Their side of the room was on fire, and she could feel the heat of the fire gradually advancing, like creeping fingers grasping at her back. The Lord had the door. Smoke was gathering, she could sweep it away. There was a hole in the wall, but jumping felt risky. Would Marie make it? Could the Lord hit them in the back then? She opened her eyes and stepped forward, finally meeting the Lord's eyes. Negotiate. Maybe that would work? Lord, she shouted, voice clear and curt, business mode. I don't know you or why you are here. Do we have to fight? Those other two are gone, she finished, pointing at the hole. And the body with the crushed head. The Lord did not move from behind his men, but he did speak. A calm voice she did not know, full of authority and experience. Not his first tense negotiation. Maid, I will admit, this was not what I expected to find. Someone meddled in my plot against Lord Castellani, so I had to see things through. That is all. Fayette frowned. A strange answer. She pointed at herself. You were plotting against him? I was the one who killed him. Did I not do you a service? Let us go. She held up a knife and shifted her gaze left. I won't interfere with your mage if you agree. The mage was sweating, gathering more and more energy into the gem he held. But his face spoke not of despair, but of rapture. A smile almost eerie, and so hungry. Fayette shivered and saw the Lord was nodding. It is true, he said. That man was my enemy. One could say you did a service to me by killing him. Then he stopped nodding and stared out, speaking coldly. But I do not say that. It was not your place to interfere, there are sacred rules that are to be protected. He raised up his sword and pointed it at her. And servants who rise against their masters will be put down. That is a lord's duty. And then the mage finished binding the elemental. It was like a great bonfire being snuffed out in an instant, and the mage shrieked in joy, holding up the gem, a roaring inferno trapped in a prism. The Lord nodded, then took a step forward, going to touch him at the back. But the man flinched back from him and hissed, then threw a bolt of fire at the Lord. No! Don't touch me! This is mine, he shouted, eyes darting back and forth. The mage backed up to the side from his allies, cradling the gem against his chest. He was shaking, overflowing with power, and the tattoos on his skin were flashing in a rush of color. I have this now, you don't matter. None of you do any more. The Lord's face was frozen, but he was gripping his sword tight. He tried to speak, but then the mage threw an arm out, and bright symbols of white flashed, vanishing off his forearm. Then the man leaped backward and flew out of the hole. And Fayette started choking. Not the smoke, suddenly there was no air to breathe. The Lord was shouting and gesturing, and Olivia and Miri were gasping for breath too. What? There was nothing here, nothing to hit. Fayette threw a wild fan of forks into the room, but they hit nothing. Marie was also flailing and chalking. No, wait, Fayette paused. The lady was waving at her, indicating smoke in her eyes. Ah! Fayette activated dust sense and saw the emptiness. There were two of them, two gaps in the smoke and roiling ash, zones of calm amidst the storm, right in the middle of the room. Her mundane eyes saw nothing special there except a subtle current. She mentally cursed. Air elementals? What the hell? Fayette pointed out their location, stomping in anger, but Marie just nodded calmly. Then the lady kneeled and started drawing on the floor. With magic. A simple line of something brown in the ground, with sharp, defined angles and thick lines, crisscrossing in a complex pattern. She drew a last finishing touch on the line, and then Fayette could breathe again. Everyone was coughing, finally getting a breath in, and Fayette swept the approaching smoke back. It was getting too close. The fire was right at their backs, and the Lord. He wasn't choking. The man was still just staring at them, iron face calm. Seeing their recovery, he nodded once, then spoke fast. I exert my authority on you, minor monsters. You were bound by my subject, so be banished. And the spots of emptiness vanished. Just like that. And the Lord pointed a sword at Fayette. He stood in front of the door with his men like a barricade of iron and steel. And spoke. You will have to go through me. A flash of blue energy expanded from the tip of his sword, rapidly extending behind Fayette, outside of the room. She turned her head and saw it was outside too, beyond the hole in the manor. A glowing barrier with no holes, which enveloped the whole manor, with the Lord at its center. And then it began shrinking. Curses, I don't like the look of this. A defense class, forcing a fight. Fayette felt the flames at her back, tickling, sparks hitting her uniform. No more time for her standoffs. She looked at her party, who shared grim nods with her, then felt something wet on her nape, and a boon appeared. She looked to the other side, and Marie nodded too. Nothing more to it if he wants a fight. She threw a fork at the Lord and charged, and her party followed. The Lord blocked the fork with his sword, then nodded, satisfied at the charge. Then he started activating skills. No quarter given, bounded champion, while I stand, and then he pointed at his knight who spoke a skill of his own, sending a rumble through the men. Hold the line. And then Fayette felt fury. She remembered that skill. That damned skill. One meant for soldiers, not servants, and seeing knights finally using it properly. Unfair. Still, she ran forward, sweeping smoke in a wide arc while running right at the bounded champion who shone with red. The crossbow bolt in her leg burned, but her steps did not falter, and a broom swung at the man. He just let it swing, not moving to block one bit. Useless, the broom clanged against his armor, he moved forward his own sword, and swung. Fayette almost lost her hand. Right at the last minute, she felt a step of waltz in her feet, and bent backward, hearing Marie scream behind her. The sword flashed right by her front and Fayette fell back. Her allies were not close combat fighters, really. Even Olivia the doctor fought best striking at the back. And this was an impenetrable line. Fayette was facing it alone. A crossbow bolt in her leg. Oh, her allies were throwing projectiles, needles, strings, and such, keeping most of the men occupied, but the damn line held. Nothing with so little momentum would do a thing. So Fayette tried to fight forward with despair, fire literally at her back, throwing spice into eyes, jabbing with her broom, kicking, anything. She dodged back and forth, managing just because the men did not step to chase her and because a waltz held her right foot up. And just for an instant, she managed it. Against the big knight, who stood like an impenetrable wall, she threw a flask under him at the same time she battered the shield, and the giant of a man slipped. Fayette thrust her broom at his neck. And the Lord spoke again. I fight with their strength, he rumbled, and stepped forward, just as strong as the champion knight himself. A surprise sword swept at her, and Fayette's broom was cut in half, then her boon flashed, blocking a fatal strike. She looked at the sword inches from her face and saw cut-off strands of hair float down. Fayette jumped back, only a waltz still holding up her leg. She retreated back to the further wall and collapsed on the other side of the room, her party around her, all panting as exhausted as she. The air was running low. The fire was so close. And the wall from the skill. She looked and saw it starting to enclose the building, like a cocoon. A minute more, and it would be at her back. And seeing their retreat, the Lord just nodded, as if checking something off a list. Now he stood among his men, no leader from the back. He did not advance, he was a holder of things. No retreat, keep the door. He would win with time. Fayette saw the coldness in his eyes. Those eyes, they held not the contest of true battle or the rage of vengeance. It was something she knew too well, pest removal. And she felt her rage cool, going cold as it once had. She stood back, panting, and her eyes no longer held hate. So that's what this is. We're on that level for him. So, why should she not do the same? She had been thinking too much like a combat maid. But it was a maid who removed infestations. Getting drawn into talks, listening to their prattling on about ideology, condemning them. It didn't matter. She looked at them like she once looked at kobolds and thugs, not as humans, just something to be removed. Then things would be fixed. And she instantly felt herself calm, as if a missing piece was slotting into place. And her class itched. Damned lords! No, not lords, not nigths, just enemies. How do I remove them? Fighting was a mistake, he was a lord of battlefields. But he was staying in place, like a hive of bugs burrowed into the rot of this building. Fayette could almost imagine him standing like that, holding some key hill on a vital battle. How do you remove infestations? What do I have in this room? She spoke as her eyes darted around, searching for anything she could use. Anyone have any ideas? Now would be a good time. I can maybe try to make more fire. Olivia said, uncertain. Marie shook her head. Risky. But that man, he's staking a lot on holding position. Skills like that can have backlash, like your capstone and mine. If you can get him to retreat one step, there will be serious backlash, and then we go for the kill," Fayette finished. She stared at the Lord, who was looking back calmly. A man who had built a strategy of impenetrable defense. His men surely were hand-selected for this, the optimal skills for holding out on all front. But his mage was gone. The key piece, missing. What did that mean? What part of his defense was gone with him? The mage's elementals were, Fayette gasped, breathing in some of the smog. The air. "Mireille, I need you to try and sneak some thread by," she spoke, voice eerily calm, and the others shivered. "I need you to block off the door behind them." "They want to stay?" "Fine, they can. If they see it," the seamstress began, but Fayette pulled out her spare broom, no metal end. "They won't." Then she started using sweep dust and sent all the smoke in the room at the Turtledon Knights. And there was a lot. But it was just smoke. It roiled around the men for a moment, they coughed and Mireille snuck something through, but they were led by a lord. And the lord cut through the smoke with his sword, speaking. "I exert my authority, this fire belongs to my man's elemental, so let it not pester me so." And it did not. The smoke faded away to the corners and floor, staying out of their faces. That damned calm on the man. But Fayette was already moving, thinking of a new plan. The barrier was closing in, but she had seen something earlier. There were bodies in the room, mages by the hole, so she walked to the side and dug around, feeling that calm gaze of a lord on her. "So sure. You'll see." The maid dug around, found a mage's collected treasures in a pouch and recognized a stone. She had had only one, picked off from a drunken mage at a party, but she remembered its effects well. She stepped back, hiding it in her hand, then met the lord's eyes. He still seemed confident, counting down the minutes to his win. "He's not moving in to attack. He looks calm, but he has to be nervous. Only defense skills, what a fool. You don't give a maid preparation time." The fire and smoke was thick, there was barely any more time to act, and Fayette had a tool. A tool for extermination. Killing, not fighting. She had never used it on humans, but did that really matter? Kobolds, spiders, any who stood in her way, they were all just enemies. Battle and extermination, what did it matter? The opportunity was there, and the time had come. Fayette turned around, took out her last bottle of all-purpose cleaner, dropped a fork inside, then the stone, then corked it. The liquid started bubbling and frothing, and pressure started to build. She kept up her spin, met the lord's eyes, then threw. Cutlery control guided the bottle, and it smashed against a shield. And then gas started spreading. She saw panicked reactions from the enemies, a few skills, but Fayette ran forward to fan it in with her broom, and she saw that Mireille had managed to spread thread over the door behind. The yellow gas rose and went past the shields and swords. A turtle with one weakness. It reached the men. They flinched back from it, but held in place by skills disavowing retreat. The screams started. The first two men in front. Gas started peeling off skin from flesh and going into lungs. They tried to retreat back, but couldn't move their legs one bit. The gas spread, hitting the senior knight, who flinched back instantly. And he broke the skill. Like a pile of cards, the base was ripped off, and the other skills collapsed too. Suddenly, the men were all rushing back, away from the advancing tide of gas, and they could not open the door. 2 seconds. The Lord tried to say something, overwhelmed by how fast everything had failed, but the gas was by his mouth already. His skin was curling, scalding, and he vomited blood. His capstone broke too, and he stumbled back against the wall. The group was covered wholesale, and the screams were dimmed by gurgles of blood. Using this on the kobolds had been brutal, but humans. They didn't really sound that different. Fayette did not quiver, she felt nothing at it, just kept fanning the gas forward more. Desperate men bashed the door, and finally got it open, but the gas followed them out, and they collapsed soon. One man stepped towards her out of the gas cloud, clutching at his helmet, and the maid pushed a knife through the eye-hole. Marie was frozen in horror, and even Mireille was green in the face, but Olivia did not shake. The doctor just threw knives into the cloud, face grim. And then the Lord ran out, face scarred and burned. Fayette moved to bash him, but he suddenly skipped to the side and jumped through the hole in the wall and fell 2 stories, clutching his head. Fayette saw him land outside and get up. He was forcing something into his mouth. A potion? A quick glance, Fayette saw her party was fine. The knights were all crumpled on the floor, so she swept the gas around her, toward the flames, where it all burned out in one last flash. Fayette nodded at her party. Then she jumped outside. Escape. It could not be allowed. Chapter 62.2 Judge. How is the bastard this fast? The Lord was running like the devil itself was at his heels, but it was only an injured maid. Small consolation. He was running through the town, screaming as his potion slowly healed his lungs, and the maid was chasing. She had a crossbow bolt in her thigh, but she was still faster. Fayette was gradually catching up. The market ahead, just need to keep up a bit, and then a leg shot in from behind a building to trip up the Lord, and he fell down, skidding onto his face. Fayette slowed down, staggering to a stop. She was, at the town's central square. There were people. The Lord tripping foot went back a step, then with a hop, Marat the journalist stepped on top of the Lord's back and turned to face the confused maid. He was smiling, wearing a dark navy blue cloak and a black top hat. He tipped his hat, smiling as carefree as he had before, back down in the mine's mess hall. But now the same expression looked vicious. "Greetings, miss. I was hoping you would arrive soon." "Pierre does not like to wait," the curly-haired man said, grinning, and he jumped off the sprawled Lord, towards Fayette. A tall and thick-set figure stepped out of the shadows, cloak billowing ominously. Fayette felt her danger sense tingle as the figure stepped closer, but it stopped at the Lord, crouched down, and started hauling him away, dragging him in line with the others. Others. Fayette's eyes widened as she looked beyond the pair, to the center of the square. Lined up next to a central block of wood, 3 figures were shackled down. First, the mage who had bound the elemental, on his knees before the block of wood. First in line. Behind him stood Lord Marcel, somehow still alive but burned almost unrecognizable. A third, shorter hooded figure was bound behind him. They seemed to be in a daze, barely conscious of what was happening around them. The tall figure threw the new lord forward, and with a cry of pain, he joined the others as last in the line. Shackles were snapped on his hands, and then the hulking man stepped away, fading back to the shadows. "You, what is this?" Fayette asked. She had just been fighting for her life, and suddenly all these men were in chains and waiting for, what exactly? Her eyes went to the first figure. "I thought that mage flew away. How do you have him?" Marat's eyes flashed red as he opened up his right hand, revealing a gleaming red gemstone within. He was quite easy to find, carrying something like this around. He nodded at the tall figure who loomed over the line of prisoners. "And my friend is a bit of a specialist in arranging captures. Is that what this is?" Fayette asked, eyes drawn to the gem. "A trial, or something of the sort." The journalist gestured Fayette forward, towards a group of observers standing on the side. "Indeed, the opportunity came, so we decided to pass judgment." The maid narrowed her eyes, recognizing some of the observers. They all looked afraid and confused. "Are those villagers? Testimonies? And that's..." The bespectacled secretary was there too, staring silently at her shackled lord, not moving an inch. Fayette shuddered, feeling an oppressive aura approach, and turned to the center. A figure in tattered robes marched to the wooden block. Pierre. His shaggy robes and wild beard now seemed sharp under the moonlight, and he held a huge blade with both hands, more butcher knife than sword. Fayette finally recognized that this was no mere trial. The haunting town square was hosting something darker. "An execution," she said, eyes now focused on the ragged figure. Marat gestured her forwards. "Come, you shall hear a judge speak. We have you to thank for today's offerings, I believe." Fayette hesitantly walked forward. These men, what is their game? But she had to see this through. Even if she did feel a bit annoyed. "I read your book. I guess this is the sort of thing you do, then?" she asked, peering doubtfully at the journalist. "Not the most pleasant of hobbies." "Ah, but as you read the book, you should know this is no hobby, but a duty," Marat said, smoothing his mustache. He walked to the execution like a socialite approaching a gala. "A duty you seem very late in performing," Fayette said, voice cold. "We could have used help a lot earlier." "Ah, for that you have my apologies, miss," Marat said, tipping his hat for a second time. "I'm afraid we are a careful group in our operations, and that can run close to cowardice. We only acted after we saw an opportunity." Fayette grimaced and shook her head. It felt like they were trampling on her victory somehow, but did that matter in the end? She suspected the results would be the same. Pierre was stretching, rolling his shoulders side to side, then finally nodded at the tall cloaked figure. The giant picked the mage up, then pushed his head to the wood block, keeping him there with a foot to the back. Fayette noticed that the mage seemed to have some sort of dart stuck in his face, and she squinted, trying to see better. Magic disruption of some sort? And then the judge spoke. The words carried no hesitation, and though Pierre's voice was hoarse from disuse, it rumbled. You are accused, elementalist Ebel, of crimes against the people. You have stolen rightfully earned money, and unleashed dangerous experiments on the unaware. I repeat, you are accused. Fayette was impressed and raised her eyebrows. They actually know who he is, and what he's done. She turned to Marat. Is this like a real trial after all? Witnesses and evidence and such. Marat chuckled darkly, and the shadow from his hat hid his eyes. In a way, yes. But Pierre, he turned to look forward, to the judge who was raising his voice. Has only ever given one type of judgment. The mage was struggling and shouting, head flopping like a fish on dry land. I would let me free. He cried out, wiggling under the firm grip. Pitiful mock trial. I have done nothing wrong. Then Pierre finished raising his blade, and like the snapping of a bowstring, threw it up into the air. Where it just hung. Waiting. Above the suddenly terrified mage. Pierre looked coldly at the man and spoke his verdict. You lie. Judgment, death. And the blade fell. Fayette did not wince or look away, she stood steady as a neck was cut through in one slash, soft as a floating leaf. A head rolled onto the town square. Eyes forever locked in horror. You see, Marat said, glancing to Fayette from the scene, my friend is a judge, but an odd sort. He only ever accuses those he knows will be judged his way. The maid nodded, keeping her eyes on the scene. So, they were this type of group. Is this how they will change things for the better? Felt pretty different in the writing. Your book was hard to understand. Learn better words or something. The journalist made a mock gasp of outrage, then laughed. Ha! True. It is one of my older works. Was more for the academic types back then, I like to think I've gotten better. Pierre had stepped back, and the giant was leading the next person to the chopping block now. The mage's body had been tipped to the side, and Pierre had reclaimed the blade, now sharpening it with a stone. Lord Marcel was led to the stand. His face had little of anything human left on it. A charred skull, with one dull eye still moving about but not one bit of hair left anywhere. Even Fayette winced a bit at the sight. Better if he had just let himself be incinerated. Was this justice then? Is this what you do? Your group, whatever you are. Kill lords and such? Fayette asked, finally turning from the scene. Marat just seemed so calm. Not on edge one bit, as if the executions, not really trials Fayette wasn't a fool, were just normal things. He shook his head. Our group, we are a club of sorts. Friends of Jacob, who leads us. But this is not the aim but a tool. For change, you understand? Things are rotten, they need to change. Don't you agree? You did fine work yourself. Did she agree? Maybe I once did. Fayette turned back to the wooden block, and the Lord was struggling now. He had seen his secretary in the crowd, but the foot at his back held him firm. Isabella, Isabella! Come, speak for me. Go get help. The secretary walked over and nobody stopped her. Pierre just watched the bespectacled woman approach the burnt man. The woman bent down, holding her glasses against her nose. My lord, what should I say to them? Marcel licked his lips. Say. That was enough for Pierre. This time there was no accusation even, only the judgment, death. He again threw his sword into the air, and Marcel's scream of terror cracked through the town square when it fell. And another head rolled. The secretary froze in place, staring. She started shaking. Fayette felt uneasy. Why is nobody seeing this? That was loud, but nobody is opening the windows to look. The crimson-tinted moon at her back started to feel more ominous. The crowd of onlookers were muttering, but there were only a dozen or so of them. Many more villagers should have awoken to the noise. The night air, it felt oddly stifling, like the smog of Palogny. A skill? But still, Fayette did not regret watching this. Seeing the shaking secretary, she knew there was a story there too. Justice had been done. Right? But the book had been very firm about how change had to be large scale. Larger than this. Are you just going to kill all lords? Fayette asked, once more turning to the journalist. The book had kind of stopped midway. What happens then? Somebody has to lead, right? Your group. We can talk on this more, Marat said, stroking his chin. But ultimately, it comes to classes. Yes, somebody must lead, but the classes must change. No more lords, you see. Are you interested? We could use someone of your talents. Ah, so this is a recruitment pitch then, is it? Fayette narrowed her eyes, preparing a response. And then the next man was led to the block and the hood was pulled off his head. Fayette flinched back to look at him, eyes wide. Henri, the short man who had led them to the mines, the one who had betrayed them. The senior miner awoke from his daze, eyes sharpening, then started struggling against the grip that held him, but the huge man as implacable as a mountain. No, no, I have done nothing. What is this? Why? He looked like he had been pulled straight from bed, and his eyes were wild with fear. And confusion. Fayette brushed Marat off and stepped closer. She had to know. The maid marched to the block and stared at the panicked miner. Hey, Henri, don't you remember me? She asked, looking him in the eye. And the man froze. Didn't you die? When the mine collapsed. A tear left his eye, and a held breath left him. He gave a short nod, as good as he was able to when laid on the block. Thank goodness the boy, did he make it? Fayette's heart trembled. He doesn't remember a thing. The kid, he's dead, you killed him. You collapsed the mine, Fayette said, watching his eyes. But there was no recognition at all, just confusion. The miner was staring at her, wide-eyed. And then he really started panicking and trying to pry himself free. Why, this has to be a mistake. Some terrible mistake, the lad. I would never. Then he was pushed down to the block, and Pierre spoke. Fayette shivered, backing away. No, if Pierre speaks, but he did it, is this right? You are accused, Miner Henri. Pierre's voice rumbled out, as he steadily kept sharpening his blade. His eyes were like death, nothing human shone through them. The ragged figure stood up, and held his blade up, moonlight glinting off the razor. But you do not know your crimes. Henri looked up desperately, seeking mercy, an explanation. How can I not know? I have done nothing wrong. Pierre's voice was a glacier. You lie. You made a deal once, knowing something may be asked of you one day. Even something like this. You accepted, though you do not remember. The miner started struggling. No. No, I wouldn't have. Judgment, death. Fayette turned away, she couldn't watch this one. Marat was still smiling, more vicious now. Deals without the consequence of guilt, a foul thing. He knew what he accepted. The judgment is right. Judgment? What was hers? Did that man deserve to die? Fayette felt her unease growing, like icy fingers grasping at her ribs, as she thought about it, replaying that rolling head. Not like the others, a faceless grey mob, she remembered the expression on this one. How would I judge this? Judge? No. I don't, I just. Her class itched. Need to leave. Fayette began to walk past Marat, away from all this and back to her friends, and then she heard laughter. The last lord, the one she had chased here. See, little maid. See how the rabble acts once grown, let loose. Senseless anger. Madness. The maid felt her unease calm, replaced by fury, and whipped around, meeting a mocking gaze. The lord of the field was now lying on the block, skin peeling from burns, but his eyes still burned with fierce strength, and his gaze did not waver. You would do the same to us. Fayette shouted, stepping towards him, panting. You have no right to speak. The lord just smiled, seeing her anger. My actions are those of justice, of law. Your madness is personal, ceaseless. Then he sneered, spitting down on the ground. I will laugh when your lady friend shares this same block. Will you be the one to judge her? She has benefited from many of her family's sins, you know. Fayette stared at him, stunned, and then was shaken awake by a rumbling voice. Maid, you are holding a blade. Do you wish to judge? You have more right than I. She looked up and saw that Pierre was staring at her. And she felt at her right hand. There was a knife there, waiting. When did I take this out? She took it in front and saw it was just a plain butter knife. But, there was something familiar about it. Choose. Do you wish to judge? Fayette looked forward, meeting the Lord's eyes. They were staring at her, laughing. As if he knew something. She wanted to kill him, yes, just stick a knife in a fight, exterminate. But to judge. That word. It was not something Maids did. A shiver went along her spine, far worse than the previous itches at her class, and the Lord's aura felt stifling. Fayette turned away, panting, and marched away, not looking back once more. It doesn't matter. The Lord was doing something. He'll die anyway. No reason for me to do it. More important things to do. She heard a blade thud against wood but barely took note of it. It was done, not by her, but it didn't really matter. She didn't even hear the system message dinging out, noting her experience gains. Her eyes were on the rising smoke, and the manner she saw outlined among the fire. Marie! Wait just a minute, miss. Mara shouted, jogging to catch up with her. Are you refusing our offer? She slowed just a bit, remembering. Oh, right. Him. Sorry mister, but I don't know you really. I'm not sure I like you, Fayette responded, not looking back. I have my friends. And Marie's. There's no need to hurry the decision. Just wait 1 second, let me give you something. The journalist shouted, and Fayette hesitated. She stopped, turned to the side and stared at what the man was offering her. Another book. A bit better than the last, I hope. I've improved. The man said, smiling. This book had a blue cover too but looked fresher than the previous one. Then he took a card out of his breast pocket and slipped it behind the last page. And an invitation. No need to hurry, search for your answer. His teeth flashed under the crimson moon. I think you'll arrive at the same destination as us. Fayette hesitated for a moment, then nodded once, and took the book. No harm in it. The last one had set her thinking, and the man was smart. She slipped it into her pouch and then turned forward, walking back, dreading what was ahead. The enemies were dead. In a sense, they had succeeded. But the damage. Mireille and Olivia caught up to her midway but did not say anything when they saw the maid's face. Fayette gave them a quick nod, winced when she remembered the pain in her leg, and kept walking forward. She could not feel victory when she saw the lady in the dark, lit by the burning building she was watching, like a ghost of fire. Fayette took a deep breath, then walked closer. Marie! Just how bad have I messed things up for you? Chapter 63 Interlude, Excuses. Marie-Adrienne du Noël paced around her cramped space in agitation, clutching a pen artifact in her hand. The others thought she was in the bedroom she had taken for herself at the inn, but she was actually a bit further inside, hidden away. Inside her hidden cupboard. The first lady skill she had ever gotten, one for someone who didn't always want to be found inside the manor. For someone prone to procrastination and putting things off. Something needed doing? Hide away in the cupboard until a maid finally dragged her out. Not infallible, it could be spotted easily enough, but people tended to look past it unless they were specifically searching. A small, cramped and dark space, but one where you could just barely sit down in with a lantern and draw. A place of safety retreat. If she had access to it, that was. Couldn't have a cupboard in a cavern, really. Marie had thought that having gotten back to civilization from the caverns, she would have been safe again. But no, the greater danger had been outside. And now? She gripped the pen artifact tighter. Consequences. She had not wanted to contact her family for some more time yet, but with matters like this, the lady finally could not put it off any longer. She had no excuse. Sighing, Marie sat down on her knees, then placed a piece of paper onto the floor of the hidden cupboard. She set the artifact down and activated it with her personal seal. A verdant green glow enveloped the pen, and it floated up into position, waiting for the signal. It came almost immediately. The pen jolted. Someone on the other end had picked it up. Marie's heart sank. They were waiting already, they know. It was inevitable, really. It wouldn't be a pleasant conversation, so she had procrastinated on it. Until now, until disaster. The pen started writing, and the bad news started coming. The lady felt just a bit bitter at Fayette for this, but not much. This was a long time coming. She had simply run out of space to run. She read the glowing letters as they appeared on the paper in a clear and elegant script which she recognized immediately: Mother's. And her heart sank with every word. So, you finally make yourself known, fool girl? The damage is done already, word is out that you've been embroiled in a scheme. Not crown level, but the other families are talking. A scandal. You cannot stay on the mainland. Come back at haste, and matters will be arranged. You will be sent off within the week. No signature, but there was no mistaking the sender. Marie picked the pen back up to send a response the other way, but it stopped in place midway through her first stroke. She jolted back from the sensation and let go. Someone's holding the other side. She watched the pen hover there, waiting for clarification. Then the pen wrote again, and the clarification was quite clear indeed. This is not a discussion. That was an order. You know the only answer. Marie did know indeed, but she did not write it. Instead, she wrote 2 letters on the page, then underlined them. No. Her heart was beating wildly. She had said no, directly. There would be consequences. But she had to do it, otherwise, her journey would have been for naught. But that was where the lady was wrong, the consequences were already there. The pen started writing again, and this time she followed the words as they came, and each one was another hammer, trying to nail her coffin into place. I invoked an engagement contract as soon as you disappeared. You are not the only young fool to have ever existed, and ones more clever have succeeded. But not you. Stop. Come back. You are a do Noel. Do your duty. Shaking, Marie jumped up and slammed the door of the cupboard open, finally stepping outside to the bedroom. For a moment, she just stood there, getting used to the brighter light of early morning and cold autumn air. She almost grinned sardonically. So, Mother went that far right away, right after I left. None of this mattered at all in the end, and she's hurrying the process more now. Sent away within a week. Marie did not debate her actions long, she had already sent in her answer, the only answer she could really give. If the timeline were not pushed back, she might have considered going back, then running off again when things actually started to happen. But that would be just more running away, more procrastination. She had no more excuses to go on, so she had made her decision. No more going back. No more hiding away in a cupboard and hoping she was ignored. But in her mind, she still needed something. A new excuse. A fault of hers. Being direct was just so difficult. Why could she do this now, when she hadn't properly run off before? Was she really allowed to? Heart calmed and face frozen, she turned and picked the pen artifact back up from behind her, along with the paper, and let her hidden cupboard fade away. The door vanished, and only a small marking made with pencil was left on the wall. She smudged it, then turned to walk away. That skill was the start of it, wasn't it? A skill not proper for a lady on its own, but one that could be advanced in the correct direction with skill trainers and the right guidance. Perhaps into a grand bastion skill for a fortress. She understood why her family had set her on that path, but she would step it no longer. Marie walked forward, opened the door to the next room forward, and saw her hired hunters. No, that was wrong. Friends now, maybe. Her eyes lingered on the maid for a moment longer than the others. Hopefully. She got a few stairs back as she stepped in, but the others soon went right back to what they had been doing. The room was holding a court session of sorts. Fayette, the accused, was kneeling on the ground by the beds in penance, and Mireille, the prosecutor, was pacing in front of her, furious. For a moment, Marie shuddered, remembering the other trial scene she had seen. Just the aftermath though, it was all well over when she saw the bloody results. Hopefully, no heads roll this time. The seamstress was desperately trying to invent new expletives. You absolute acorn-headed half-oxen thief! Your sticky hands are bad enough, but the complete lack of sense. Marie tuned out of it and looked over at the table. The offending object, a finely ornamented blue gemstone that shone with magic to her eyes. One very similar to something she herself possessed. Their party had been tracked here, and the question had been how. After a comprehensive search of their belongings, Marie had spotted the cursed thing. A noble's personal command seal. A dead noble's command seal, taken off the body, with no wardings against scrying on it. Marie silently walked to the table, then picked it into her hand. So cool and jagged. She closed her eyes and called forth to her power source, and the earth magic roiled on her skin. Not under it, just a bit over, behind a thin layer of protection, along the diagram's lane there. Always present, if not always visible. No risk of infection. The lady channeled it all into her right hand, at the same time closing it tight and ground the command seal to dust with the strength of bedrock. Only the screech of gem being torn down ran through the room. The others were staring silently. Marie opened her eyes, calmly took out a small pouch from her bag with her left hand, then let the gemstone dust fall inside it. She deposited it on the table, then nodded at Fayette. There. It can't be tracked anymore now. Keep it safe, it would be very valuable to a mage. The maid hesitantly stood up. Really, again, sorry. Sorry my mess caught you up in it. Looking at the woman clad in black and white, Marie felt conflicted. Frustrated that it had come to this, but also strangely grateful. She had finally made her decision. If matters hadn't been forced, maybe she would still be putting it off. No, she didn't really feel angry at her. More so, she felt a certain tingling down her spine. She remembered how it had felt being forcibly dressed down by the maid and paused, grimacing. Why is that always the first thing that pops into my mind? Marie shook her head, forcing a look of sympathy into her eyes. She didn't want to make Fayette feel more guilty, and she was good at faking her expression. Nobody had seen through her calm in the mines. Nobody saw her panic now. Things had been forced, and she had made her decision because of that. No more putting things off. Now she just really needed that excuse. I don't blame you, Marie finally said, shaking her head. You don't know of magic, so you couldn't have known that you could be tracked. It is a very valuable thing, so I can understand taking it. Mireille started grinding on Fayette's head again. That's the thing. This fool didn't take it to use or sell for the value. I bet she just wanted to have another shiny thing in her collection, right, Faye? The maid and seamstress mocked a small fight, somewhat playful, but stopped when they saw that Marie wasn't reacting at all. The lady was just staring forward, into emptiness. Hey, was it that bad? Did we mess things up that badly? Fayette asked, rising back up. The concern in her eyes warmed Marie a tad, so she laughed softly as she let herself fall back onto the bed behind her. She imagined it as a bottomless pit, but it was actually very soft. Not really dramatic enough for a moment like this. The lady sighed. Had they succeeded or failed in the end here? There was no more strike, but there was also no more lord to manage things. A traitor had been taken out, but a lot of valuable property had been destroyed too. Her name had been soiled in a plot, but all the principal accusers were dead, along with any evidence they had gathered. More pursuit was unlikely to come. At least for quite a while. How could she make a calculus on all that? But that was the thing, and that was why she was laughing. Because she had really known it from the start, all along. This whole adventure, a farce of a thing, an excuse. Solve an issue at a mine so I can get some respect from the family? Who was I fooling? It had all been an excuse. A justification so she could run away for a while, play around at being a real lady, take some time off. So she laughed, on and on for how silly it was. And Fayette stared, silent. It doesn't matter, she finally managed to cough out, when a very concerned maid put a cold hand on her forehead. She swatted the hand away, then sat back up, looking at the others. It never mattered, from the start. Whether I succeeded or failed here. Not really. Fayette met her eyes. But you knew that from the start, didn't you? Marie tried to fall back down on the bed, but the maid grabbed her by the shoulder, keeping those emerald eyes locked on. I think you did know, back then when we talked. Does it matter? You did something here. The touch at her shoulder was distracting her thoughts, but still, the lady had to admit it really didn't matter. It had been fun. She had met new people. She had leveled. What was my original plan anyway? Maybe I had thought that I could go back after a while, beg forgiveness, and run away again once the talks got more serious. Blah. She looked down from Fayette's eyes and tried to say the words, but it was still just so hard. But she had made her decision, even if some part of her mind panicked at the thought. Her voice was soft, but she was sure the maid heard. Just give me an excuse. Help me think of some, would you? The maid let go of her shoulder and started fixing up her hair. It had gotten tangled up against the bed. Her scalp tickled. An excuse? What for? Fayette asked. Just. It would make me feel better, and more secure. Can I really do this? No, More like, why can't I do it? They'll be after me, you know. Fayette took her hands off, giving her a look. A groom on the chase. For starters, of course, Marie said, then continued, just a tad bitter. Do I need to find someone else and get married first? Isn't that how your scenarios and stories tend to go? You've read lots, right? Damn all the scenarios, the maid said, giving her head a pat. Then the maid pointed at herself. I'll drive all of them away. Marie hid a smile, those words. So familiar. She could almost close her eyes and imagine a young maid in waiting, giggling with her as they talked over similar topics. A different maid or even, a sister? Do I have the right to those words anymore? But this maid, was very different. Marie opened her eyes and narrowed them at Fayette, some mocking doubt in them. And what exactly will you do? When a lord comes calling. The morning light flashed on Fayette's eyes, like the glint of a knife half as sharp as the combat maid's voice. I've dealt with others. And then Marie felt shivers. Tingles up her spine. Yes, there was the difference, the edge of danger. Frightening, but also thrilling in a way. She remembered the sight. A maid walking back under a crimson moon, blood splattered on her uniform, crossbow bolt in her thigh. Peeking down, she saw only the maid's long dress and apron, but she could remember the bandages that had been worked in under there. So much blood. But the doctor was good, and she had those strange pills. And the maid had not reacted at all to the crossbow bolt, not after returning from that site of execution, the plaza of headless bodies. She had not spoken of what had passed there. Marie breathed deep, calming the tingles of danger in her body. Is this how danger sense feels? Sharp, but oddly reassuring too. She bit her lip. It really was working. She felt a bit better already. She could almost get the right words out, but maybe just a bit more. Right, there's one excuse. I think that one's fine. I think I'll need a few more though. I'm still a lady. Duty to house and people and all that. Can I really just run off from all that? Mireille stepped forward, giving her a knowing look. Think hard on what family exactly you owe duty to. Not everyone deserves it. Aren't there those more deserving? Marie flinched back. Right, she had told her. I wonder, where are those two right now? How would I even search? But even with them, a lady with no backing. Then I'd truly be an outcast, she mused. You've seen that my family name has power. I'd be throwing it all off. What use would I be then? Not really power of your own then, is it? Olivia said, also looking at her pointedly. The doctor raised a lecturing hand up. Do you think the first ladies sprang into being all connected like that? If you want power, grab it and hoard it, but don't rely on things alone, they don't last. And then Marie began wondering what the gloomy woman's story was, and why she always ended up drinking so much. She looked back to Fayette, then to Mireille, then nodded. I wonder when I really became part of this? Stopped being just a weird client for them? Down in the cavern? Or in that sauna? A weight was being lifted, but it was not quite there yet. Besides, you helped the miners here, Fayette said, then paused for a moment. I think so at least. Who could you help overseas? Not your house's people at least. Marie let out a long sigh, then almost chuckled. All right, I think all that covers it. Duty, family, danger, let it all sod off. She looked to the side, peeking at Fayette, a playful grin almost forming. Shall we go for a 3? That's how these things are best, right? One more excuse? Do you have something tucked in that apron of yours? It didn't really matter, her decision was made. But excuses were nice, like a cupboard she could hide away in. A bit more time before she had to clean her room or get cleaned up. Until a maid forced her to, that was. But when the maid smiled at her and dug into her apron's big magical pouch, the lady began to feel anticipation and excitement. So maybe it did matter after all. More than in just excuses. And then Fayette pulled out a book. Marie eyed it skeptically, not what she had expected. True, she does read, but what on earth? The maid handed the book over to her, winking. Fayette pointed at her 2 other friends. Reason number 3, I need you around. These 2 are no good, you see. They never discuss my books with me. Or like my real spicy cooking. But you read, right? And you have proper taste, unlike these uncivilized. Mireille crossed her arms, glaring at Fayette. Marie, I think we need you too. Maybe you can knock some sense into this sticky pod fool. I swear she has no sense at all half the. Fayette poked the seamstress on the nose, she poked back, and then the two really started bickering. Marie smiled at that a nostalgic sight, then looked down at the book. A blue cover. Friend of the People Volume 15. She hummed to herself. I wonder what Fayette wants me to read? The book almost tingled in her arms, the excitement of something shared. Marie decided to peek midway into the book, for a bit of a hint. She opened a random page and began to read from the top. Therefore, removing lords and ladies from our society peacefully is impossible, as class conversion to more icon of the people-oriented directions will not be guaranteed, and the hold of entrenched power is deep. Blood will be spilled, lords, ladies and their servants, but it will be worthwhile in service of the. She closed the book, then stared at Fayette. Stared. Then she really laughed, feeling the last ties fall off, and felt truly free. At peace. And blessedly, not alone. I really am lucky to have found them, even if some have concerning reading habits. She shook her head, then went to split off the escalating brawl. Fayette was already drawing out her broom, and Olivia was heading to the other room. That night, she penned one last letter home. She looked over the resulting text with satisfaction, licked the tip of her pen artifact, then broke it in half. The next morning, she crushed her personal command seal to dust and dropped it all down a river. Let them come then. Dearest mother, father. I am running off to the colonies, as I have found the most wonderful man to wed. We have already done the unspeakable together, so I fear my chastity is ruined. There is no need to come searching. Best regards. Marie. Henriette du Noël noted the lack of a family name in the signing. She did not sigh, get angry, or feel upset in any other way. Fools will be fools. And the blatant lies were, too blatant. She knew her daughter and her unfortunate tendencies. Getting wedded by herself fat chance. She turned her head up and looked at the grim lord sitting in front, marking down text as he listened to a ticking artifact. More bad news? Henriette felt a headache coming. She had already promised haste, but that the girl would go this far. She had miscalculated. Marie usually only put things off a few weeks at most. Where has she found a spine? She coughed into her hand politely, then gave a brief bow when the lord looked up. Very brief. Not one bit too low or long, she knew her etiquette. My apologies, it seems the ceremony will be delayed. But I shall see the matter settled. The lord grimaced. I am really starting to reconsider whether this is all worth it. He glanced at the paper, then hit a button on the ticker artifact, pausing it. There's more bad news. The Nordic Union is making moves in Vinland again, and I really need to get back there. My men are waiting. Also seems there's some restlessness in the people. In the people? Henriette asked, evoking a suitably interested tone of voice. Even during imminent war. The lord's face was grim. Seems they are starting to tire of a queen so far removed from them, and of taxes taken overseas. Nothing major yet, but trouble like this brews like moonshine a few years unattended, and things will get explosive. The lady nodded. Then we best hurry, I'm sure Marie will be of use to you. I know you know your classes. The lord sighed and rubbed his mustache. So be it. But I tire of your words. He stood up, then began marching off, a true lord of conquest. Level 32. I shall fetch her myself. New party member gained. Marie Adrienne du Noël. Class, Stone Bastion Lady, Tier 2. Level, 22. Skills. Household, 3/4. Hidden Cupboard, Rank 2. Appraise, Rank V. Boon of the Stone Bastion, Plus, Rank 3. Womanly Arts, 3/4. Picture of Health, Rank 3. Control Conversation, Plus, Rank 2. Waltz Partner Rank 4. Earth Spellcraft, 2/4. Earth Magic Affinity, Rank 3. Conjure Stone Spear, Rank I. Capstone Skills, 1/1. Elegant Tea Party. Free Skills, 4/4. Elemental Ink, Rank 2. Basic Monster Binding, Rank 4. Disguise Identity, Basic, Rank 2. Basic Rope Making, Bed Sheets, Rank I. Chapter 64 Secrets. In the beginning, it is said there were no classes. What did that society look like? That is a question I ask myself often. What kind of ruler would make the ideal society? In the years 50-500 as, the Helen city-states employed a system of senators, who were elected by public vote. Naturally, only the educated were allowed to vote, but the system still had its issues. Firstly, high-level senators losing elections often caused disasters as their skills faded from the nation, which often meant that those high-level senators preferred becoming tyrants instead. Second, even times of stability and balance could be upset by particularly high-level nomad warlords riding out from the steppe and easily warding off the relatively weaker senators. In addition to this system, there are the completely leaderless tribes of the East and West, as well as the opening words from Friend of the People, Vol. 15 by P. Mara. A room in an inn was in a state of standoff. Not in a row, the party had hurried out of that town rather fast and had been circling back westward, until they had ended up in this standoff. One side, a maid and her broom, a formidable foe certainly, despite the lack of metal casing on the tool. The other side, a seamstress backed into the room's corner, desperately protecting something within her arms. Someone trying to protect, and someone trying to attack. A classic setup truly, one of the greats. Like all standoffs, this one hadn't started from nowhere. It was fated, even. Actions had consequences. Even ones put off and hidden. Even secret. For all secrets are eventually revealed. Stop protecting that thing. I will kill it. No, you won't. Back off, Faye, there's no reason for you to act like this. The maid growled and took a step forward, broom looming. It is a maid's duty. The seamstress hissed, taking another step backward. No, it's not. This is a special case. You know there are no special cases with these, don't you remember what we've just been through? That thing, how can you stand it? Mireille flared up in outrage, and threw her right hand out, revealing the white, fuzzy, and little spider clutched against her chest. She pointed at it, proudly. Char is not a thing. She's a good girl, you'll see. It was still small, the size of a fist, but growing. 8 eyes peered around curiously, and fuzzy legs wiggled. Fayette flinched back, reeling in disgust. It has a name. Mireille did not relent and held her gaze steady. Of course, she has a name. She's a good egg, ate all the others. She'll behave. Yes, the spider had finally been revealed. Mireille had been hiding it for a few days now, but with a maid about, no spider could truly stay under cover, or skirt, for long. This morning, the seamstress had not been quick enough to hide Char when Fayette walked inside her room without knocking. The result? Disaster. Marie was standing off to the side, hesitating as she looked between the pair, and even Olivia was glaring at the spider, as she ominously sharpened a knife in the room's darkest corner, far from any windows. Fayette gritted her teeth. There are no good spiders. Do you have any idea how many webs I've had to remove in my life? And then the caverns. You didn't even have to eat spiders. You have no say in this. Fayette flinched back at the accusation, then looked around the room for support. She pointed at the ominous doctor, grinning. I don't? Well, even Olivia agrees, right? We can't let that thing live. The gloomy figure stopped sharpening her knife, then blinked, relaxing instantly. Oh, I don't actually mind it. Fayette stumbled a step and stared, incredulous. You don't? Olivia shrugged. A tool is a tool, that's how I see it. I just wanted to practice being ominous. She flipped the knife around, then went back to looming. The maid took a deep breath, saw the hesitation on Marie's face, then turned back to Mireille, while still strong as the broom she held. Well, I still don't accept it. I'm the one who cleans around here, right? I have authority on pests. Char is not a pest. Marie, help me out here, Fayette's being dumb again. I am not. Just a moment, please, a careful voice broke in, as Marie finally entered the conversation. She took a step forward, separating the quarrel, then turned to the maid. Fayette, I think you're going about this all wrong. The broom was not lowered yet, and only a voice of doubt answered. What do you mean? A clever gleam shone in Marie's eyes. Of course, a lady would never approach such a situation without a proper plan. If you think about it, really, she winked a conspiratorial eye, aren't spiders just the mates of the insect world? That finally was enough to send even Fayette for a loop, and the broom dropped to the ground. The maid stared, affronted. What spider maids? Are you serious? Of course. Think about it, we only saw spiders, and even more spiders in those caverns, because they were so effective at keeping the place clear. You can't deny that, right? Well, maybe, but... Besides, Marie held up a finger, waited for Fayette to shush, then started listing things out. They build up nests to their liking, using webs to make places suitable for spider life, and they catch all other pests about. Is that not a bit maid-like? Well, maybe a bit, but still. And it's not just a wild spider. The lady said, then pointed at Char. If Mireille can train it properly, it might even help you keep other pests out. Mireille nodded. I have beast tamer, and besides, she held the spider out, and it wiggled in her hand, all 8 legs scuttling about. She's pretty cute, right? And that made even Marie pause. The room fell into silence. Fayette felt pity. Ah, being all alone in the mines really has gotten to her. Now her mind's gone all wrong. Finally, she turned away shaking her head, but still folded her arms and pouted. Well, fine. But I'm still not satisfied with this. Mireille carefully approached, moving the spider to her shoulder. I'll make sure things go fine. Don't you trust my skills? I trust you enough, maybe you'll be able to handle that thing. Just... She turned back around, pointing at herself. If you get one, then I want a pet too. What, like a cat? No, those get so much hair everywhere. I want a... I don't know. I'll think of something. Are you sure? Olivia asked, rising up from her looming spot. Most animals are pretty messy. Fayette glared around the room. I will have my pet someday. She said, a note of finality to it, daring anyone to disagree. Marie just sighed, relieved that there had been no fire this time. She smiled at the maid. Well, I'm glad we got this all settled. Fayette frowned, then poked the lady in the head. Settled? Oh no, things aren't settled for you yet. Teaming up against me like that. I think it's finally time. Time, the lady asked, taking a wary step back. Fayette first looked at Oliva, then Mireille, then finally turned back to Marie. She nodded. Time for you to spill all the secrets of nobility you've got hidden away in that head of yours. Mireille stood up, eyes gleaming. Right. We're pretty far away now from everything now, we should have time to go through all that. Olivia started sharpening her knife again, and the shadows seemed to grow around her. Been a while since our last interrogation. Marie gulped. Secrets? Secrets of nobility. Just what were all those powerful bloodlines keeping hidden? It was not for naught that spies and infiltrators carried much weight in this world. Everyone wanted to know. And there were no secrets within a hunter party. Everyone had agreed on that one. And so, the interrogation began. Marie sat on the bed, sweating as 3 women loomed over her. They were negotiating. Who would get first pick? Eventually, Mireille won out, having picked out the longest stick. The others took a few steps back as she turned to Marie, smiling gently. Right, don't worry Marie, we're not in a hurry. We'll get through everything. The lady took in a deep breath, then firmed her eyes, fists tight. I'm ready. Mireille nodded, satisfied. Char was sat upon her shoulder, peering curiously. Right then. First issue, this one has really been nagging at me. You admitted yourself that you haven't really done much of note before this, and you're not that much older than the rest of us. So. She let the word drag, building anticipation, then clapped her hands. Why are you so high level? Higher than any of us? Marie blinked. Mireille continued, eyes slowly growing bloodshot. Does bloodline affect leveling pace? Can it be inherited? Some type of magic? There has to be something. Well, I had tutors. The seamstress spun around, and Char almost fell off. What? Tutors? Is that really all it takes? Marie frowned. Hey, it wasn't easy. In families like ours, these types of things are carefully planned out. There's not much room for mistakes. A vein bulged. Not easy? A tutor handing out levels is not easy. They don't just hand out levels. Marie spat, a bit irritated. They only plan things out. I still had to do it all. I first leveled to a level 15 sketcher in 1.5 years, upgraded the class, then gave it up, then used the bonus from that to level up my lady class. The things I had to do weren't easy, you know. Fayette scoffed, leaning against the room's back wall. 1.5 years to level 15? Hardly impressive. I'm not sure I'm impressed with these tutors. Mireille spun around and gave her a quick hit on the head. Shut up, Faye. How long did it take you to get level 7 exactly? Do I need to remind you? The maid thought for a moment. Her eyes widened. Oh. Oh. The seamstress closed her eyes. I swear your long-term memory, gah. I'm getting distracted again. She took some calming breaths, then examined the lady with a careful eye. So that's the trick, eh? Complement natural talent with a careful plan, then have some tutor skills boost things. I guess some classes are easier to level than others. But are there drawbacks? Marie nodded. Fewer skills. I guess the sort of artificial nature of it clashes with the path. And what good are levels really, if they don't give out skills? Mireille hummed in thought. So could I try and redo my seamstress class right now? How big is that bonus anyway? Could I zoom past this point? No, that's different, Marie said, shaking her head. There's something different with using the same class the first time. Bonuses aren't there anymore. Would be just self-sabotage. The seamstress silently cursed, shook her fist at the sky, then walked to the side, giving the next person the stage. Olivia stepped forward, giving the lady a cool look. I only want to know one thing really. One thing? Marie asked, gulping. What sinister experiment would she? The doctor nodded. One thing. Why exactly do they want people to get that license thing at their university before taking on a doctor class? It's really annoying. They say it's to make sure things are safe and sure, their graduates do know a lot of things. But that shouldn't matter. There are skills. Olivia squeezed her fist, eyes growing intense for just a moment. Damned skills. Don't even need any knowledge if you have the right skills. Why does some license matter? Sorry, but it's just that. I don't know. Marie said, apologetic. The doctor stared. You don't know? Nope. I haven't been to the academy, really. Shit, Olivia cursed, then moved to the side. Your turn, Faye. The maid just stared at Marie for a long moment, then said one word. Magic. Magic. Fayette nodded. Magic. And the lady smiled. That, I can tell you about. She looked over the room, and it wasn't just the maid who was focused on this answer. Olivia and Mireille also had that hunger in their eyes. Marie nodded at all three, forming her plan. Right, I think. Shall we go then? Best we go outside and maybe wait for nightfall. Because. She let the moment drag, seeing the building anticipation. I can get you three tested. That night, on a hilltop just outside of town, 4 women gathered under the gleaming moon, ready to talk about magic. There was a slight fog out, and the leaves were rustling in the wind, like eerie chimes. A time for magic. A witching hour. Fayette threw her arm out at the crescent moon. When shall we three meet again? In thunder, lightning, or in rain? Faye, there are 4 of us. Mere. That's not how the next part goes. Do you really have to quote your books at a moment like this? It's not even a book, it's a play. You are so uncivilized. Tell her, Marie. The lady smiled as she prepared her tools, little pouches of powders and gleaming pieces of chalk. She looked up and winked at the maid, then gestured at the moon herself, chalk held up. When the hurly-burly's done. When the battle's lost and won. Fayette smiled and gave a grateful nod. Thank you. Mireille groaned. Great, now there are 2 of them. Olivia was just confused. What even is a hurly-burly? It's the main character's capstone skill, always causes a disaster when used, Fayette said, eyes shining. Marie walked to their middle. Have you really seen that play? Fayette grimaced. No, just read the script. The Lord had it in his library. Makes sense, it was a very fashionable thing some years back. You know, we should go see it sometime. Wait, I can do that. I don't see why not. And the maid smiled. Yes, let's do it then. Once we have the money. And time. Marie made a discreet fist pump, but Mireille just stared, annoyed. Weren't we supposed to get to the magic? It's no hurry, the night is young. Olivia took out her notepad, ready to jot down any secrets revealed. So you really don't need a special bloodline or anything to become a mage? Marie nodded. The way I see it fundamentally, A mage is no different from any other class. But no other class uses magic, Mireille said, pointing out the flawed reasoning. Mundane tools with boosts from the system. But a mage does not need skills at all to do that, right? How can that be the same? Because Marie said, then let her magic out, lines of green spreading out on her skin, jagged but orderly, magic is just another tool. Like you using a needle, Olivia using a scalpel, or Fayette using a broom. But that magic is in you, right? I don't have needles growing out of my skin. You have magic all over yours. No, that is where you are wrong. Marie held her forearms out, showing everyone the magical diagrams that were slowly forming on the surfaces. These are just bindings to guide the magic along, laid on me by our family's mage. The magic is not mine, any more than that needle is yours. Fayette recalled a curious bit, and circled the lady, eyeing her carefully. That diagram at your back, she finally said, it never fades like the other bits. Marie blinked. Well, it should fade. She turned to the other two. You two haven't seen it lately, right? Only when you use magic, Olivia said, still jotting down every word into her notebook. Mireille peered at the diagram, which shone through the clothing. So, there is a difference? Does Fayette have magic, and we don't? Marie shook her head. No, but yes. There are differences, just as people have different natural talents. Some can run well, others have more nimble limbs, others are smarter. Magic potential is the same. Everyone has some, but everyone is not equal. But none of you have magic yourselves. And neither do I. Fayette felt her pulse quicken, and she leaned forward. I have more potential? Well, where does the magic come from, then? Monster cores. Marie gave an almost nod and took a step back from the maid right at her skin. Close but not quite. Mana monster iffies creatures, and they then start producing more mana. And you've heard the stories of that happening to people. Everyone shivered, Olivia most of all. Then Mireille gasped with realization and snapped her fingers. The fire elemental. Marie nodded. Exactly. A mage is actually a specialized class. Originally, there were only monster binders. Mages use monsters for magic. Olivia asked, taking notes at an ever-growing pace. Well, basically, yes. The lady gestured at her back. This diagram, it holds a bound earth elemental. A power source. There was a moment of silence, finally broken by a maid who peered very close at the lady's back. Moonlight hit her dress, but a subtle green glow was also visible through. She squinted her eyes. There's a monster inside there? Ew. Marie flinched as if slapped, then covered her back with her arms, blushing. What do you mean, ew? The way bindings work, it's not even really there. It's a whole dimension away. Fayette blinked. Oh, all right then. That's probably fine. Mireille sighed. That's really not the important part. She looked up at the lady, face serious. So using those bindings, you can control monsters. To an extent, yes. So all the monster attacks that have been on the rise. The lady stood silent for a second, then started rapidly shaking her head. Oh, no. Those are natural. Mostly. You can't really control many monsters, you see. 1 or 2 is the maximum for most. Mireille let out a breath of relief. How bad is it that we know this? Marie thought for a moment. There are many non-nobles who know. Influential people, personal servants, merchants, that sort. But the actual teachings, she shook her head. Right, I think I get it, the seamstress said, nodding. You basically need a mage to make a mage. One binds a monster, then seals it, letting another person use it as a mage. Just knowing how it works isn't enough. Can you teach us? Fayette asked, almost vibrating from excitement. Magic, real magic. Could she do it too? Marie hesitated. Well, some. But I can't do the full bindings. I'm a lady, not a mage, so I don't have proper monster sealing from my class. Had to use free skills for that. Mireille poked the lady in the back, and she jumped. The seamstress was doubtful, so if someone messes with this thing you can't fix it. You'll lose your magic. Well, most of it. I have a skill now, Earth Magic Affinity, which lets me use some on my own. But I can repair it too. A bit. Fayette dragged Mireille away. Back to the teaching thing. No distractions. Enough with the interrogation. This was magic. Marie gave a grateful nod, then took out a handful of glowing grey powder from a pouch. She cupped it in her hand, protecting it from the wind, and motioned the others closer. They huddled together, like witches in a moonlit coven, and the lady began. I'll let just a bit of mana seep into you with through powder here, a very safe amount, and then your body will respond. The response will color this powder depending on your affinities. Who wants to go first? Fayette instantly shot her arm forward, eyes shining. Marie nodded. Right, now stay still, this might tickle just a bit. Fayette held her breath as a third of the powder was dropped into Fayette's outstretched hand. She almost shook when Marie then extended a small tendril of green magic through, touching the powder. She was sweating and holding back a twitch, it really did tickle her. What is it going to be? Fire? Fire would be nice. The powder turned blue. Fayette stared a long second, building heat turning cold, then finally asked the burning question. That's not fire, is it? Marie smiled. Congratulations. You've got a decent capacity for water magic. Fayette felt a twinge of disappointment but held it back. Not fire. Well, maybe this could work too. Water is good. Because her eyes were still shining like they had in her childhood, when she had first discovered the myriad stories hidden away in books. So what if it was not fire? It was still magic. Can I now do magic? How do I start? Do I have to draw those things on? Mireille groaned, slapping her forehead. Faye, did you not listen at all to the explanation earlier? You would need a bound monster to get mana from first. Where can I get one? Marie's face was apologetic. Sorry, but I can't do proper bindings, even if we did find one. Something close to water. We would need an actual mage to do it. Fayette's face fell. Then I can't do magic after all. Well, not right now at least. All the magic in the moment faded. The mystic rustling of the leaves calmed, the moonlight went under shadow of cloud, and the poetry faded from her mind. A mundane night was left behind, just sticks, dirt and grass. No magic. Fayette slumped backward, back falling into the soft grass, and her head bumped onto the ground. No, magic. Marie hesitated a moment, realizing she had made a slight miscalculation, then turned to the others with a forced smile. Well, who's next? Mireille shuffled closer and extended her arm. Same process, powder onto the arm, a hint of magic in the same spot, and the powder changed color. A duller color this time. Orangish-brown. Marie nodded. Slight fire affinity. Weaker than Fayette was with water. The maid covered her eyes and grumbled about things being unfair. Mireille just looked at the spot where magic had flowed, focused. How strong exactly is your affinity, Marie? If Fayette is decent, and I am less so. Well, my family did choose this for me, you know. I am pretty fortunate, not quite like a proper archmage, but I reckon I could have been a decent mage too. Mireille narrowed her eyes. So if you are a good few steps above us and I am a step below Fayette, she sighed. This won't exactly do me much good, will it? Well, no. Not really. Unless you get a really strong power source and practice a lot, but that would be dangerous, and Marie was starting to realize she should have put more thought into this bit, then turned to the silent doctor. How about you? I'll pass. Everyone looked up at that, and Fayette almost bristled in outrage. What? Olivia, what are you saying? That's magic? Olivia just shook her head. I'm not letting mana get close to my body, sorry. I've seen what it can do. Marie stilled. I've noticed from your accent, but were you possibly at the Thames? Plague, yes. The doctor finished, face grim. She slowly took out her flask, and drank a long sip from it, then exhaled. I've seen what rampaging mana can do to people. Monsters are bad enough, but when it happens to people and combines with disease. Marie shivered, nodding, then put away the last bit of the powder. I don't blame you. Fayette was just confused, she had no idea what the others were talking about. PSS Mireille, what was this Thames incident they're talking about? She asked, whispering. The seamstress shook her head. I don't remember much, not much news came out. It was some years back, I think. But she looked at the grim doctor. Maybe now is not the time. Fayette sighed, then nodded and laid herself back on the hilltop. After a moment of silence, Marie sat beside her. Sorry about the disappointment, but I just really don't have the skills to do it properly. I thought this would be nice. The maid stared at the moon above, as the clouds finally cleared enough for it to be seen. Don't worry, I don't blame you, she said, just a bit melancholy. Just felt like a magical night. Not so much anymore. Marie was silent for a moment, then began taking out her drawing tools. Well, there was a reason I wanted to do this at night. Do you want to make this just a bit more magical? Fayette's heart thumped, and suddenly the moment was magical again. The wind blew through her hair, and her skin prickled at the cold night air, like a veil of mystic snow had just fallen on her. She turned her head to the smiling lady. How? A wink. A bit of magic vision. What things really look like. Fayette began to get up manically, but Marie stopped her and gestured the maid back down. No, don't get up, I'll have to draw a sigil on you. Mireille, Olivia, do you want in? No, came one reply, the doctor's, with little hesitation. Mireille took a while longer. She watched the pair a moment, then turned to walk away. I think I'll do this a bit later if you can. Let's let Fayette have a go first, whatever this is. Two pairs of footsteps began trotting off, but Fayette didn't hear them. She heard only the sound of Marie's preparations, a bag being opened, and the lady's knees brushing on the grass as she kneeled. A face blocked her view of the sky. And then Marie began drawing a pattern on her face. With magic. Her heart thundered. The paintbrush felt cool and soft, and there was a prickly feel from it, almost like something entering her. Mana? A safe amount, surely. The lady's face was locked in focus, a slight bite at the lip and one eye closed, as she carefully measured each precise line. It felt like 3 circles, and then a line, and then. Then Marie pulled on a thread of magic, and a line came out from the maid's skin, attaching to the lady's forehead. A link, connecting one head to the other. It throbbed with a soft and calm power, like a small trickle of water above her eyes. With this you should see something quite interesting, Marie said, a twinkle in her eye. She moved over from her position, to sit by Fayette's side. And the maid saw the sky again. The second moon. What is that? The normal moon was whitish as always, and not full on this night. But the other one, the new one, it was bright. And blue. But the light, it seemed so much brighter. It shone full, an unnatural tone, and Fayette felt in her heart that it would never fade like the other one, but loom full like that, for eternity. Marie spoke softly. That is the true form of this system of ours. Fayette remembered lines she had been taught from a book, but she had never really believed. I thought it was just a metaphor, a watchful eye. Well, it is always watching, I suppose. Only the saints know what's up there. She tried speaking to it, that one option that always hung there in the background, ready to be accessed. She flexed a small mental bit, asking, but not choosing. Do you wish to forfeit your class, Combat Maid? You would gain an uncommon leveling bonus to your next one. Warning, this action cannot be revoked. As the messages came, Fayette almost felt like she saw a twinkle above, a thin line, some sort of connection. But much too small for her to truly make out. A mirage? She answered the prompt with a no, and the twinkle faded. But there was still a second moon in the sky. Magic! And looking at it she felt a longing. A call many had felt before. The very top of the world. I wonder, have any maids ever been up there? Become saints? Marie chuckled. Hasn't been an ascension in centuries, and I can't say I've ever heard of a maid reaching level 100. Fayette did not voice her answer. Chapter 65, The Monster of Brookmire Bog. How about a penguin? What even is that? Can you get one out here? True. But I found char down in a cavern, so who knows what is laying out there, hidden away. Let me think for a moment. An owl? I've heard those can be pretty clean. No. No birds. I hate birds. So many droppings. Isn't that true for most animals? As a maid, you've had to clean up after a lot of different things, right? Well, I suppose that is true. Maybe we could match? I get a giant spider, then you get a giant ant? They're orderly, right? Ew, no bugs either. I don't know how you can stand that thing. Look, it's wiggling again. Pat pat, good girl, Char. Don't encourage it, that looks disgusting. Well, maybe you are just really hard to please. What do you think, Marie? Is Char really that bad? I hate to admit it, but she's starting to look sort of cute to me too. Not you too. No, I'll find a nice, clean, and cute pet. Maybe a reptile of some sort? They don't leave fur or feathers around at least. Now that's an idea. Maybe like a snake or something could be good, it could even eat that stupid spider and… Hey! Fayette stuck out her tongue, snickering. It was your suggestion, Miri dear. Miri grimaced, patting the spider on her shoulder. Don't you start doing that too. It is a pretty cute nickname, Marie admitted, trailing the other two. And finally, Olivia spoke too. She was leading their procession along the road, keeping a watchful eye forward, and very distinctly not participating in the prior convo. The gloomy doctor looked back, sunken eyes halting the rest of the crew, and she spoke 2 words. We're here. Everybody looked forward. Past a bend in the road, the trees finally got out of the way to reveal a building standing atop a hill, the sight every traveler eagerly awaited, hunger in their stomach. The inn. This one was just like many others, boards and crimson paint worn by age and wind, but still inviting. The party hurried their steps. Mireille hid Char inside her cloak and Olivia took a sip from her flask. Marie took a few running steps, then realized she really didn't have the energy for it and slowed down. They had split up their supplies more, so everyone had to carry packs now. Just as she was about to lag behind, a maid grabbed her by the hand and forcibly dragged the lady forward. No getting left behind. It had been a dreary journey from their previous stop, and Fayette still found herself looking up every now and then, searching for that magical second moon. Mireille had seen it too by now, but only Fayette still occasionally begged for another viewing, which the lady had relented to giving the first few times. But it took resources, so eventually they stopped. And Fayette didn't feel satisfied. Need to get to a proper town so we can stock up on all those fancy materials. Ah, if only I could see it with my own power. She gripped the lagging lady's hand tighter, dragging her up the slope, all the way to the inn's door. There, she finally let go, and Marie collapsed to the ground, panting. Fayette looked at her exhaustion, disapproving. If you're really going to live this on-the-road lifestyle, you have to work on your energy. Marie looked up, meeting her eyes, and some form of not quite resolve burned there. Slowly, she stood back up, wiping the dust off her dress. Don't worry. I won't get left behind, she managed to say between intakes of breath. Fayette smiled, took out a handkerchief, then wiped the sweat off the lady's brow. That's the spirit. For some reason, that seemed to make her face redden more. Fayette narrowed her eyes, staring. Did I push her too hard? I don't think my training regimen was quite this bad. I am just, Marie sputtered, frozen in place. With a flick of her wrist, she snatched the handkerchief away and took a step back. I'll do that on my own. But thanks. Was she the type who didn't like to be fussed over? For some reason, Fayette didn't feel that was quite right. Noble customs are so complicated, I might have to get back to my books if my maid instincts are this lacking. Shaking her head, she turned back towards the inn, then paused. A seamstress hurriedly turned away. Why does Mireille look so smug? Mireille pushed past Olivia and stepped into the inn first. And in an inn, there was of course an innkeeper. The man was already waiting at the reception table, a wide stomach but a wider smile. Like the jolly man from winter solstice celebrations. He gave their group a relaxed bow, gesturing them forward. Welcome to L'Auberge de Payable, I'm Martin and I keep this here inn. The counter was clean, and the inside of the inn seemed to be in good shape, despite the slightly decrepit outside. Grey autumn light filtered through windows, but the fire roaring in the central hearth gave it a warm glow and drove the cold away. Mireille stepped forward, taking charge of money matters. They had let Marie have a go at the last place, but a lady's spending habits had been a bit questionable. We would like to have 4 beds, and a proper meal as soon as possible. Long journey? The innkeeper asked, leaning on the counter. Mireille nodded. You could say that. I assume there's space. Too much space really, the innkeeper said, sighing. Not a road off traveled these days, you would be our only customers today. The man's eyelids were just a bit droopy, hinting at slight exhaustion, but his wry smile drove it away. The glint of coin shone in Mireille's eyes. A shame. I trust we can get good bedding then. Yes, but it also means food will take a bit. We don't have a pot boiling right now, you see. How long exactly would it take? Martin thought for a bit. If you can wait, dinner would be best. My wife could prepare her special dish, then she's a pretty high-level chef. Fayette blinked a moment, getting a certain sensation from the man. She had been getting at it recently. You're high-level too, aren't you? The man winked. Don't worry, Mayan always provides proper rest. Miri was thinking. If there's no lunch, isn't there a town quite near here? A detour off the big road. The innkeeper nodded but grimaced right after. An hour's walk maybe. The path goes right nearby, good folk living there. But, there's been trouble on the road from what I hear. Fayette perked up. Bandits. He shook his head. The road itself is apparently safe enough, people have been coming and going, but don't venture further out. I haven't gotten the latest news, but they found some trouble in the swamp a week back it seems. Well, that should be fine, Fayette said, thinking. As long as we don't go alone or in the dark. Marie groaned. We have to walk more. Right, she was so red in the face earlier, maybe I should? Fayette patted her on the shoulder. Don't worry, you can stay here while I bring food back. She tapped her apron of holding. We'll just need to reheat it afterward. Ah, thank you, Marie said, flashing a brief smile. But I think I can just wait until dinner. I'm not that hungry. You had stuff you wanted to take care of, right? The maid nodded. Need to see about broom repairs. Right, so don't hurry needlessly for my sake. Fayette frowned. Hurrying for other people's sake was sort of a maid's whole point really, but, she shrugged. If you don't need it. She turned to the others. Who's coming with me? Mireille shook her head. I need to work on our winter cloaks. Last night was already too cold for my liking. Can you hand over my stuff? Mr. Martin, exactly how dangerous are things? People from the village have been walking the path without issue from what I've seen. Probably fine then, Fayette said, turning to their last member. What about you, Olivia? The doctor stretched out, more like a scarecrow than a cat. Yeah, I'll head off to town too, I think. Errands of my own. Need more of your supplies, do you? Fayette asked, squinting. Olivia grimaced. No, probably nothing good in a backwater like this. I just want to see the news. You call it a backwater, so why would there be better news than by the road? Fayette asked, walking along the narrow trail, occasionally reinforced with planks. It's a backwater, yes, but a riverside backwater. They get ships every now and then, those carry news fast, Olivia answered, walking in front. Fayette nodded. That did make sense, then hopped over a puddle, careful to not get her apron wet. The forest had gradually changed to a swampy bog, and now they had to step past water and mud every now and then. Fayette understood why the inn and road did not near this place. Who wanted to walk in sludge like this? She was keeping a wary eye on the murky bog, but she hadn't seen any hints of danger. Animals seemed to be living on as usual. But still, this road is really in bad repair. Can't they use some remove water skills? Are those a thing? Luckily, planks of wood had been placed in the worst bits, so she never actually had to wade through water. Hey Fayette, by the way, Olivia suddenly said. The maid looked up from her musings, surprised that the doctor was asking something of her own. What is it? Olivia turned, giving her a questioning look. What exactly are we going to do next? Next, as a hunter party. Yes. Fayette thought. They had been focused on moving forward for a while now, just making sure that whoever would come after Marie would have to work for it, but it was true. They did need a task. Olivia, you joined us because you wanted to do more than just a lone doctor could, fix the world up a bit, right? The gloomy woman nodded. Yes. She always gives such simple answers. I wonder, does she know? Do you think we did good at the last place? The situation in a row, it ended messy. I was pretty satisfied with it, Olivia answered, with no hesitation. We got rid of a monster that would have kept getting miners hurt. Also got rid of that annoying guy and those others. Don't think the world is worse off for it. Fayette sighed. She agreed, but for some reason, the end just felt so messy to her. But if a doctor thought it was okay. Remind me to loan you a book once we're back at the inn. Me and Marie have been reading it, but I think I could use your thoughts too. The doctor looked back forward, musing. That man, the one in the shaggy robes. Pierre. Him, yes. I think, if there were lots of people like him out there, the world would get a lot uglier. Fayette looked forward, Focused. Hadn't she said what happened was good? But... the doctor suddenly added, looking back at the maid again. There was something dark in her eye. If there were only a few of them, she shrugged, then turned back forward. Fayette hummed in thought. Not quite the answer she needed, but it was interesting. Maybe I should force Mireille to read that book too. Oh, right. You know, Olivia, I don't really think I'm in charge of this group or anything. If there's something you want to go do, just say, and we can, Fayette said, remembering how this conversation had started. Or we can just go hunt a monster or something. The doctor nodded. I'll remember that. I appreciate it. I just hope we don't suddenly get wrapped up in something big again. I'm so done with annoying guys suddenly showing up, and then I have to. Suddenly, sounds from the side interrupted her words. Monsters? No, people. She looked and saw several people, men and women in rather ordinary clothes, at work, deeper in the swamp, like eerie grave tenders. They were walking around, peering carefully into the water, prodding long sticks inside. Searching for something. Guess there really isn't that much danger if folk are about like that. A few of them noticed the approaching pair, and dark gazes of suspicion fell on them. Fayette turned away, grimacing, and kept walking past the group. Would they get the same reception in town? What was that all about? She asked, feeling just a bit offended. Maids don't deserve looks like that. Maybe all my practice at being ominous and dark is finally paying off. Came the answer. Fayette chuckled. Olivia was in a joking mood? That was rare. Focusing on her footing, she hopped over another puddle and felt the gazes from the bog fall off her. And she saw the first buildings of a small town up forward. For some reason she felt a shiver go through her, like the air had suddenly turned bad. She frowned. Ominous. You are getting too good at that, Olivia. And so they stepped into town. A town, where bad things had happened. As they walked past the wards into the small village, a place where the border between bog and building was narrow indeed, there was a gloom in the air. It could be felt in the humid air, seen in the clouded sky, but most of all in the eyes. It was an ordinary sort of riverside settlement, a place where wood was cut, worked, then shipped along the river, but the typical friendly faces didn't greet them. Windows were closed, hushed conversations silenced, and gazes of suspicion came. Strangers were not welcome here, not right now. It was like the murky waters of the bog had rolled over the place, clouding it in a dark miasma. Okay, I don't think this is my fault, Olivia said quietly, carefully not answering any silent glares. Fayette took a step closer, whispering. What do you think it is? My old hometown was about this size, and things never felt like this. Even if some smelly hunters arrived. I don't think it's us, Olivia said, carefully looking around, eyes held low. I've felt this air before. It's like, when there's word of bandits about, and somebody in the village has gone missing. Suspicion on everyone not familiar. Not even doctors are welcome then. Fayette thought about the broom in her apron of holding, and nodded. Right, bandits. I can do bandits. Olivia elbowed her. It's probably not literally that. Details are wrong. And the ones outside seemed rather carefree. Just the same kind of air. If this means nobody will have a look at my broom, Fayette said, groaning. Money talks. Even in these situations, if the ordinary folk are prickly, the shopkeepers usually are friendly at least. Makes sense. Maids are supposed to be happy types too. Shouldn't you be diffusing this situation, then? Fayette looked around, met a few eyes, then used disarming smile. It felt very strained. Olivia, I don't think this is helping. The doctor snorted, then held out her flask. This is usually much more effective. I'll probably stop by the docks, see if any ships stop by. Sailors are not grouchy types usually. Fayette nodded, agreeing. Yes, most of the villagers may not have been in the best mood, but no mood was ever universal. There were always exceptions. Shopkeepers, travelers, and of course, children. Miss, are you a real maid? Fayette turned and met the gazes of a gaggle of children, who were busy whispering to each other. Around 7 to 10 years in age, maybe. 3 boys and 2 girls, one of whom had asked the question in a bright voice. Fayette turned around, meeting a deadly serious girl's eyes, and nodded with a polite bow. Indeed, miss, I am a maid. The girl examined her with a critical eye, but the spotless uniform seemed to convince her, so she nodded. Then she asked another question. A real maid? Someone who serves pretty ladies and handsome lords. Lords? Well, I do tend to serve them something indeed, but as for ladies. She nodded. Of course, I am the realiest maid you'll ever see. The second girl stepped forward, face still in a frown, unconvinced. She pointed at Olivia. She doesn't look like a pretty lady. Olivia scowled, but Fayette just bent down to the girl's level with a smile. That's not a very polite thing to say, young miss. But Olivia here is no lady, the lady I am traveling with is much prettier. And something in her tone it convinced the children. The children from a village that only tended to get drunken sailors as travelers. Children who were in a way, just hungering for a good story. They all started speaking at once, the boys loudest. Have you met any knights? What about the lords, the lords? I want to be a knight when I grow up. What does a real lady look like? Fayette faced the onslaught, unwavering. Yes, I have met knights, though our meetings tend to be short. Lords too, the partings always give me trouble. I don't recommend a career as a knight. A real lady is very pretty and elegant. The tide was met with a dam sturdy enough to block an ocean and the kids fell back, beaten, but eyes shining. Even Olivia was staring, impressed. She took a step closer, then whispered. I didn't know you were this good with children. Fayette scoffed. I spent a lot of my life in an orphanage, helping to look after the younger ones. If it was a class, I would be a very high-level big sister, she whispered back. What would that class even do? Maybe help me handle Miri when she gets cheeky. Olivia snorted. Really, I thought you would hate children. They're always so messy and annoying. Fayette turned back to the kids, who were peering, trying to hear their words. Why did she not find them annoying? A sense of nostalgia, maybe? She didn't really care much for most strangers, or for what happened to them, as long as things were clear and orderly. But weren't children disorder incarnate? Is that one thing I care about? Children? Maybe there is still a bit of orphanage girl left in me. Maybe. She clapped her hands, and the kids almost saluted, falling silent. Fayette surveyed them. Children. I can tell you more, but we have errands to do. You, Mr. on the right there, can you direct my friend to the docks? Rest of you, could you take me to a blacksmith? Miss Maid, we don't have any blacksmith here. The boy she had pointed out said. Fayette frowned. Right. This is a woodworking town. Do you have a what's it called woodsmith? No? Carpenter? Someone who can turn a stick into a weapon. The kids looked at each other, then started pushing her forward, to one edge of town, while one boy rushed to push Olivia to the docks. Fayette smiled, satisfied, and let the kids lead the way. She found she didn't really mind their grubby paws that much, really. Maybe some things are excusable for kids, and it's a maid's job to teach them to know better. I suppose maids have a particular role regarding children. I wonder what the others think of kids. Mireille's probably with Olivia, hates M. Marie? I wonder. Then she went back into serious big sister Fayette mode and began quelling the next endless tide of questions. And then you helped arrange a barbecue for the annoying lords who were bothering your lady, and they all went away. Fayette nodded. That is indeed exactly what happened. The crowd of children had grown, and though some adults had tried to pry them away from the suspicious stranger, childhood's curiosity could not be easily defeated. A boy pushed forward. Back to the knights. How can you become one? Can I get the class eventually, really? Again with this line of questioning. Fayette sighed, then gave an admonishing wave of her finger. Why do you all want to be boring knights? Who wants to do that? All the boys started shouting their opposition. Fayette frowned, and began to give her answer when suddenly a loud voice blasted by the lot. Silence you all! You are distracting me from my work! A bushy-bearded man shouted, coming out of his shack, waving a fist. Fayette motioned a hand at the kids, and they all took a step back. She nodded at the man. Sorry for the disturbance, mister. I'm afraid I had them lead me here. He finally took notice of her and fell serious. An out-of-town maid? Haven't seen your type often. Do you have some orders for me? I've only made things for nobles a few times. Not for a noble, for me. You are a carpenter, yes. Fayette reached into her pouch, then took out her broom. The children shouted out with awe and delight at the magical pouch. I am in need of a better broom. He stared. You seek out a level 26 carpenter for a broom. Fayette smiled at his level. Yes, he should do well. She reached into her pouch again, then pulled out her old broom, steel ends melted down by elemental, and shaft snapped in two by sword. This is what happened to my last one. Can you make something stronger? She threw it onto the ground, and everyone stared. Eventually, the carpenter took a careful step forward, picked it up, then inspected it. His gaze turned sharp, and he looked up at Fayette with new eyes. No ordinary maid, are you? Fayette turned, then gave the wide-eyed kids a wink, a twinkle in her eye. I'm a special kind of maid, you see, much cooler than a stupid knight. I've killed monsters with that broom. Really? Real monsters? But you're a maid. The carpenter looked at the kids, and they all fell silent. I can attest to that. This broom has seen mighty battle indeed. Fayette looked through the crowd and found the boy who had asked that one annoying question so many times. She pointed at him. You. Boy there. If you really want to become strong, forget about becoming a knight. The cowards need swords and armor. No, you should become a maid instead. And finally, that served to quiet the kids once and for all, as they realized that maybe this maid they were talking to was quite different from the ones in the stories. And perhaps just a bit odd in the head, though none of them dared even whisper it. The maid nodded, then turned back to the carpenter, satisfied. So, can you make me a worthy broom? The man nodded, but he was not looking at the broom. He was examining her, measuring something. Yes, he finally spoke. I can make something worthwhile to you, maybe convert a reinforced ironwood quarterstaff into a broom? Something of the sort. But more than that. He paused for a second, and for a moment, the town's gloomy air returned, back from its temporary retreat at the enthusiasm of childhood. The carpenter's voice was dark. This town has a need for hunters right now. There's a monster about. Fayette grimaced, then hiked up her skirt and stepped into the boggy mire. Her boots held the water back all right, but it still came up all the way to her shin. This is going to be a nightmare to handle after. Still, she only hesitated a moment, then followed the carpenter into the bog. No children came with them. They all had strict orders to not stray from the town's wardings. Because there was a monster about. And if there was a monster, it was the duty of hunters to handle the matter. So, Fayette walked into the bog, from that point where she had seen the villagers poking about before. As she came closer, the gazes she got were not so hostile now. The carpenter was a familiar face. And Fayette saw why exactly the villagers were poking the mire with long sticks. They were digging, searching. Bones. Over 7 skeletons had already been assembled by a tree, on the side facing away from the road. Fayette shivered. Seeing that on entry would have been creepy. They were discovered just a few days ago, and the signs point that some of them are fresh. But many are old too, very old. But nobody from the village is missing. The man shook his head. Not one. We made sure, gathered everyone, even sent letters asking about those who've moved away. Word has not come back yet, but everyone seems to be accounted for. Martin, innkeeper and good man, also confirmed that any guests he's had have been seen off, safe. Is that why they aren't that guarded? Do you have any clues on what type of monster it is? We do, a new voice answered, as a thickly built man with a face of stone approached. He only grimaced at Fayette. Who is this, Albert? Has some lord shown up on a boat? The carpenter shook his head, then turned to the maid. She's a hunter, believe it or not. I can attest to that. Miss, this here is our guard leader, Liam. The man nodded at her, eyes sharper. Miss, I would shake your hand, but I'm afraid he waved his gloved hand, grime and mud spraying below him. It would just get you in a mess. Fayette nodded. I appreciate the gesture. You said there was a clue. He nodded. If it's one thing, the bastard's thorough. Nothing but bone ever gets left. He pointed at the bones. Just have a look, the ones that are rightmost are fresh. She splashed her way closer to the tree and stepped onto the more solid ground there, finally getting a good look at the bodies. No, not really bodies anymore. Just bones. No children among them, just adults. All cleansed down to the bone of all flesh. Fayette bent down to the freshest one, curious. There was something eerily familiar about all this. Like she was recognizing something. She poked a finger closer, feeling at the swampy residue left on the bones. No, not swampy residue. Something different. How long were these down there? This feels like... Then she paused. For a long moment, her mind ground to a halt as a dreadful possibility came to mind. Surely it can't be. The coincidence would be too no. Slowly, like a rusty wind-up clock, she turned her head to the head guard. Sorry, mister, I can be a bit forgetful about my geography, so could you answer me a question perchance? He nodded. Sure if it helps. Fayette swallowed. That river of yours, the one your town sits by. What towns are there upriver? I can't really remember river names, sorry. He frowned at the strange question, then started listing. Well, we do most of our trade with Pelagni, then there's... She did not hear the rest of the answers. Her head snapped back to the bones, and she started sweating. Surely not, that couldn't happen, absolutely. She felt a touch at her back. Hey Fayette! Her head spun around, and she bolted up, panicking. No. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. It wasn't. Olivia. The doctor gave her a strange look, then sighed and shook her head. Hey, I came to find you here. You all, could you take a step back? I need a private word. She waited for the others to retreat, then continued, turning back to Fayette. So, anyways, about that whole I get to decide where we go thing, I've decided. And I think we need to hurry. I had a bad feeling about some news from down south, felt too familiar, and I checked it and the situation seems to have gone. She paused, then looked to the side, seeing the bones. Are those the supposed monster victim bones? She asked, bending down to examine them. Fayette jumped. Victims? No. Yes. Not my fault. Not my fault at all, nope. Cannot be. Olivia just sighed. What's gotten into you? First of all, these aren't even from a monster attack, it's obvious. The maid instantly relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. They aren't. She bent down, closer to Olivia. What are they from, then? The doctor poked at an indent in a rib, muttering. Just look at this. An obvious blade wound, like someone sliced this up. Here, and here too. I think this fellow was cut up quite a bit after he died. The flesh disappearing that came after. Quite late for the older ones, had to be recent. But the deaths, no animal did this. Fayette shivered, looking at the doctor. Because something like this. Bodies hidden away in a swamp, cut up after being killed, over a long period. It spoke not of a literal monster, but also still a monster. Something more human. Her voice was ice, and her eyes sharp. A murderer. Chapter 66.1 L'Auberge Rouge Part 1. And then we come to the role of the Church. Their role is a necessity, of course, to guide and oversee. Classes like murderers, criminals, and villains have to be curtailed, and that's not even taking into account the truly sinister plague and disease classes. But I digress. Is the crutch not overstepping its bounds? Directing instead of guiding? Perhaps even causing harm. Forcing someone into an unsuitable class has many times led to the person taking on a darker path in their leveling, as can be seen in the case of the famous. Excerpt from Friend of the People, Vol. 15, by P. Marat. The inn stood silent and dark, a tomb under fading sunlight. The wind rattled at the windows in a growing gale, with some of the draft managing to get through the loose boards of the wall, which sent a chill through everyone inside. The floorboards creaked eerily. Marie sneezed. Achoo! Mireille jolted up in her seat, eyes going to the lady. Sorry, Marie said. Didn't want to interrupt her. They were sitting in the inn's common room, a wide place with 2 long tables laid out inside. Mireille was working on new clothes, sitting near the outer windows with a blanket in her lap while Marie was just waiting. Opposite her. Food was due soon. The seamstress checked over her needlework. Don't worry about it. This isn't a sensitive part, a few missed prods won't matter much. Marie felt relieved and let out a held breath. I'm glad. Would hate to ruin your work. Mireille put her needles down on the table, looking out of the window. It was starting to get dark outside. Are you really feeling that cold? Would be a shame for you to catch the flu now. The lady paused for a second. Do I? No, not really, then shook her head. I doubt I'll get anything. I haven't gotten sick once since I received picture of health. The seamstress sighed. Your skills really do feel a bit unfair, you know. Still, you really aren't cold? Et al. Well, a bit, Marie admitted. They were right by the window, and the frame wasn't that airtight. She turned her head, looking at the other side of the common room, towards the kitchen where the nice chef woman was preparing the stew. I think the stew will warm me up enough, though you don't need to bother. Mireille quirked up an eyebrow. Oh, really? I would be glad to give you a blanket. Or is it just that you don't want to receive a cloak or blanket from me? Marie looked back. What are you implying there? Please, don't try that with me, Mireille said, snorting. She waved an arrogant hand, waving away all objections before they even came. You are being really obvious. Stammering like that at a little handkerchief attention. Handkerchief attention? She noticed that? The lady's cheeks reddened. It's not like that. I was just exhausted in the morning. Don't imply I'm a creep or anything. Mireille snorted. I don't care about stuff like that. Just spare me the excuses. It's fun to watch you struggle. Watch me what now? Marie froze in place, staring. Me, struggle? We're not all blockheads, you know, Mireille said, tapping her head. But that one, you'll need to be a lot less subtle. The lady's face fell to the table with a thud, and only a whimper left her. Yeah, this isn't really going anywhere, is it? You, what am I going to do? Mireille hesitated, started to respond. And then the door opened, and a delicious scent filled the space. Both women raised their heads up, towards the now open kitchen door, and felt hunger pangs. A smiling chef, a woman in her mid-30s with her hair tied up and a relaxed smile, stepped inside, carrying a large pot of stew. I'm finally finished. Are you going to wait for your friends to come? She said, kicking the door closed behind her. Marie and Mireille looked at each other, an instant communication passing between them. They turned back. We're fine starting early, they said, synchronized by hunger. The other door opened, and the innkeeper stepped inside, carrying bowls. I told you the wait would be worth it. If there's one thing I'm sure of in life, my wife can cook. At least based on the smell, Marie agreed. I look forward to it, she said, giving a polite bow. The man smiled, then set bowls in front of Mireille and Marie, then one for himself, at the end of the table. His wife set the pot in the middle of them, used a ladle to give everyone a serving, brushed sweat from her brow, then turned back. I've still got to finish one dish, so I'll be back in just a bit. There's going to be more food? Marie looked at the generous helping of stew in her own bowl and felt it would be quite enough on its own. It looked meaty. Lots of juicy chunks floated inside, cooked just right. The stew itself had a rich aroma, and the potatoes and other vegetables inside sealed the deal. She took her spoon in hand, scooped a good spoonful in it, making sure she got a nice big chunk of meat in it, then brought it to her mouth. Before eating, she took a moment to just enjoy the aroma. Even my family's chefs rarely made stuff this appetizing. What's the secret? Anticipation building, she brought the spoonful to her mouth. Then the door was smashed open. Don't touch that soup, came a doctor's orders, as Olivia jumped inside, body poised to jump and boots filthy from mud. Fayette followed her in, skirts also wet from mud, and looked in Marie's direction. The maid made a quick hand signal, covering her mouth, and nodded at Marie. She needs me to use control conversation? Marie activated it, kept her mouth low to the table, then spoke a quick word. What? The maid kept a hand in front of her mouth, then nodded to the side, towards the innkeeper who was staring with surprise. Appraise him. Fast. And be ready for a fight. Murderer somewhere nearby. Marie tensed, felt out at her power source to make sure her magic would be ready, then looked at the man. It was a gross violation of privacy, but if Fayette was like this, she used the skill, and the man suddenly shivered as an invasive cold wave went through his body. Information came to the lady's mind. Innkeeper of Lonely Hearths level 25. He tensed along with everyone else, staring at Marie. The lady looked around the room, then relaxed her tensed muscles. Sorry mister, maybe my friend made a mistake. Everyone relaxed, and Marie sneezed again, covering her mouth. A fake sneeze this time, she quietly spoke to only allies. Not yet. Just a moment. I've been fooled once before, the wait period is not too long. She took the hand off, smiled gently at the man, and gave him a small bow. Pardon my rudeness. He leaned back in his chair, spoon in hand. Ah, don't worry about it. There have been dark rumors. Marie nodded, bringing the spoon back to her mouth. Waiting. Just a moment more for the cooldown. Then she used to praise again and the innkeeper shivered, more this time. Innkeeper of eternal rest level. And then everything rushed to motion. The innkeeper's face hadn't changed, but his eyes. Something was appearing by him, dark spectral figures. Then, the windows slammed shut one by one, and the room's doors disappeared. Not good. Nobody was quite by the man, and he was on his feet, getting up and reaching for something. Marie reached for that one ability, the best way to buy time. Elegant tea party. Her hunch had been right. Fayette gripped her broom tight as she looked around the room. Everyone had frozen in place. Activating a capstone skill tended to do that. That short moment, when everyone was waiting for something, a reaction. The innkeeper most of all. He was very carefully standing in place, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. Nobody moved. Silence. Silence dragged on and on, only the wind giving instrumentation as it rattled at the windows. And then it was broken. A chair slowly being dragged over the wooden flooring. Then being slammed into place in one violent motion. It cracked onto the floor loudly, and as Fayette instinctively glanced at it for a split instant, the innkeeper's face shifted. When she looked back, there was no more carefree smile, nor a nervous readiness, just a vicious sneer. Then he sat down onto that chair and started laughing. Ah, etiquette. I feel it. A skill like this, I've only seen it once. Not against me, no. A lady stopped a fight that was about to erupt. I remember marveling at that feeling. Such power. To adjust. Force others to stop, to bend them to your will. His eyes shone true power. Fayette just stared at the man whose veil had been ripped off so fast. But he did not seem bothered in the least. If anything, he was the most at ease out of everyone in the room. Utterly confident, an innkeeper inside his inn. But not just an innkeeper, a murderer. It had been quick for her and Olivia to figure out. Nobody from town missing, but there was still a steady stream of victims. Travelers. And where did travelers stay in these corners? At what place did all travelers gather? Where would it be easiest to catch travelers unaware, then dispose of them quietly? The inn. Still, speculating was one thing, and seeing it confirmed another. Olivia's glare was dark, Mireille was frozen, eyes wide, and Fayette felt her skin crawling. A murderer. One of the foulest things she could imagine. And she had just been right next to him, even leaving Mireille and Marie here? She gripped her broom tighter. I can handle this. Just another piece of trash corrupting this world. But just how should they handle this? In that brief instant, she had sensed him activate something. Phantasmal figures had appeared by him. How dangerous was he? And his wife was also somewhere nearby. Would the elegant tea party help? Can we get him angry? To break etiquette? Fayette turned, and Marie nodded at her. At least she was safe. Can she get him mad? The lady turned, then spoke, not even looking at the man. Her voice dripped venom. Innkeeper of eternal rest. I don't know his level. But that class. There is no doubt about it. He nodded calmly, a confident smile on his face. Yes, you are correct. A simple admission. No hesitation. No backpedaling, he was just at ease. Fayette felt it was too much. Why is he so smug? You have no shame for what you are, she asked, glaring. He quirked up an eyebrow, an amused smile on his face as he turned to her. You, out of all of you, ask that question, Maid, he winked. I know my kin. We're not that different, who are you to judge me? Those words. Judging, Fayette tried to deny them but found she couldn't speak. Me? Like a murderer? It unsettled and outraged her, but she couldn't get the words out. Something held them back. But Marie was not silenced. She scoffed, outraged. Really? Though we're not so different, are we cliché talk? Really? Think of something better. He chuckled, turning back forward as he put a spoon into his bowl. What's wrong with the truth? Yes, you have discovered my nature, sadly. Very inconvenient for us all. I had no ill designs for you, you know? I'm not a fool. The innkeeper looked around the room, giving everyone a polite nod. I can see you are important people. I wouldn't have done anything to you, had you not done this. Really, I don't understand why my kin are ostracized, so killing for power and levels is the way of the world, is it not? Fayette still couldn't speak, but she had to do something. Face grim, she used dry laundry on the hems of her dress, getting the wetness of the mud out. The stains still remained, which was annoying, but it was a bit better. She approached the table. Etiquette, she could help. There was a skill active. She would do what she could. Silently, she took out a cup of tea, placed it in front of Marie, and started filling it. The lady looked up, and met her eyes briefly. She had a piece of chalk in hand, and a sneaky vine of magic was extending out of her sleeve. She also saw the silent plea on Fayette's face. Tell him, please. Marie nodded, took the cup, and turned back to the murderer. He was just watching it all. Calm, but wary. His eyes never relaxed, even if the rest of his body did. Still waiting. It's pretty obvious why your kin are reviled, you know, Marie said, lacing her voice with scorn. You kill the innocent, all in a perversion for levels. A backstab in the dark after breaking bread. No honor. He let the words wash past him, unruffled. A smile tugged at the man's lips as he nodded up, at Fayette. Really now? Has your friend there only killed those truly deserving of it, then? Has she ever used deception to kill? He saw the answer in how Fayette froze in place and shook his head. Ah, tut tut. Always so eager to lecture and preach, your type. Olivia was circling to his side, and Mireille was keeping her hands below the table, doing something. Just needed to buy more time. But why is he so confident? The innkeeper smiled wide, then took a spoonful of the soup into his mouth and gulped it down. Fayette felt her stomach drop. What is in that? She looked Olivia's way, and the doctor shook her head. Guess I don't want to know. The man wiped some spilled soup off his lips, then chuckled. Really, you should consider what I do, a public service. I am pretty high up in levels, which makes me an asset to the country. And besides, I don't kill randomly. There are many vagrants, beggars, and vagabonds out these days costing everyone money and resources. He looked at the maid, winking knowingly. Clean out the trash. Those words shook her, and she froze in place. It was just a provocation, but something about them. No, that is different. I don't just. The murderer smiled, turning his gaze to the lady. He gestured at the soup in front of her. Now, I've taken the first spoonful, so why are you all hesitating? I am providing you hearth, home, and food. Not accepting it would be rude, don't you think? Breaking hospitality. Marie looked down at the soup and covered her mouth, grimacing. Except she didn't. The lady quietly used control conversation, and her allies heard her words. This isn't working. I have to stop the skill, or I'll take even more backlash. Be ready. Fayette finally unfroze, forcing the man's words out of her mind. She gripped her broom and looked around the room, taking quick steps forward. He can talk all he wants, but the end result won't change. Fayette started to circle the table slowly, and Olivia was doing likewise on the other side. The murderer rose up from his seat, and reached forward for the soup pot. Hey, no rudeness here. In fact, I'll give you a bigger serving. The skill ended. Fayette lunged. The murderer flung the pot of hot soup at Olivia, then jumped back and spoke. Sweet dreams. Something dark appeared in front of her, and Fayette blinked. Something dark. Chapter 66.2 L'Auberge Rouge Part 2. Fayette blinked herself awake. She was still standing, right there. It had been only a moment, did I just. A chair was flying at her. She ducked low, and it flew above, clattering into a wall. Her eyes raced forward, searching for her target. The innkeeper. He was retreating, backing up into the room's furthest corner, but around him. Fayette blinked. Ghosts? Seriously, damned ghosts? No, the skill was about dreams, these are nightmares. Dark, phantasmal shadows were materializing around the murderer, the last dreams of those condemned to eternal rest. Coiling tentacles spread out, a goopy, fleshy form was dripping bits of itself all over the place, an enormous spider. That made rage fill the maid's heart, and she snapped out of the reverie, jumping forward. She whipped forward with her broom, swatting at the spider, which hissed, 8 legs spreading out. and the broom went right through the form. It hit the innkeeper on the shoulder, and he stumbled back, cursing. But the spider ghost prodded forward. A limb reached for her faster than she could block, and she started to feel sleepy. Fayette smacked herself on the head with the broom and jumped back, jolting awake. She glared at the ghastly forms, which were still holding position around the innkeeper. This ability is bullshit. The murderer was wiping blood from his shoulder blade, wincing. He gave her a malevolent glare, then nodded at his assembled creations. Forward. The dark forms all shambled forward, and Fayette turned back. The others, what are they? Olivia was fighting the soup? The maid stopped for just a half-second to stare as the doctor sliced carrots and wiggling bits of meat that were flying at her. Right. The wife. There was a chef too, of course. Mireille was by the back wall, Char on her shoulder, doing something with near-invisible spider webs. Marie was next to her drawing a quick symbol on the wall. She finished and a cupboard appeared on the wall, and she turned towards the others. To me. Fayette didn't need the encouragement. She ran back, spectral figures right at her back, and turned at the wall to face them, Olivia arriving by her side too. Fayette readied her broom for a hit, timing it just as the giant tentacle reached out, then it never came. All the nightmares stopped in place, crashing against something, like there was an invisible barrier there. Fayette stared. Marie giggled nervously, keeping her hand back at the hidden cupboard's handle. It worked. Yay, lucky. She had a slight nosebleed and stood unsteady. Backlash? Did we break etiquette too much? But this. What did you do? Fayette asked, still keeping her broom ready. The nightmares were prodding at the barrier, but it did nothing. Then a sausage flew through, and Olivia sliced it with her scalpel. His ability only works in his inn, Marie said, taking deep breaths. She looked at the sausage, now wiggling at her feet. Saints, I almost ate that. But. Yes. This is my cupboard, not his, and I guess that works out? Claim and all that. Fayette nodded. That sort of makes sense. Then the nightmares flickered, as a chair flew through them, high speed. She got her broom in both hands, steadying it, and blocked it, shunting it away. Then another came. Fayette cursed. It's not saving us. He's going to keep throwing stuff at us. Can you make it bigger? Anybody, you got anything? Give me a minute, Mireille said, eyes closed. I need to get clothes, Olivia said. She was eyeing the food on the ground suspiciously. Then the murderer laughed. Fayette could hear him moving, behind the barrier of nightmares. Not out of the room, but behind the table? Right, I should. Fayette called forks and knives into her hands with cutlery control, then sent them out at the laughter. They thunked against wood. Damn, too slow, he took cover. Should I spice him up? But there's a chef messing with food. Too risky. A spray of hot soup flew out next, and Olivia hissed as it hit her skin. Enjoy your cupboard. A scornful voice sneered from behind the nightmares. My poltergeist won't run out. How long can you keep this up? Then another chair flew in, and this time, Fayette tried to grab it from mid-air. If I take all his ammunition. It hit her ready hands hard, and she felt the crash against her bones, and fell back, falling against the wall. Her back hit it hard, then the chair flew out of her hand, and flew back. Ow! Do you need the boon? Marie asked, giving Fayette a hand. The maid took it but shook her head as she got back up. Save it. But this sanctuary you made, it's about claiming territory from him, right? Marie nodded, steadying the maid onto her feet with both hands. Yes, do you have an idea? Fayette looked over the room. Her view was blocked by the nightmares crowded around them, but she could just about make out spilled soup on the floor under them. And quite a bit of dust. She took a step forward, and Marie let go. I think I do. Because her skill was a type of claim too. She reached out mentally, for that well of power. So fresh, so clean. All right, skill, let's do this. Another careful step forward, closer to the nightmares, but staying just out of their range. The wall of tentacles, spider limbs and eyeballs hissed at her, but she wasn't swayed. She had never really had nightmares. Carefully, she reached out with her broom, made sure her capstone was ready and waiting. And swept some bits of potato further away, into a little pile. The monsters were shoved back a half step, A chair flew at her. Fayette smiled. Cleaning the battlefield, she was in a way claiming it. A maid's work. She dodged the chair and heard a curse behind her as it hit Olivia. Another step forward, then she used sweep dust. Grime and spilt soup was sent further away, and the nightmares fell back again. For a moment, she saw the innkeeper through them, and he was no longer smiling. He reached into a cupboard, and took up a frying pan into one hand, and a knife into the other, falling into a stance. "Is that tavern brawling? Keep him off me!" Fayette shouted, and ducked down, dodging the frying pan as it flew at her head. Olivia stepped behind her to guard, scalpel ready, and Fayette began running forward. Cleaning. She first made a wide sweep to her left, which cleared a swathe of space for Olivia to work with, then started cleaning to the right. Dusty spots were easiest, so she focused on those, ignoring the bits of spilled soup around. Every swipe cleared off more of the floor, and the nightmares were steadily pushed back against an expanding wall. They were being split apart. Fayette got to the opposite wall, and with that the room was split in two by a swathe of clean floor. Her broom was starting to gather energy, and she had to duck another chair. Olivia was fighting the man, a clash of knives and pans, and Marie was sagged against their safe spot, still weak, but keeping an eye out. And Mireille was still doing something. Fayette picked the chair up, put it back in a spot neatly, and claimed a bubble of space around it. Then it flew back at her again. Damn! She kicked it, getting distance, and it lost the power for a moment. Do I have to hit it to stop the effect? But seems they are no good. Now. She surveyed the room again. Nightmares split onto the two sides. Let's clear one side first. Fayette quickly swapped to her mop and got to work on the side where the murderer couldn't interfere. The nightmares were right by her, just an arm's length away, but her cleaning was keeping them just out of reach. She mopped up spilled soup, getting nearer to the tables, and bent to mop under it. Then 3 bowls of soup hopped off the table and flew at her. She sensed them with her dust sense, some change in the air, and jumped back to dodge, just managing to get out of the way. The boiling hot soup spilled behind and in front of her, just missing her by an inch. Fayette breathed a sigh of relief. Then the monstrous forms advanced, no longer blocked, reaching out from 3 sides. No! It spoiled my cleaning! Cursing, she jumped back, but a coiling tentacle was faster and gripped her arm, and she started to fade. Suddenly, a pinch from her uniform. Fayette jolted back to awareness, and jumped back behind her barrier of cleaning. She was panting, that was too close. What was THA? Looking at her uniform, she saw it relax from the constriction it had done, and a long thread attached to it, going back to Mireille, of course. The seamstress still had her eyes closed, standing next to Marie, but Fayette could just barely make out tiny threads spreading out from her fingers. Thanks for the save. Still, the flying soup was an inconvenience, as it messed with her cleaning. But she was faster. She looked over the room. There really wasn't that much space. I don't really have to get things perfect right now, do I? Fayette swapped back to her broom, deciding to ignore everything it couldn't clear. Just the dust should be enough to corner him. She moved back to the side Olivia and the murderer were fighting on. He was jumping in and out from behind his barrier of nightmares, trying to disturb the cleaning. Fayette moved in, sweep dust ready. It was fast. Focusing only on dust she could sense, she cleared out large swathes of space, gradually driving the nightmares against walls as her skill claimed their space. She had to dodge frying pans, more soup, chairs, and even knives, but danger sense and a subtle waltz in her steps helped her dodge. And as she dodged the pans and knives, she caught them, then she sorted them back to their places. More territory claimed. Quickly, most of the nightmares on this side were squeezed against walls, and she started cleaning against the walls, following them. And the forms vanished when they ran out of space. Her broom was feeling pretty powerful by now. Fayette turned around and looked over the fight for a moment. Olivia was fighting defensively, taking her time. And the innkeeper was looking around desperately. Mireille looked back at the maid and nodded. Whatever she's done, it's ready. They had managed to close off his paths of retreat. He only had a small bit of free territory around him. It's time. Fayette pointed her broom forward. Everyone, all at once get him. And she ran forward, following the wall and using sweep dust ahead of her on all the room's dusty corners. Mireille jumped forward, throwing out needles, and the innkeeper dodged back, shielding his face with a frying pan. He retreated behind his wall of nightmares, but Mireille kept up the barrage, and Olivia joined in too, throwing vials of something. And Fayette was circling behind. He can't both shield his front and guard his back at once. There was a wall of nightmares in front of her, but they were being pushed back with every one of her steps, and she could hear the murderer already, just ahead of her. He was cursing. She rounded the last corner, the innkeeper just ahead. She brought her broom back, ready for a clean hit. Then a panicked Marie shouted in her ear. Behind. Fayette spun around and saw that a dark-haired woman with an apron had slid out of a panel in the wall, knife in hand. Right behind her. Oh yeah, the chef. The woman grinned ominously, and her flesh started bulging out as countless arms and fingers started growing out in an expanding forest. I am what I am. Fayette finished her spin, brought her broom with her in a half-circle, and unleashed it on her head. Also a valid target, if less so. So fresh, so clean. A flash of blue, and her head caved in, a dome impression on it. A loud crack, like splitting wood, and a spray of blood on the wall. She fell down to the ground. Dead. Fayette breathed out. I am not dealing with whatever that skill was. But her skill was used. She spun back around. How was the murderer? Trapped. The nightmares were all gone, and the man was caught in a web, a victorious seamstress waving a needle at his face. Careful where you back up, mister, really shouldn't lose focus. Fayette relaxed. It's done. He was trapped against the wall in a web of threads, eyes wild. The thud from Fayette's broom had alerted him, but he only looked at his dead wife for a second, and then his face calmed. His eyes relaxed. As if he wasn't cornered. As if he was still in control. Fayette couldn't help but feel shivers. We are still inside his inn. The man looked over them quickly, licking his lips, finally turning his eyes to Marie, the lady. Nobody will believe you. She stopped approaching him, gait still unsteady, giving him a look of disbelief. That's all you've got to say. He was smiling again. The villagers know me, my reputation is good. They won't judge me. You are vagrants, suspicious individuals. Once you try to tell them. I don't judge, Fayette said, walking closer. She held out her broom, and the murderer paled just a bit at the pieces of skull lodged in the wooden shaft. I'm a maid. I just clean. No need to ask questions or anything more. He licked his lips. If you kill me. Look, I'd do it for just the experience, Fayette said, taking another step forward. She brought her broom back, readying it for a blow. Only reason I need, really, simple and easy, so just stay still and... Wait, Faye, Mireille said, and held up a hand, blocking her advance. Fayette stopped. What, are you saying we should spare him? The seamstress scowled. Of course not. It's just she pointed at herself. I want experience too. Fayette stared. Mireille held the gaze. She was putting on a calm front, but Fayette could see the subtle unsteadiness in her form. Are you sure you want to do it? Do you even need to do this for experience? She asked her. I caught him, and I think it matters. So yes, Mireille answered, turning to Marie. After a brief hesitation, the lady nodded. Finally, Mireille turned to the man. She looked at him, at the murderer who had suddenly fallen very silent, and hesitated for just a moment, looking him in the eyes, judging. Fayette knew she would not have hesitated. Then Mireille nodded. You confessed already. A murderer. And you are high level. I don't know the details. Did he kill many? Many, Olivia answered, looking over the proceedings. Not all have been found yet. The seamstress nodded. Then this is easy to judge. Traditional. The murderer started to speak. Wait, I can. Mireille pulled on a thread, and a loop tightened around his neck. The hangman's rope. She tugged at another, and the other strings were released, and the man dropped, staying up only by his neck. No longer calm. Finally, he was panicking, eyes flailing wildly as he grasped at his neck. But it was sturdy as iron. Mireille looked for a dozen seconds as his face grew redder and his arms weaker, then turned, a grimace on her face, and walked out the room. The doors were no longer blocked. Olivia also followed her out, muttering something about spoiled food. Fayette stayed until the end. Until the man's body stopped moving. So did Marie. The lady watched too, though her face was uneasy. She wasn't enjoying it. Fayette found that, she really didn't care at all. Why even bother with this judging and ceremony? He was just something to be cleaned away. Not something for maids to think about. Great job. Get that trash. More. Progress towards next level, 80%. Right, I did get a bunch at the end of all that too. So close. Fayette made a celebratory fist, smiled, then turned to Marie, and... But the lady wasn't smiling. She was still looking at the motionless body, face just a bit green. Fayette tapped her on the shoulder, and Marie jumped. Hey, you okay? The maid asked, slow and calming. Marie paused for a moment, then shook her head. It's nothing big. Still feeling a bit unsteady. Backlash is nasty. But she looked back to the body, I hope I never get used to this. Why do you watch if you don't like it? Because it is a lady's duty, Marie said, and in that moment, there was strength in her eyes. So often, we give the order to be carried out. To give out the order that means we judge too. Decide who lives and dies. I think we should see the result too. Fayette started to respond, need something encouraging. And then the ache in her class was back. Stronger than ever. She stumbled, looked away from Marie, taking a step back. No, not her. Why now? Hey, what was that? The lady asked, taking a step forward. Fayette let the hand touch her shoulder, let it steady her feet, and then let out a sigh of relief. It's gone. Just a momentary lapse. But why? She looked up, at the concern on Marie's face. Need an excuse. It's just we have two bodies to deal with now. Can't really leave them here, can we? Marie jolted, suddenly realizing she had a hand on the maid, and took 2 rapid steps back. Oh, just that. Right. She turned, looking down at the chef with a smashed-in head. Yes, it might be bad if we leave these here. What should we? Fayette relaxed, an idea coming to her. Right. Hadn't this all started at the swamp, when she had seen something familiar? I think I have an idea. Chapter 67 Slime and Punishment. 3 hooded figures sneaked off into the night, leaving a murder scene. The night loomed dark, lit only by hazy moonlight, shrouded in the mist rising up from the bogs. The 3 figures were dragging bundles wrapped into cloths along with them, ever deeper into the murky mire. After advancing for a half hour, they finally reached the deeper parts of the bog, near where the other bodies had been found. And they stopped. You know, doing all this, it really makes us seem like the bad guys, Mireille said, drawing her head deeper into her cloak. Are you sure we shouldn't just explain this to the townsfolk? Marie asked, looking around the dark clearing carefully. They had all taken proper bog boots from the inn, so getting their feet wet wasn't a huge issue anymore. But Fayette just peered into the murky waters, searching. I'm telling you, we need the bodies. Just for a bit. And besides, Olivia is handling matters. We won't get in trouble. The doctor had stayed behind at the inn to arrange matters, and make sure their party wouldn't be blamed for the disappearance of a beloved local figure. What exactly she was doing, Fayette wasn't sure, but the gloomy woman had said she would head out to the town next, to handle a few other matters. They had time. The night was young. But still, Fayette felt impatient. If this worked. She looked up at the sky, at the one moon in the sky, and tried to pierce the veil. Tried to see that second one she knew. But the night did not answer her wishes. Fayette sighed, then walked to their bundles, and began unwrapping the cloths from one. It had been a hasty job, just something small in case the worst-case scenario happened. Getting the 2 corpses unwrapped wasn't an easy job. Marie's expression turned queasy at their sight, and she turned away, holding her nose. Mireille also took a few steps to the side, still playing with threads of silken thread in her fingers. She had leveled but not yet gotten a new class. Still, she and the spider scuttling along her shoulder seemed more in sync, and Char happily spun more web for her to use. A bond of sorts was forming. And Fayette, she was thinking of bonds too. She hefted one of the corpses up, then threw it into the water. It sunk into the mud feet first, just so that the head and shoulders remained above the surface, like an eerie bog walker, preying on travelers. But it was not the one who would prey tonight. It was the bait. And Fayette felt confident. In this world, there were few coincidences. Things tended to return to their sender. Marie took a step closer, and Fayette saw her lips quiver a bit at the man's dead eyes. A gentler soul, but still one that could judge such things. Fayette stepped just a bit to the right, blocking her line of sight to the corpse. The lady relaxed. "You still haven't told us. What exactly are we waiting for here?" she asked, looking curiously at the vigilant maid. Fayette shook her head. "Just a bit longer, it might be nothing. But it might also be." She turned around, meeting Marie's eyes. "Our monster. Some matters still must be put to rest. So there really is a monster out here?" Marie asked, taking a step closer to the maid. Fayette smiled and let her approach. "Just stay out of the water, and it should be fine." "Wait. You can sense mana, right?" Marie nodded. "Then, could you sense monsters too? They emit mana of sorts, right? What kind of monster should I look for?" Fayette turned back, eyes sharp on the water. "A slime." "A slime? Sure, but why would we?" Marie's muttering quieted as she focused on her magic, and an aura of mana spread out from her skin. Fayette still found the process fascinating to watch, and the magic made her heart flutter. The way those green vines spread out on Marie's skin, following the curves of her body and reaching the daintiest fingertip, there was something mesmerizing in it. Reluctantly, she turned away from it, back to the murky waters. The maid wasn't seeing anything yet, but maybe her eyes were just not sharp enough. Fayette focused on her dust sense. The range was still rather small, and it didn't quite work with the water, but she still saw something. The swirl of small particles in the muck made mesmerizing patterns all over, following the complex logic of nature itself. It made her want to get her broom out to set them into rigorous order, but she focused. Slowly, she spread her focus outward, wider, looking at the whole picture instead of just one point. It was a lot more difficult with the water, as it gave everything murkiness, dimension, and movement. Dust in a room's corner didn't really move, except when the shifting of air made it, but water was so much more chaotic. Like trying to follow every member of a giant crowd at once. Still, when Marie gasped behind her, pointing out a direction, Fayette found it. Entering right at the edge of her vision, a spot of order. It felt odd to associate order with monsters, but slimes were a curious type. Little active thought, following primal urges to seek out and envelop. A uniform body, all the same liquid, with one consistent core. And this particular slime was clean. Fayette rose up, and focused on the waters with her normal sight, searching for that movement. She was tracking it with her dust sense all the while, but it was still so hard to make out. A transparent figure advancing steadily, like a small wave traveling over the mud. She smiled. "Got you. Mireille, get ready to throw the second body in," Fayette said, taking a step back from the water. Touching it would be a bad idea, but she had a lady with her now. Someone who could do elementary monster binding. She pointed at it and nudged Marie with her hip. "There. That's our target." The lady squinted, trying to make it out. "I can sense it, but it's so hard to make out. What kind of slime is this?" Fayette took hold of her arm, and guided it in the right direction, even as Marie suddenly grew very stiff. "Right over there. See that almost wave? I think you would call it a cleaning slime, let's say." Marie snatched her hand back, stepping a bit away from Fayette and the water. The maid nodded. "A wise precaution against monsters. A cleaning slime? I've never heard of those before," Marie said, glancing back at the water. "And why do you know so much about it, Faye?" Mireille asked, stepping closer with the other body in tow. "You just knew there was a cleaning slime out here? And about cleaning slimes?" Fayette fidgeted a bit on her feet and lowered her voice. "I may have had a slight part in creating it." Two heads lurched in her direction. "You what?" Mireille asked, eyes wide. Fayette watched as the slime finally reached the first of the bodies, and enveloped it, starting to dissolve flesh and skin. She didn't blink at it. It was a process she had seen many times before. The other two, though, faces grew pale. "Isn't that your alchemy mixture?" Mireille said, recognizing the effect, then turning away. "Well," Fayette began, thinking on how she should spin this. "I kind of accidentally made it, while trying to clean some slimes. The alchemy was a bit too effective, I guess." "So you've come to finish the job?" Marie asked as she searched through her pouch. Fayette shook her head. No. We're not killing it. More like," she turned her head, locking eyes with Mireille. "We made a deal, right?" That I get to choose my pet next. Two blank stares answered her as the words slowly sunk in. Miri was first to recover and looked at the maid with disbelief. She pointed at the slime, which had already gotten through the head, leaving only a bare skull behind. That is a monster. You can't seriously be thinking of taking a monster on as a pet. Fayette kept her gaze firm. Yes, I am. You got to keep that spider. Miri glared and patted Char, who was napping on her shoulder. She isn't a monster. Just a normal animal, if one that can grow pretty big. Monsters are different. How can I convince her? Fayette really wasn't sure. She knew this was going to be a tough sell no matter what. I mean, most monsters are bad, yes, but this slime. I can't kill it, really. I sort of made it. She pointed at it, now devouring shoulders happily. It's like a feral child that I tried to beat up then threw into a river. Now it's found me again. That has to be destiny. Fayette turned her head to Marie, who was still just staring silently. Besides, Marie can make monster bond thingies, right? And I have a pretty good water magic alignment. Wouldn't this slime be a perfect candidate? Her eyes glittered as her true purpose was revealed. Magic. She was willing to do quite a bit to get her hands on magic. Even make peace with some more monstrous types. Marie finally jolted awake, out of her daze. AA bond? You know I can't do a proper one. Fayette took a step closer, gripping the lady's hand softly. Please? You told me there were other types. I don't mind being improper. Marie hesitated, gripping the hand tighter, then finally sighed. I can only do bonds that would still keep the monster free, out and about. I can't seal it away like mine is done. Like proper ones are done. Fayette held firm, as her heart started to race faster. She's considering it. Her hand tingled just at the thought of it. I promise I'll keep a watch on it. Just, let's give this a try. If it's a disaster, we can get rid of it. The lady looked into her eyes a long time before she finally gave a small, tiny nod. Fayette let go and did a celebratory twirl on the spot. Yes. Thank you. Let's do this. Marie stepped back a few paces, calming her breath. She started digging through her pouches, one eye on the slime. It was almost done with the first body now. Right. First, we're going to have you try to communicate with it. See what level its mind is at. That affects these things. Fayette nodded rapidly, 100% focused. I'll do it. What do you need? Just a second, Marie finally took out some powders and chalk out, and started mixing them in her hand, eyes focused. It took a moment, but soon she stepped forward satisfied, drew a few quick lines on Fayette's forehead, connected it with magic to the powders, then handed the powders to her. Approach carefully, then let the slime absorb those powders. You should be able to communicate with it for a few seconds. Fayette felt the lady's fingers brush her hand as she transferred the powder, and her excitement grew. Her hand tingled as magic was so close to her grasp. The slime was just about finished with the body and was now rising up to the surface. Mireille, can you bait it onto land with the second corpse? Fine. But when this inevitably goes horribly wrong, I'll tell you I knew it from the start. Yeah, just do the thing. I'll handle it if it happens. Mireille sighed, but brought the body forward, letting the legs dip into the water. The slime instantly perked up and started swimming forward. When it reached the leg, Fayette helped pull the body back onto land, now with the slime attached to it. Marie stepped forward, ready to draw warding barriers onto the ground, and Fayette bent down. She cast her powder onto the slime, almost vibrating with eagerness. It's finally time. It all dissolved inside fast, twinkles of magic sparking during the process, and Fayette felt some sort of unfamiliar link in her mind. She tried to think really hard and loud at the sensation. Hello? Can you hear me? It's me again. Do you remember me? It answered. Not with words, but with something more primal. Vague impressions and sensations, but Fayette managed to get the approximate meaning. Hunger. Cleanse. Purge. Eat. Grow. Hunger. Cleanse. The maid's smile froze on her face, and she watched the slime eagerly eat away at the body, rapidly advancing up it. She slowly turned back to her friends, trying to keep her smile as convincing and confident as possible. Hey, I think it wants to clean with me. I'm sure we'll get along great. Let's do this. The slime behind her slushed forward one last time, finishing off the head. Not but bone was left behind. Great job cleaning up the evidence. Level up, you have reached Maid level 21. Congratulations. 1. Skill points gained. Progress towards next level, 0%. Oh, that's nice. She added a thumbs up and a disarming smile. The slime had been trapped inside a barrier of glowing magic lines, and Fayette was sitting next to it, examining her prospective partner. If she really thought about it, monsters were inherently something one should destroy, but it was true that monsters did occasionally fight each other too. Was this like fighting fire with fire? I'm sure it'll be fine. Marie was kneeling next to her, brush laid on her knees, a mortar and pestle in her hands. They needed proper magic paint for this, and Fayette had luckily had just the ingredient they needed, the remnants of a lord's command seal, a rich blue monorich gemstone, crushed into powder. So, have you decided where you want it? Marie asked. Keep in mind the requirements and risks. Right. The risks. Maids weren't really supposed to have magic after all. Other mages could see magic sigils, but not unless the skin was bared out or under really thin clothing. If one was not casting actively, it would be pretty simple to hide otherwise. Besides, Fayette wasn't the biggest fan of tattoos. They clashed quite a bit with a proper maid's decorum, so she had made a simple choice. I think I want it along my inner thigh, she said, tapping the indicated place. Her skirts were thick and long, and her garters reached quite high. Plus, she really wasn't going to be showing that spot of all places to anyone. Out of the way, unintrusive, and hidden. Just perfect. Marie had frozen for a brief instant at the answer, but soon resumed her work turning the dust into paint. Okay. Sure. Inner thigh. I can draw there. No problem. Mireille, however, was still rather unsure, and was walking back and forth, agitated. Faye, you'll really need to remember to hide this well. If it works, no casting magic when people can find out. This needs to stay hidden. The maid quirked an eyebrow. Don't worry, I can be quite discreet. Besides, mages aren't all that common, are they? So you think, but if they can't easily spot you, you can't easily spot them either, can you, Faye? Now you're just being paranoid. Mages sneaking about in plain clothes? Does that actually happen, Marie? The lady thought for a moment. Can't really see it. They tend to be proud and like being seen. Besides, you two are observant. If you managed to find me out that fast, I imagine you could spot most hidden mages too. Most? Mireille pointed out, still pacing. I just feel like this will backfire, eventually. Is the gain really worth it? Marie stopped and looked up at Fayette. She is right, you know. This bond won't really result in anything that powerful. But I'll see that second moon again, came Fayette's reply. And who knows what class-up options or skills it might unlock. Magic maids can't be common. Besides, I'll get a nice slime pet out of it. She even managed to make the last bit sound confident, and Marie nodded. All right. I won't question you further then. But, what kind of design do you want me to draw? I have some freedom in it. I trust you, your drawings really are nice. Just do what feels right. Thanks, I'll do my best. Right. Let's get to it then. The lady stood up, taking the pestle out, and the mortar now held a gleaming blue paste. Gently, she dipped her brush into it, then turned to the maid. Let's begin. Fayette nodded, then laid down on her back, feeling the soft ground under her. The line of warding separating her from the slime was right by her side, and leaning to the side, she could see the creature growing agitated within. Don't worry, buddy, I'll make a fine partner out of you. Hey! I need you to Fayette looked up at the waiting Marie, then down at her feet. Oh, right. She hiked her skirt up, and rolled her stocking down, revealing her pale skin to the cool night air. It felt just a bit embarrassing, more than sharing a sauna had. Strange. The lady nodded, gleaming brush in hand, and kneeled between her legs. She bent down, and Fayette closed her eyes, her heartbeat getting more and more agitated. The key moment. Magic just outside her grasp. Then she felt a soft tickle at her thigh, and almost twitched, laughing. She barely held it in, and the initial tickle was replaced by a cool, soft sensation, as the brush began to draw elaborate patterns. She tried to imagine what the lines looked like, just based on the sensation. Maybe something like waves? No, that bit circled around. No hard edges. Everything is soft and smooth, flowing like water. Then, with a final prick, a hint of mana flowed into the center of the sigil, and Fayette felt an alien presence brush against her mind. She opened her eyes, looked to the side, and saw the wardings around the slime glow, and the creature squirmed as bindings appeared around it. A link. And something began flowing along that link, just a trickle. Magic. Fayette felt it tingling against her leg and stared as Marie got up, taking a few steps back, face just a bit red. Right. That's done now. Totally done. Fayette asked, rising up. I have magic? She could feel it. Magic was pulsing on her skin, matching the rapid beating of her heart. Excitement bubbling, she pointed a finger and focused on the new feeling within her. Go, water blast! It surged along her skin, and she felt the pattern inscribed there expand outwards, just a few wavy lines, and the energy coalesced around her finger, a blue glow growing. It gathered, waiting for form, and Fayette visualized a mighty jet of water spraying forth. A small, weak trickle left her finger, lasted 10 seconds, and then stopped. She felt the magic run out, something blocking her from using more. Wait, that was it. She turned, and Marie shrugged at her. It's your first go, and you have no skills for it. It's a poor bond too. I imagine you'll be able to make at least a bucket full eventually. Can I make it more powerful? Marie shrugged. Well, it may take a lot of practice, and you might need to get this bond upgraded, but yes. Eventually. Short term, I wouldn't expect too much. I have to do actual training? I'm not a natural talent? Hard work and time? I want magic now. Fayette felt just a bit betrayed and unsteady on her feet, but she calmed down pretty quick. Because she had still gained something. Magic. And she had one free skill slot. Maybe something could enhance her magic? But that was not all. She had also gained something else. She focused on that other feeling and sensed an irritation. Looking to the side, she saw the slime moving around its circle in agitation. Am I feeling that? Hello? Did I take too much? Trapped. Cleanse. Purge. Foreign. Touch. Fayette narrowed her eyes. Okay, I'm in charge now, so settle down. We'll get you house-trained and cleaning eventually. Cleanse. Future. Affirm. I think, it understood me, Fayette said, staring at the slime. With the bond, you should be warded against it. It shouldn't burn at your touch as much. Really? That's handy. Fayette took a step forward, just to the edge of the wards, then stared at the slime. Stay. It moved towards her. Cleanse. No, stay. Cleanse. Carefully, she extended her pinky, then pushed it forward, touching the slime just a hint, then pulling back. Her finger didn't burn. The slime tried to run at the bindings and smacked into an invisible wall. Cleanse. Fayette narrowed her eyes, took a step forward, then smacked the slime with an open palm. No. Bad slime. The slimy body wiggled under the impact, and she saw the core in the center shift about, unsteady. Confusion. Not cleansed. But touch. That's right, I'm the new boss here, so you'll have to learn to behave. Am I maybe being too mean to it? Stick and carrot, right? I got you those 2 bodies today, you like them, right? Cleansed. Satisfy. Grow. Good, I think we can get along just fine. Mireille was staring, a resigned look on her face. She turned to Marie. That thing is not staying anywhere near where we sleep. Fayette turned to the two, a calculating look on her face. I think I have an idea. How small can you make those wardings, Marie? Can you fit them on a bucket? Well, I think I can manage that. Fayette's eyes were shining again. Sure, her magic wasn't that great, but it was her first go at it. She had gained a pet, and looking up at the sky, she saw the second moon there, less corporeal than before, but still a full, pale blue. She had gained magic. Then her head shot back down, to her new companion. Oh, that's right, we're going to need a name for you. Don't you worry, I'll make a proper slime made out of you. Worry. The walk back to the inn was uneventful but light-hearted. Fayette carried a sloshing bucket at the end of her broom, which she held up against her shoulder. The slime was more relaxed now, content in its bucket like a cat in a box, but still lacking a name. How about Slimy? For the third time, Faye, no. That one is so terrible. Stop suggesting it. But it's a slime. No. You have to be more creative than that, I swear. Mireille paused, sensing eyes on them. They were almost at the inn, but only at the bottom of the hill, and already Olivia was rushing down towards them, eyes dark. They all stopped. Fayette instantly placed the bucket down and readied her broom. The doctor's eyes spoke of trouble. The worst kind. Waiting for her to get down, the speculation came. Some trouble in town? Marie asked. Maybe we got found out somehow. Mireille added. No, I think this is. Fayette stopped, remembering. Olivia had been about to tell her something before they had found out about the murderer. Something personal. She had somewhere she wanted us to go. That silenced the other two, and they watched thoughtfully as the doctor shambled down the hill, breathing heavily. She finally got to them, and Fayette stepped forward to halt her forward momentum. Olivia thumped into her, took a few seconds to regain her bearings, then nodded thankfully. It took a few more seconds for her to catch her breath, then turned to the others. Get packed. We need to head out first thing tomorrow morning, on the first ship that comes to town. What kind of trouble is it? Marie asked, serious. Nobody had ever seen Olivia like this. The doctor's voice was grim. There was a news blackout down south, which is why I got worried. Was some troubling news before that? Felt familiar. Now the blackout has been lifted. The news came to town on the last ship. For a moment, Olivia was silent, brooding, and calming her breathing. The city of Bienice has been quarantined, and the call for hunter support has come. Fayette shivered. If the crown was calling for hunter aid, that meant one thing, there were monsters to hunt. And if it was a quarantine, she met Olivia's eyes, and the doctor nodded. A magical plague. Chapter 68.1 Interlude, Hunter. As one hunter party set forth on a journey to answer a muster call, they were not alone. Many others heard the plea too and set out to aid. Many more did not. Ah, hunters. Those slayers of monsters, heroes from stories, and saviors of the innocent. Who were they really? Marguerite thought she had a bit of an idea. It came with dealing with the lot as her job, being one of the two receptionists employed at Corson's Guild. It was just another day in the quiet seaside town, and she was, as always, on time for her job. Good morning, Margie. Morning, Clara. She gave her co-worker a curt nod as she stepped inside the quaint wooden building, then took a quick look at the usual suspects. Despite the early hour, and despite the fact that the place would only officially open in an hour, there was already one party of hunters loitering at the tables, a few of them looking her way. The Golden Shields, a newer local team. The first type of hunter. See, Marguerite had a classification system of sorts. Broadly speaking, all hunters could be categorized into three types, and the system had never failed her so far. The first type of hunter was the type who was in the job more so for the aesthetic. Big weapons, always visible. Muscled bodies, always proudly displayed. But precious few scars. The type who tended to spend suspiciously much time loitering at the guild and local taverns. If you really ran the numbers, they couldn't be spending more than 1 day a week on missions. Marguerite measured the group's tall leader with a side eye as she walked past them. Guess keeping that stomach toned requires a lot of work. She didn't mind the lot that much. They were polite, mannerly enough, and decent to look at. And they also put quite a bit of coin in their guild's coffers. More than they really should be able to, considering their earnings. Marguerite paused at the backroom door and took another look at the lot, especially their blonde-haired swordman of a leader who was always sneaking glances at her. Could that gossip have been right? Is he actually a runaway noble of some sort? Of course, she didn't generally accept any advances this sort made. She was only 19 years of age and level 10, so her prospects were decent, and marriage to a hunter. She shuddered. I've seen that disaster play out one too many times. But a maybe noble though. She caught him looking again, and decided to risk it, answering him with a wink. Then she stepped into the back room and closed the door behind her, feeling rather pleased with that. Let him stew on that for a while. Distractions like that could be fun, but Marguerite looked at the pile of papers arrayed on her work desk. She rolled back her sleeves. Distractions could wait. Work could not. She activated her receptionist vision and saw last night's work highlighted around the room. Time to sort through some reports. Marguerite finished the last lines of her town hall report just a few minutes before her shift at the reception table. It was the standard weekly report, a collection of all monster and beast sightings in the past week, with information on what hunter parties had cleared what threats. Routine work, but quite fun. Almost like reading stories, except these were real. She always found it a bit thrilling. But summarizing poorly told stories into a simpler and more efficient format only provided so much entertainment, so when she sat down at the reception table and saw that affairs in the guild remained calm with the usual suspects loitering out, Marguerite opened up a cupboard and took out more papers, getting back to her real work. Her thesis. She had already leveled up thrice while writing it. You didn't usually have to do that much at the reception table, so she always had plenty of time to spend on her own projects here, and this would be a culmination of a year's work. She felt quite a bit of pride as she ran through her findings, the result of combing through dusty archives for many sleepless nights. The bundles of papers and notebooks were nearing completion, and she was sure that it would net her an uncommon class upgrade. Because, this work would be important. It was a study on trends in monster appearances. And they were on the rise, steadily. She had started the project on a whim, after realizing how different the reports from 50 years back were. She had always liked combing through forgotten back shelves for anything of interest. No treasure maps or forgotten inheritances yet, but information like this was a treasure of its own. So, as she began, Marguerite looked over her report with pride. It had taken a lot of effort, but the conclusion she had come to was unsettling, but also thrilling. A steady, continuing upward trend. Marguerite's heart beat faster as she ran through the next batch of old notebooks, and the new additions again matched with the trend. When I show this to the guild master, my promotion will be guaranteed. Just as she was really getting into a good flow, a thump at the table jolted her awake. The auburn-haired receptionist looked up from her desk and met the calm eyes of another local hunter group, but one of a different type than the previous. The second type, the professionals. Hunters in it for the money, and little else. Few sword-swinging jobs gave such freedom as this career. This group were the Iron Hounds, a party of 5 former soldiers in Sycamore with growling hound faces painted on. They took few risks, and mainly hunted smaller monsters with the aid of their hunting dogs. Hate to interrupt you, miss, but time is running. Any new jobs come in today? Marguerite put her thesis papers away into a lower cupboard, then quickly looked over the notes left behind by Clara from the previous shift. Missions, nothing new has come in after yesterday, just the same bits. Except the plague muster call, but nobody here is taking that one. Which one would suit them best, I wonder? She took another look at the group and activated Get Their Measure while she was at it. Perhaps this mission? They didn't take it yesterday, but maybe today. She reached out into a folder, took a mission slip out and held it out. This job is still here. Sludge-type mole monsters infesting a farm after a mishap with the monster wards. Still reluctant? The men grimaced, and their leader snatched the paper from her hand, taking another look at it. The pay is still the same. Don't you have another bigger contract like yesterday? Marguerite maintained a pleasant smile and nodded towards the golden shields, still seated at their usual table. If you really feel that reluctant, I might go have a word with that lot and see if I can persuade them to take it. The armored man snorted. We both know that lot is useless. Marguerite winked. I can be persuasive. They do one job a week, usually. Time is coming up, and this is the best job we have right now. After thinking for a moment, the gruff man grimaced. Fine, I'll take it. The receptionist smiled. Thank you, now do make haste, that mission has been rolling around for a week already, and if you don't hurry. The guild's door suddenly opened with a slam, and Marguerite interrupted her talk. Doors being slammed open, usually meant trouble, or boisterous new hunters. Usually both. Fearing the worst, she hesitantly looked over at the new arrivals. But still, as she took in the 4 figures that strutted into the guild, she had to stop for a moment, and stare. For this, did not look like a hunter party. 4 women, all in clothing much finer than hers. 2 more unassuming sorts, maybe young merchants. But then the other 2. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. No, she wasn't seeing wrong. Definitely a maid uniform. A broom and a bucket? And the woman next to her. There was no mistaking that fine bearing, refined face, and sheer presence. She instantly revised her opinion of the Golden Shields and their leader, that gossip had really been all talk. Now this was a true noble. She was still blinking her eyes when she noticed that the 4 women were marching right at her, past the iron hounds, to her receptionist's desk. The iron hounds almost began to say something, outraged at being cut in line, but one look from the maid silenced them. The gloomy woman dressed in black slammed her fist on the table, and Marguerite almost jumped up in her chair. She had been so focused on the pretty lady, that she had missed the dark-clad woman rushing the desk. Sorry, we're hunters, and we're in a hurry. Is there news on the muster call? Marguerite blinked her eyes. Muster call? The woman stared, dark eyes growing menacing. Do I need to repeat myself? Yes, the muster call. The one for the magical plague. The receptionist took in a deep breath, looking over the group with new eyes. Get their measure. She nodded to herself. Ah, the third and final hunter type. The one she saw most seldom. They didn't tend to stick around in one place for long. The ones in it for a cause. Hands steady, she reached into a drawer, took out a report, and handed it over. Here's the latest news. Nothing new has come since the first report. The woman cursed, taking the report, and turning to her team. Damnation! Nothing new here, it's the same information they published on the first day. The maid grimaced. Are we wasting more time? We could have skipped this town. No, not necessarily, the woman who had to be a lady said as she scanned the room. All the other hunters froze under her gaze, it just had that sort of weight to it. Hunters. Is anyone else here headed toward Biennitze to fight the plague? We could use any movement skills to speed us along, or additional protection on the road. Even horses would be nice, a messy-haired girl quickly added. The proclamation sent a shudder through the room, as every single hunter in there looked at the newcomers as if they were insane. Because this sort always was. Are you crazy, stupid, or both, miss? The Ironhound's leader growled, taking a step forward. Work like that will see you infected and dead or worse. Amateurs like you shouldn't. Amateurs? The maid asked, answering his scorn with a piercing glare. She reached back for that bucket, hanging from the broom's end, which seemed oddly threatening. Cowards who won't face one little plague are calling me an amateur. The man reached for his blade. What did you just call me? The receptionist paled. Oh no. They're doing the thing. Marguerite sprang up from her seat, waving her hands. Hey! Hey! Calming presence. No fighting. Causing a mess is bad. Her words seemed to strike the maid especially hard, and the woman stepped back right away, looking embarrassed. Oh, sorry miss. Can't be causing a mess now, can I? The lady sighed. Fayette, let's just get out. We can make it to the next big town in 2 days if we really hurry. All right, all right. Get some food for the road. I've got everything we need. Like the whispering of a passing storm, the party's words gradually faded as they walked out of the guild. Marguerite let out a deep breath, relieved that no disaster had occurred on her shift, and looked back to the Iron Hounds. You know better than to argue with that sort, she said, reproving. The man spat on the floor. Whatever. Men, let's go do this stupid mission. Muttering quietly to each other, they too walked out of the guild. Marguerite shook her head. Hunters. I swear, they're always causing more and more trouble. But that last group, 4 women about her age, headed out to combat a plague. Something in it sparked at her soul. Do I really need to wait around here, in this small town? Maybe with my thesis. For a moment, she let herself dream of bigger cities, the bustle of a port, and let her mind imagine more figures like that blonde lady giving her tasks. Something tugged at her memory. Wait a minute, wasn't there that missive from a horse rider a few days back? Spark memory. She jolted upright, snapping open a cupboard at lightning pace. The letter. Some lord was looking for a lady in the description. Marguerite felt a skill guide a piece of paper to her hand, and held up the missive with shaking hands, mind in disbelief. Could she really be so fortunate? The descriptions match. It has to be her. What a lucky day, with the reward money I can. Her thoughts ran to the edge of a cliff as a hint of doubt hit her. Why exactly would a lord be seeking a lady, especially one who seemed quite at ease in her current position? One who according to the report was trying to hide away? Someone brave enough to go face the worst of monsters, a magical plague. Could Marguerite really act against someone like that? But then, she imagined that pretty face lying dead in a pool of blood, or something even worse. And she also looked at the monetary reward listed again. With no further hesitation, she took out a pen and paper, and started to write. Sorry lady, it's probably better this way. And so, as hunters set forth on their way, a chase closed in on their trail, very close behind. But, that was only half of the story. Chapter 68.2 Interlude, Hunted. Hunter hunted. Therein lies the pairing. A rule of nature. If there was a hunter, there was also naturally someone hunted. Not just monsters and beasts, the true foes of heroes are those willingly opposing them. Those on the wrong side. Even if they came from unlikely circumstances. Jahan certainly had never even dreamed of becoming a bandit. 17 years of age, and a level 7 farmhand, he had learned to accept what life gave him. Parents passing away unexpectedly, a brother leaving just as suddenly afterward, and a tiny lonesome farm to tend. A simple life, certainly one with little violence. Frankly, just the sight of bared weapons shook him. It certainly shook him now. The young farmhand looked at the intimidating hunters in front of him. Taller, stronger, higher level. Heavy metal armor, barking dogs, and spears bloody from fighting monsters. 1 week late. What do you mean you don't have any additional payment? The tallest of them asked, looming over him. Jahan took a trembling breath and steadied his footing. Have to get through this. Yes, sir. I'm not lying. I have so little, if I gave what I had. Look kid, hunting monsters is dangerous work, and this sludge mole infestation wasn't easy to deal with. If you want other hunters to take your requests seriously, you really should. One of the men nudged the speaker on the side. Lay it off Todd, you're scaring the kid. The leader Todd glared to the side. Don't you start, you know the pay is shite for this. The other man sighed, then pointed at Jahan. Just look at how emaciated the kid is. Can almost see the bones on him. Jahan flinched back from the finger, and hastily rolled his sleeves down, cheeks coloring. It can't be that bad, can it? Todd took another look at him, then reluctantly turned away. Well, fine. Have it your way. Can't have the Ironhounds be known as extortioners, can we? Hey kid, spread the good word. Jahan nodded in a hurry. Of course, I won't forget your generosity. Maybe the leader of this place can scrounge up something extra for this? Let's go and see. Muttering, the hunters marched out of the farmstead, and Jahan stood upright and smiling until they were well behind the hill. Then he looked to the side, at what remained of his meager plot of land, and collapsed to his knees. Sure, the monsters infesting his fields had been dealt with, but it was just too late. The fields were a ruin. Spoiled. Just looking at the soil polluted with black sludge made him feel cold and hungry. The monsters had been able to pillage the place for 2 weeks, nesting themselves deeper and deeper into the soil. Nothing suitable for eating would be growing there. It had been simply bad luck, wards weakening in one specific spot, leading monsters right to his only field. And it wasn't like he could just till out a new one. Nobody would grant a level 7 kid the right. He only had this one as an inheritance. Jahan laid there for a good minute, calming down, then slowly got up, trotting over the hill towards the center of town. His plot was right at the edge of the border, so he had to walk past the flourishing fields of others on the way to his small cabin. A lonely house these days. He started running the numbers again in his mind. The harvest had been done already, his tax paid, but next year. I still have enough to last me over the winter and well into spring, so once the snow melts, I'll have to head out. Lots of work over in Palogny from what I hear. A class change. Tough but doable. If I just... Jahan paused, staring at his cabin, a nondescript shack at the edge of the village. Or, it should have been lonely. Smoke was coming out of the chimney. Could it be? His heart started racing, and he ran forward, forgetting the ills of the day. He slammed the door open and stared inside with disbelief. At the man older than he remembered seated by the fireplace, eating bread and drinking some of his scarce wine. His brother, who only looked his way for a second, then turned back to the bread. A hallucination? Joseph? Is that you? Joseph looked back his way, and grinned. Hey, Jahan. It's been a while. How are things? There was no mistaking that voice, or that grin. But he shouldn't have been here because that meant... Jahan took a shaky step inside, closing the door behind him. Aren't you supposed to be in the army? For 2 more years. Joseph's face instantly fell, and he spat onto the floor, grimacing. No. No more. Was a shit show, pointless all of it, so me and a couple of the boys quit. Jahan gulped. Are you a deserter? He got a glare for an answer. Not our fault. Quartermaster messed up hard. No real food for weeks. So we strung him up and headed out. Jahan eyed the sword at his brother's side, heart beating furiously. And what have you been doing since then? Joseph grinned again, but it was a different grin. Not like in the old days. Meaner. Oh, you know. Just getting what we need. The young farmhand shook on his feet. Bandits. His brother grimaced, looking down at his sword. Not as bad as it sounds. We just do what we must. Boss knows what he's doing. Level 19, good lad. Just need one good haul. You've killed people. Not many. A few. Not types that will be missed. Jahan took in a deep breath. So. His brother met his eyes, calm. Focused. So. Are you coming back? Joseph got up, taking another gulp of wine. No, I saw what happened at the field. Was going to just pop in for a visit, see how things are. But, those blue eyes focused on him again. They're pretty bad, aren't they? Nothing left here. For a long moment, Jahan stood there, silent. Only this shack remained. No. So his brother stepped forward, extending a hand. Do you want to come with me? I'll only ask this once. Heading north next. Could use the food you have left. Jahan thought over it. Am I really considering this? But Joseph was all he had. If his brother left again, he would truly have nothing. Alone in this world. Somehow, it felt like all his fears faded. Being near his brother after so long, there was such comfort in it. He closed his eyes and made his decision. We're brothers. What do I need to do? Joseph nodded, as if he had never doubted for a moment. Just let go, and take hold of my hand. Jahan reached out, to that dreaded voice he had not heard for so long. For that one bit that was always there waiting. And like an old friend, that clear female voice, like an icy mountain spring, came for him. Do you wish to forfeit your class, farmhand? You are not eligible for an experience bonus. Warning, this action cannot be revoked. Yes. Removing class. Jahan jolted as tiny needles of pain passed through every inch of his body, like a swarm of tiny flies devouring him inch by inch, and he almost fell down. And then it stopped, as suddenly as it had begun. All the pain was gone. He felt empty. Hollow. Shaking, Jahan reached for his brother's hand, and grasped it. You have become eligible for class, bandit. Choose it right now. Was he just imagining it, or did the voice almost sound disappointed? Jahan closed his eyes and accepted the prompt. Level up, you have reached bandit level 1. Congratulations. You have gained a new skill, run away. Jahan shivered. The voice was different. A rich male baritone now, it felt less calming. Not an old friend. Is this the devil they speak of? But looking into his brother's eyes, he saw approval. Pride. His feet stopped shaking. His breathing calmed. Pride. Acceptance. Something he had not seen for so long. He could still remember how those hunters had looked at him, eyes of arrogance and pity. If it is the will of heaven, then let me be damned. Jahan gulped, and grasped the spear in his hand harder, staring at the merchant caravan on the road. And at the armed men guarding it. 5 of them. Then he looked at the men around him, hidden amongst the trees, bandits all. 12? 5 on 12. Simple math. But still, he felt nervous. Joseph nudged him to the side. Hey, calm down. This one won't come to a fight. Jahan looked to the side, instantly calmed. That was his brother's skill, he knew it now. By your side. The reason he always felt so calm these days. With that, maybe even he might be able to fight. Are you sure? Joseph nodded. They're listening to the boss talk, all calm like. They know the drill. Just have to scare them a bit more, and they'll fold and give us some. As long as we don't get greedy. Jahan focused back to the front, where the boss nobody ever got to call him by name was negotiating. The man had decent armor, decent weapons, a tall frame, and most importantly of all, decent skills. Loot sense and rapid march. Two very valuable skills for a bandit crew. Nobody quite knew what combat skills he had, but the last man to challenge him had apparently lasted 5 seconds in a fight. Suddenly, the boss turned around and made the signal, lifting a hand up, and all the bandits rose up from the bushes, lifting up their weapons. Jahan made sure his spear was up in sight, clearly visible. The civilians by the caravan paled, and Jahan felt eyes full of fear look at him. No, not just fear, hate. Disgust. They're looking at me like I'm a monster. But just with that, it was over. The civilians made demands to their guards, and food and weapons were handed over. The caravan continued along the road, and their bandit gang continued on their own way. A rapid march, searching for loot. A splendid intimidation. Level up, you have reached bandit level 2. Congratulations. 1 skill point gained. This new voice. Jahan just couldn't help it. It didn't feel comforting. It still sent shivers down his spine. Jahan waited in the quiet night forest, spear held up at the ready. He was level 3 now, a result of sparring with the others, and he had gained quick thrust. Finally, a weapon skill, something to fight with. Because tonight might be a fight. According to the boss, there was a veritable trove of loot ahead, and the scouts were already going ahead. The others, the boss included, were just waiting. Silent, patient. How long do we have to wait here? The brush rustled, and the scouts came back, smiling. Joseph nudged him on the side, excited. Get ready, this is going to be a good one. Jahan leaned forward, hungering for the scouts' hushed words. He could only make out a bit. Not fighter classes. You sure? Have to be, just 4 women. But out here. The boss turned to the rest of the group, grinning. He clapped his hands, then spoke quietly, but his words carried. Another skill? All right boys, listen up. This is going to require a careful touch. Our target is just as rich as I sensed, and there are only 4 of them. He ran his eyes around the group. 4 women. Before any of the men could react, the boss clapped his hands again, silencing any talk. 4 women in the middle of a forest. This is no ordinary bunch. Make no mistake. And if they are this rich, most of the money is in having them alive and well. Understand? He waited for the nods, and Jahan felt some relief at that. He looked to the side, feeling a bit off balance. When the boss had made the first proclamation, had his brother been about to cheer? No, must have been. The boss clapped again, and Jahan's head bolted back his way. Hey! Knuckleheads! What did I just say to you? 4 women, all alone in a forest, only one of them awake a sentry? Rich folks? That means only one thing, there's a disguised bodyguard. His eyes locked onto Jahan. If it comes down to it, don't hesitate. Kill. He smiled. You'll level up. Jahan shivered. Would he really have to? But before he could think on it more, they were marching, sneaking, creeping. Deeper into the forest, past brush and bramble, and ever deeper into the dark. What would these targets look like, and how would they look at him? He gripped the spear in his hand, visualizing his new skill. His one combat skill. Most of the others had at least 2, some even 3. And the boss was so near his capstone. Jahan jolted at a nudge to his side and looked at his brother. Hey, Jahan, focus. And stay back. Joseph whispered. Right. I mean it. Just stick by me. When the boss nudges people to go in first, that means trouble. Just be patient and we will be fine. Suddenly, something tugged Jahan at the foot, and he felt himself falling down onto his face, caught by a thin thread. Fuck. Everyone, go. Joseph shouted next to him. Jahan scrambled up, looking around wildly, and for a brief moment, he saw her. A woman, rather plain in the face really, in a white and black dress, a broom and bucket in hand. But those eyes so cold. But she was moving so fast. Running right at his brother. The broom swung back, readying for a hit. Something in the bucket splashed, and then Jahan blinked, staring in front of him. How much time had passed? He wasn't sure. He was still on the ground, peeking up at the corpse in front of him. Skull smashed, half the face dissolved by something. Joseph. It had happened in an instant, and Jahan had toppled down, frozen. Suddenly, he jumped up, remembering the spear in his hand. Right, the fight just have to focus on the skill. I have one skill. Great, there's one more left here. He looked around wildly for the voice, but then something pricked his back from behind, and suddenly his clothes were constricting him, and he was back on the ground, tasting the mud. I can't move. He tried to activate the skill, but the spear wasn't in his hand any longer. For a moment more, he struggled, until somebody kicked him on the side hard. He fell still, reeling at the impact, and then he was being dragged along the rough ground. His face stung as brambles and stones bit into it, but struggling was useless. His clothes, they were still constricting him. No escape. He didn't feel calm anymore. The constant skill Joseph had been keeping up was gone, and suddenly becoming a bandit felt like a terrible idea. His brother's smashed face was burned into his vision. A healer, could a healer? Then he heard voices. An argument. A softer, tired voice, and a snappish, cold one. Not doing this again. It would only be 4. There are only 4 of us. And 7, no 8 of them alive. We can't guard that. And we're in a hurry, a third voice added. I'm not letting us be late to save lives for something like this. Jahan struggled in his bindings and managed to roll around, getting his head up. He spat mud and grass from his mouth and looked at the scene. The woman in the black and white dress, no, that had to be a maid, was arguing with the prettiest girl Jahan had ever seen. Has death taken me? An angel at this hour? Fayette, we have to do this right, they have to be judged. The maid flinched back at the words and turned away, holding her head. Judge? No, that. Looking to the side, he saw some of his compatriots, bound in cloth, knocked unconscious or buried in earth. Not all of them. Again, he remembered. Joseph. That ghastly sight, blood and broken bone, melted face. He retched. Tears in his eyes. This is a mistake. I never killed anyone, Joseph, never. But he had. His brother had killed. But Joseph was already dead, and now Jahan was the one under judgment. He heard the voices get calmer and focused on them again. They were life and death. Fine. I'll do it. But I really do hate this, I wish I could just, the angel said, soft eyes running past Jahan. Was there sympathy there? Even for someone like him? Will I live? But then, the maid gently supported the angel, hands on shoulders. I'll be here. You don't have to watch it. Just use the skill. No, the duty is mine. This too is a lady's job, sadly. And then the maid's eyes ran over him, and Jahan froze. Because there was no hate there. No kindness either. Nothing at all. Because those eyes saw not him. It was like she wasn't even looking at a human being, just something to be discarded away. Like dust. Jahan shivered, and was only dimly aware of what was happening. The lady was turning around the clearing, looking at the different captured people, growing grimmer with each one. Soon it was only him in the clearing, and the other bandits had disappeared. Somewhere. And then it was his turn. A cold wave passed through him, and he looked up at the angel, fear in his heart. Right, I can talk. Please miss, I only. Level 3 bandit. Tell me, have you killed? The angel said, voice like iron. No. Would you have? For a long moment, Jahan paused silent. I don't know. The angel nodded. Do you know the law? The law? No, I don't. In some cases, at the lower levels, banditry can be forgiven. And I? She paused, her eyes darkening. For a moment, she almost looked like she would topple, but then the maid was behind her again, supporting her up. The angel gave a grateful, shaky nod behind, then looked back to Jahan, eyes sad. There's been enough death today. Please just learn from this. I don't want to. Do you know what to do? Hesitantly, Jahan nodded. He reached for that voice again, that terrible one. Do you wish to forfeit your class, bandit? You are not eligible for an experience bonus. Warning, this action cannot be revoked. Yes. Removing class. He shivered again, as it felt like his skin was being ripped off. It was harsher this time, but faster. In the blink of an eye, it was over. Jahan looked up at the angel of judgment. Her voice was soft, and so sad. There are tales of this, though I do not know them well. Tell me, which voice do you hear now? You have become eligible for class, prisoner. Choose it right now. Like the embrace of an old friend, that same female voice was back. Calm as ever, and clear like a mirror-sheen lake. Jehan felt a tear drop from his eye. The angel nodded, motioning him up with a hand. And Jehan found that he was no longer bound. Shaking, he got up, and noticed that there was a pouch by his feet. The boss's pouch. The angel pointed at it. Take it and go. Do some good. Find your way. Just, please. And then she turned away, not looking his way once more. But still, Jehan stood there frozen, unsure. Could he really be forgiven? Wasn't he a monster now, a bandit? But then, he felt the eyes on him. The others. A woman clad in dark who looked at him with disinterest, as if she had seen his sword countless times before. A messy-haired woman with a fox-like face, who was peering at him curiously. Like something new. And then her. Those cold eyes, which saw him not. They saw nothing where he was. That face looked at him with a disinterested grimace, like at a stain someone else had not cleaned off their clothes. And so Jehan ran, away from the angel, thanking her mercy from the bottom of his soul. For he now knew what the true monster was. Chapter 69 The Roadblock. It was a fine day for travel. The autumn sun gave the leaves blowing in the wind a warm glow, making the chilly air feel warmer than it truly was. There were few travelers this way, so there wasn't much need to keep a watch forward, and everyone could just focus on the nice outdoors. Fayette marched along the dirt road, broom laid against her shoulder, the bucket at its end swishing back and forth with every step. She was humming, cheerfully, feeling at her free hand. Feeling at the energy she could tap into, but it was still just so difficult. She felt at the bond, and the mark at her thigh tingled as the magic began flowing in once again. She tried to hold it steady, holding her breath. Calm, just stay calm, that's the key. Slowly, she gathered the magical power towards her fingertip and then began to gradually push the strand of magic out, still holding it. If she let up, the energy would transform into water instantly, but that wasn't her aim right now. Focusing, Fayette gradually drew out a line of blue energy from her finger, trying to bend the thin thread into a loop, and she was just about to get it. And then her concentration lapsed, and the thread turned to water, then splished down onto the dirt. Fayette sighed. Today really wasn't her day. Ack. I'm not making any progress at all today. I swear it's those bandits, letting any go has to be bad luck. Marie, who was walking beside her, clicked her tongue, looking Fayette's way, displeased. Don't joke about that. He was pretty low level, and probably hadn't done much bad. Bandits tend to level fast. Fayette frowned, starting up another thread of water mana, forming it at her fingertip. But a bandit is still just a bandit, right? He would have eventually done something. Maybe so, but still Marie tried to gather her thoughts but then fell silent, pondering. Fayette looked over her with a quick side eye, then got back to her casting. At least she doesn't seem to be beating herself up anymore. She traced the line of magic out, then stumbled when she felt resistance in her bond, and her bucket began wiggling. Her thread collapsed to water again. Fayette reached out behind her, and took the metal bucket off her broom, eyeing it warily. She had a vague sense of how the slime within was feeling most of the time, and it was generally strangely content to be in the bucket. Rather like a cat in a box, really. Except even more liquid. But now, Fayette felt the liquid inside the bucket sloshing back and forth. She clanged the lid, which was warded with some basic magical runes, 3 times, and the shaking stopped. Hey, are you getting antsy inside there? Move. Replenish. Freedom. Fayette quirked an eyebrow, then looked over the forest around her. The dry leaves crunching under her feet gave her an idea. Maybe I could. Watch out everyone, I'm letting the slime out. Olivia and Mireille glanced back at her from where they were leading the group, and both grimaced. The two hastened their steps, creating a bit of space between themselves and Marie and Fayette. Just make sure that thing stays under control. It's been fine, Mireille. Stop worrying so much. The seamstress looked back forward, shaking her head, and Fayette bent down. She held the bucket out at a slight downward tilt, then popped the lid open, and a slimy goop slid out, onto the road, right onto a pile of dead leaves. The leaves dissolved inside the slime rapidly, leaving only pristine dirt and rock behind. Fayette brightened. Look at you go. You are such a handy thing. Marie was watching the slime clear a tract along the road, eyes pensive. You know, Fayette. You say a bandit is just a bandit, but how can you use that slime, then? Doesn't the same apply to monsters? I don't think so, really, Fayette said, watching the slime follow the trail of leaves like a puppet led forward by a string. Slimes like this. They don't really think, do they? Just reacting to what they come upon. But a person, they would have to choose to become a bandit, right? That's the difference. She looked back, and saw Marie bite her lip, looking frustrated. Yes, but I don't think that choice is the same for all of them. Didn't you see how that boy looked? His face was so gaunt, almost skeletal. I don't think he had an easy choice. Fayette thought back, at that one bandit they had let go, and found that, she didn't really remember. He had been just another bandit, another member of the grey mass assigned as enemy. In her mind, they all seemed to blend together, into just a vague impression. Should I remember what he looked like? Did I see that at the time? Maybe so, Fayette eventually answered, then turned back to Marie. But still, he was with them and would have. She stopped. Because, Marie just looked back at her, disappointed. And for some reason, that hurt. Fayette flinched from the gaze, and looked back forward, hastening her steps. Sorry Marie. I guess in the middle of battle, that stuff just sort of fades. I can't really remember. The lady sighed, and took 2 quick steps forward, returning to her side. Really, this type of thing is important. You should think about it more. Fayette rolled the mana along her skin, back and forth like a pendulum, watching the slime moving in front of her. It was still just moving forward, happy to devour everything that came within sight for nourishment. I guess I really should think over that stuff more, but it's just. Something felt wrong about it all. More than just the question. Why couldn't she remember that face? Because, now that she thought about it, she really couldn't remember many at all. Just that first one. Lord Castellani. The expression he had made when she had suddenly thrust that acidic rag at her face, that twisting grimace, she couldn't forget that one. It was burned in her mind, bright as the first time it had happened. Such a strong impression, but why couldn't she remember any of the others? Not the thugs in Palogny, or the bandits during their hunting trip. Even the knights and mages of the Arolot were hard to picture. So, she ignored it and sighed. Fine. I'll keep it in mind. Marie smiled, just a tad melancholy. Thanks. I'm glad. For an instant, it felt like that aura of a lady was back there, pushing at her class, but then it was gone. And Fayette shivered, a thrill going through her. Unsettled, she pushed all water mana throbbing at her skin out, aiming a blast right at the slime. It shivered as the ice-cold water hit its goopy body, and stopped advancing. Fayette held down her bucket, tapping its metallic side. Playtime's over. Get back inside. She sensed a hint of disappointment through the bond, but the slime eventually sloshed back inside the bucket, like a stream flowing in reverse. It wobbled inside, molding itself to fit the bucket perfectly, and again radiated a sense of satisfaction. Fayette shook her head as she put the lid back on. You really are easy to satisfy. Then she looked forward, at the town ahead, which had already been in sight for some time. They were close. They just needed to cross the river by the town's bridge, and then it would be a day's walk to the quarantine city. A city where a magical plague had raged, was still raging, invoking all manner of horrors. She gripped her broom tighter, and quickly checked over her uniform, making sure it was pristine. Broom and uniform, if she had those, she could fight. And looking to the side, at the lady walking by her side and her friends in front, she felt calmer. It would be dangerous, yes. But they had prevailed before. They were a true team now, tested in battle. Things would go fine. Fayette knew things would not go fine the moment she stepped into town, her 3 comrades by her side. The place looked ordinary enough, a small hamlet of a few dozen buildings by a major river crossing. The type of place where one might stop their caravan for a break, before carrying on forward the next day. Things looked calm enough, some locals walking about here and there, a slow trickle of traffic over the bridge, and children playing with acorn cows. But still, it was a faint tingle at her back, like a danger sense without the danger. The way some of the people in town took an extra long look at their group. The sense of foreboding. Somebody's watching us, Olivia said, eyeing the windows on both sides of the main road. Well, the only road. It was a small place. Fayette nodded. Agreed. Don't think we should stick around here. Feels bad. Mireille looked between the two of them, and then started marching forward. If you two think something is off, then something is off. Let's move. We're only here for the bridge, Marie added, keeping up her pace. We didn't need to stop for anything anyway. And so, they paced forward, hurrying for that simple stone bridge, so small but so vital. Fayette almost thought they would make it unassailed, but she knew better. Her nose for trouble was getting pretty good these days, so she swept her head to the left a good 5 seconds before it happened. Before he appeared. Suddenly, just as they neared the crossing, a great horse galloped out from behind the tavern, circling forward to block off the bridge, a tall, broad-shouldered man at its back. He was wearing a military officer's uniform, dress sword by his side, and pulled his reins to a stop right in front of the party, his gaze sweeping past all of them. Focusing on Marie. Fayette breathed deeply. This fast? Really? But then she had another look at the horse, and nodded. Of course. Like clockwork, the inevitable meeting. The man jumped off his horse gracefully, landing on their side, then swept a curt bow, taking off his hat. His hair was a clear blonde, mussed up from being under the hat. Lady du Adrienne, I presume. He said, voice calm. Fayette grimaced, synchronized with Marie's own furrowed brow. The prospective husband. Their party had frozen in place, watching the man's gaudy entrance warily. The silence stretched as the man watched their party, waiting for a reply. He seemed to be in his early 30s by how Fayette judged it, and his face had some scars from battle. She gripped her broom tighter, making sure the slime didn't shake around in the bucket. Then she gave Marie a questioning look, but the lady gave her a quiet shake of the head, then turned forward. She sighed deeply, like a tomb of collected frustrations unearthed, then finally met the man's eyes. Lord du Montcalm, I presume. His lip curled up a bit, and he nodded, standing firm. Best regards. Our meeting is a tad overdue. Your escapades have caused a lot of inconvenience. Marie lifted a brow. Inconvenience? A marriage I never agreed to is what I would call an inconvenience. Fayette frowned when she saw the Lord barely react at all to Marie's reprimand. I don't think he's going to back down with just talk. She glanced to the sides and saw half a dozen armed men walking out from the sides of the road, catching up with the Lord. And he's got backup. And we are in public with lots of civilians watching. This might get difficult. She looked back, just in time to see the Lord's calm response. I understand your hesitation, but the engagement contract has already been signed. I'm afraid I cannot back down lightly. Marie looked behind him, at the bridge, clutching her fists. Can't we do this later? We're trying to get to the quarantine to save lives. This is wasting time. He finally reacted, eyes widening in surprise. He looked behind himself, at the stony bridge, then back to Marie. Why would you be going to fight a plague? You are a lady. That is not where your talents lie. Marie bristled. And you know better. He nodded. Of course, that is why I arranged for this marriage. Fayette, no. Everyone in their party stared at him, and the maid started to really feel outraged. She took a step to the side, nearer to Mireille. She was only carrying a broom. That was the handy thing about brooms, few saw them as weapons before it was too late. If I just get near him and... Mireille gripped her by the cuff of her sleeve, and Fayette stopped that train of thought. She looked back, and saw her friend shake her head subtly. She grimaced, but looked back forward, at her newer friend. How are you going to handle this? Lord du Montcalm started pacing back and forth, keeping his eyes on Marie. Relaxed. Please understand, I bear no ill will here. I am just doing what's right. Right for you, maybe. I never asked for this, Marie responded, glaring at him. Did you not? I disagree. I can see it in your eyes' ambition. I heard that your family did not think highly of your abilities. Please understand, I am here because I disagree. And I disagree with you. Will you let us pass? He stopped, holding up his hands. Just hear me out. As I said, I bear you no ill will. This is just about duty. And you are keeping us from fulfilling that duty, Marie retorted, pointing at the bridge. There's a blasted magical plague going on, half a day's ride away. Stop with this farce. Go help there if you want to talk about duty. No. He said, voice booming. That is where you are mistaken. That is not duty. As I said, you are a lady. A lady of bastions. I know your skills. They are not suited to something like this. He finally turned from her, eyeing the rest of the party, eyes falling on Olivia. Your friends might be of some use there. But playing at being a hunter is running away from duty. You are a daughter of the nation, and we are at war overseas. Duty calls for us all, even me. He shook his head, looking over Marie, almost disappointed. You have great potential really. But these are childish games. Please understand, I just want to refine your potential into something great. Stop wasting it with this. The longer Fayette listened to him talk, the angrier she started to get. Because that lecturing tone, that confidence. It was familiar. Just like when a lord had commanded her to stand and fight because he had thought it was the proper thing to do. Mireille, how bad would it be if I tried to knife him right now? She whispered, vision swimming. Her fingers were almost twitching with an urge. A touch at her side calmed her. But Morel's hiss was ice cold. Faye! Do not talk like that. Marie is trying to talk this out. We are in public. Being watched. If you do something now. She left the consequences unsaid. But Fayette knew. She knew it as well as she knew that talking wouldn't work here, because even though this Lord de Montcalm was being somewhat peaceful for now, he just would not stop. He was talking like one of the orphanage caretakers during a lecture. Have to consider the politics of it. On and on in that lecturing tone. Like he knew what was best, what was right. Like he had the right to decide it all. Just like in the books she read, which always annoyed her with how they ended. A lady having a fine enough time with her mates and friends, then out of nowhere an annoying Prince Charming shows up and sweeps her away with a few words. Fayette always hated those endings. So she ran through every option she could think of because something would have to be done here. The man seemed experienced, relatively strong too. About as strong as the Knight of Justice had been probably. But here, on this bridge, a surprise attack wouldn't work. He had a damned squire standing by his horse now, holding the reins. No way unseen attendant would really go unseen here. He was still lecturing, pacing back and forth, pausing every now and then like a teacher at the blackboard. Miss Du Adrien, please understand, it is a matter of honor. Just on and on. None of Marie's words were reaching him. So much about honor. Maybe he would be the type to. Slowly Fayette reached into her apron of holding, and dug around there for a second. She pulled out a spoon and a glove. Words won't reach him, so maybe this. With a quick look to the side, she saw Marie's increasingly annoyed face, and made her decision. Sorry, I should probably let you deal with this. But I just really don't want to. She put the spoon inside the glove, held it in her left hand, closed it, then marched forward. Mireille's hand tried to grab at her, but she wasn't strong enough to stop a determined Fayette from suddenly throwing her hand out to block off the lady. Hey Lord! Stop going on and on. We've given our answer. The man stopped pacing, staring blankly at the maid who had walked in front, interrupting his speech. Everyone else also stared. Her friends in horror, the others in blank confusion. Fayette looked back at Marie, who had frozen into a statue behind her, and gave her a quick grin. Then she glared forward. She doesn't want to come with you. So. She started walking. Get out of the damn way, she said, every word one step forward, until she was only a few feet away from the Lord. He did not back down and only grimaced. Maid, please quiet, this is a matter between me and Marie. He said, as if a student had just interrupted his wise teachings. A vein bulged on Fayette's forehead. This better work. She had only read about this technique in a few books, but Fayette was pretty sure this was how it was done. There were lots of people watching, and the Lord seemed a very particular type. So she chose to go with a very traditional response to such matters. Here goes nothing. Fayette threw her hand forward, launching a glove right at the man's cheek with cutlery control. The Lord's eyes widened, and his hand snapped up, grabbing the glove midair. He stared at it. Fayette saw his stunned face and laughed. There. Now it's a matter between you and me. A duel. I challenge your engagement. She pointed back at Marie, who had frozen solid even more. You don't get her. She's staying right here. Fayette, Marie stuttered, trying to get a word out, but failing. A pin dropping could have been heard. Everybody was staring, silent, and eventually, the lord let the glove drop to the ground. But you are a maid. This is, what? Fayette humphed as arrogantly as she could. What? Too cowardly to face a maid. She met his eyes. My broom has met stronger foes. And finally his eyes saw her. The way she was standing. The way Fayette had drawn her broom and was now holding it. That subtle feeling of danger. Slowly, Lord du Montcalm's gait relaxed, hands falling to his sides. He rolled his shoulders around, then gradually, started to smile. Fine then. Yes, very fine, he said, looking over Fayette again, this time measuring her, eyes starting to finally show some life. No lecturer now, more defiant man. I've never fought a woman before, I'll admit. I won't be gentle. How should we do this? Soon as possible, we're in a hurry, Fayette said, backing up to her friends, who were still staring at her. Marie most of all. The lady still couldn't get a word out. Fine then, the lord said, turning to his squire. Leonard. Fetch my armor and sword. It's been some time since I've had proper exercise. Fayette shook her head, and walked back to Marie, nodding at the lady calmly. She gave her a reassuring pat to the shoulder, but the woman just collapsed against Fayette's bosom. The maid caught her in a gentle hug. Hey! No collapsing now, this is just fulfilling my promise. I said I'd beat em off, right? Marie looked up at her, feet still unsteady. Fayette just. This isn't a good idea. You don't have to for me. He really is strong. He's been at war. You don't have surprise on your side now. I can't be handing you off to him, now can I? You only just joined us. He's strong, I can see it too, but I'll still do it, Fayette said, patting her on the head. The maid looked up, meeting Mireille's eyes, and nodded. Right, so, if anyone has any ideas on how to actually win this, now would be the time. The last bits of strength went out of Marie's legs. Chapter 70 The Duel. Before a duel, there was a plan. So, when there was only a half-hour remaining before the duel was scheduled to begin, in a clearing by the riverside, Fayette was gathered with her advisors, thinking up different options. And the conclusion they all came to was, it's all about that skill slot, Fayette concluded, nodding. Mireille nodded along as she paced in front of the maid, brow furrowed. I really wish I had a free skill slot right now so I could test these things out better. But yes, flexibility. That will be the key. The thing was, Fayette had one free general skill slot thanks to her recent level 20, along with 2 skill points, and she hadn't put either to use yet. Mainly because she was unsure what type of magic skill she should take. But if temporarily using the slot for some sort of advantageous skill could win the fight, it should be done. Just make sure you don't go too far, Marie said, face still a bit pale. She was sitting by Fayette's side, knees yet to recover from the maid's very unmaidenly display. I don't want you getting injured over this. Look, it's not just about doing it for your sake, Fayette said, meeting her gaze. I just genuinely want to broom that guy in the face. He was so irritating. Just, wouldn't take no for an answer. A vein almost started throbbing at her forehead. Unbelievable. Mireille gave her a serious look. Going too far applies to you too, Faye. If you do get the edge, don't go too far with him, like you often tend to. There will be witnesses, and people in the city know we are doing this. We absolutely can't be killing him. Remember the consequences. We just got free from one pursuit. Fayette waved a hand at her. Fine fine, I get it. But I'm not sure I'll get the chance to hold back. That guy, he did feel high level. She looked again to Marie. Are you really sure you don't know about his abilities? The lady bit her lip, frustrated. I really hate it, but I don't. They never told me really, and I wasn't inclined to ask. I should have tried harder back then. She looked forward, at the lord's gathered staff, on the other side of the clearing. He is going to be wearing serious armor, it looks like, and he does have a good record in war. What types of wars? Mireille asked, stopping her pacing for a moment. It might give some hint at his skills. If I recall, he does not tend to retreat. A chaser general, one who always hounds enemy armies to the bitter end, not letting any broken formations escape. Marie looked to Fayette, eyes focused. His capstone skill probably relates to something like that. Opposite of the last lord, really. He won't be standing his ground and waiting, but still, if he uses a big skill and you do manage to drive him back, he'll face some serious backlash, Fayette finished, nodding. What about you, Olivia, see anything off about him? The doctor was going through her medical kit, making sure everything was in place, and looked up after putting a capped bottle back in. He is healthy, no bad joints or such. A lot of scars. Based on my diagnosis, she looked at Fayette for a bit, eyes growing piercing and focused. I would say he is physically quite a bit stronger than you. Fayette looked across the field, and saw that the man had gotten on his full plate armor, some bits of it glowing with the light of magical gems. Then she looked over her own uniform, a plain maid's one, still perfectly fresh, but quite a bit less imposing. I have some free skill points, so I could put them into maid armor, but I think that's the wrong move. He'll be more cumbersome than me, probably, so I need to focus on dexterity and attack, not defense. I'm not sure that's the key either. The way I see it, this comes down to damage. Mireille said, biting her lip in irritation. She pointed at Fayette's broom, then nodded back at the man. I'm not sure you'll be able to do much damage to him with that. Fayette frowned. She looked at the armored figure who was doing warm-up stretches by now. I mean, impacts do still hurt through armor unless he has some really annoying skills, but I do still have my big ability. If I get it off, he's sure to feel it. Mireille nodded. I agree, but getting it set up well, it won't be easy, suffice to say. The best use for your free slot is probably something to set it up, or something to let you use it. Fayette stood up, sighed, and began rolling her joints around. Well, I do have most of the ones you thought up memorized. If he has some weird mental charm things, take Calm Mind or Resist Taunt. If he's too fast, take Minor Quicken Reflexes. If magic might give the edge, she looked to Marie, then maybe that improved spray skill. I really doubt that one will help, Marie said, sighing. She stood up too, taking Fayette's offered hand to keep her legs steady. Are you sure you'll be alright going against a lord, though? You had some troubles with class matters, if I recall correctly. Fayette held Marie's grip for a moment, thinking. No. I don't think it will be an issue. It's not really about that, I think. She let go, turning towards the field, answering the Lord's eyes. I'm not sure what the issue is exactly, but it shouldn't cause harm right now. Especially with you here. Marie smiled at that and nodded. All right. Just, promise you'll be careful. Sure. Olivia stood up from her medical tools, and stepped forward, offering a pill and 3 glass bottles. Fayette accepted them hesitantly. I made the pill extra versatile just for this, Olivia said, seeing Fayette's hesitant expression. It should help with most things that could happen in battle, at least to some degree. And the bottles? Fayette asked, peering inside them. There was something black and smoky inside, with a mixture of liquid and gas. A little smoke mixture I prepared. Nasty to inhale, but not as deadly as that thing you use. Should still be more nasty than dust if you can get it in his eyes and lungs. Fayette nodded, then put them into her side pouches, from where they would be easy to access. All right, thanks. Keep minor distraction in mind as an option, Mireille said, finally done with her pacing. I used it for a while as a kid, and it is surprisingly effective for many things no skill points really needed. Fayette nodded thanks for the sage advice, took up her broom, then looked Marie in the eyes once more, trying to conjure up a reassuring grin. Hey, don't look so gloomy. This'll go fine. Marie looked at her with suspicion. Are you using disarming smile again? I think I can recognize a hint of it. Drat, Fayette cursed, and let the ability drop. Her smile became quite a bit less reassuring. I was really hoping you wouldn't notice. Just, be careful, really. You didn't need to do this. That's where you are wrong, Fayette said, turning around. She started marching to the center of the field. It is a maid's duty to defend her lady. Marie snorted, then covered it up quickly, cheeks coloring. I thought you were opposed to being my maid. No, just. Not your servant. Fayette looked back one more time and nodded. Maybe I don't mind the maid part that much. Then Fayette walked to the field, giving one last glance to the empty bucket her slime had been in a moment before, and then the forest which bordered the dueling grounds. Options. It was all about options. And so it was time. Time for a duel. The arena will be this riverside area, the area between the river, the road, and the forest, Lord du Montcalm said, standing in front of Fayette. The maid nodded and looked the battlefield over. It was a good size, maybe 80 feet or so from side to side, shaped like a triangle. The shore by the river was made of cracked rock, while the area near the forest was more grassy but still bumpy. Have to be careful with my footing. Sounds fine to me, she said. The Lord checked over his armor once, pulled his face guard down, then gestured behind with his hand, signaling his men away. Generally, duels are carried out until one party yields, is forced out of the dueling grounds, or is unable to continue fighting. I trust you have no disagreement with that. Fayette met his confident eyes and wondered what it would take to get him to back down. How big is his pride? Will he even accept defeat? I guess I could try to knock him unconscious or something. I suppose that's fine. Shall we start? She asked, twirling her broom around in her hand. The man nodded, readying his sword in front. No sense wasting time, let us. Wait just a moment. A familiar voice suddenly shouted. Fayette looked behind, surprised that Marie was running towards them, some sort of determination in her eyes. Marie, I'm not going to back down. It's not about that, Marie said, stopping by Fayette, breathing just a bit heavy from her rapid scurry to the field. She turned to the Lord. I trust you intend to honor all traditions and rules regarding duels like these. He eyed Marie. Which tradition do you mean? The right of a lady to grant her favor. The man looked at Marie for a long moment, then at Fayette. Is this fight really like that for you? The visor hid his face, but Fayette really wanted to know what was going on behind there. But Marie spoke without hesitation. Yes, that is how I view it. After a brief silence, the Lord nodded. I suppose it is only right. Traditions are to be honored. Marie turned to Fayette, shoulders steady, but her eyes betrayed the nerves beneath the calm, like a great current beneath mirror-sheen water. Fayette, please hold out your hand for me. What is this? Fayette asked, curious, but still holding her right hand forward. Favor. Marie smiled. A lady has rights in certain situations. Maybe you've seen it in one of those books of yours? Show which side she supports through a small gesture, like handing over a lucky handkerchief or such. Or, she took hold of Fayette's hand, guiding it up to her mouth, a boondot. The words tickled the skin, and then Fayette's body tensed as soft lips gave her hand a brief touch, then retreated. She felt a tingle stronger than any magic pass through, and then it was over. And the maid stood stunned for a second. Boon of the stone bastion, there. Marie said, stepping back. That is the support I can give you for this. I wish it was more. Are you all right? Fayette stirred back to motion, hand going back to her broom, though a mark now shone at the hand's back. She threw a disarming smile. Oh, I think my class was just acting up for a second there. Thanks, I'll do my best. Marie nodded, not saying more words, for she had too many to give. The lady left the field, throwing furtive glances back. But the duelists remained. The Lord gave Fayette a curious look, different than before. So you have more at stake at this than I thought. She glared back. Were you not taking me seriously? You'll regret it. No, but I do have to apologize, he said, bringing his sword in front. Because I do intend to win. I am a patriot, and passions cannot go before that. They are fleeting dust before a nation's path. Fayette thought of the book she had been reading recently and shook her head. Pretty words, but I don't care. I have quite a bit of experience clearing dust. The Lord snorted at that. My path could be the better for you too. A lady brings her servants along in marriage, you know. Fayette could almost see his confident eyes through the visor, and shivered. That unwavering confidence, it was too familiar. A man like you? Never. And she jumped forward, swinging her broom, no additional prompting needed. Because the duel had already begun, the moment Marie had stepped off the field. She swung from up top, as if to go right for the head, and a sword rose up to block her. So she stopped, just a moment before him, and twirled her broom around in a half loop, bringing the bristle end up top like a trebuchet. Channeling sweep dust. And dust was swept, flung right at his face. Fayette followed behind, completing the broom's loop, metal end coming back through a cloud of dust like a hidden hammer. But clear the path, boomed a voice, and all the dust was swept away, much of it into Fayette's face, and a sword met her broom's tip. There was a brief clang, and then the sword pulled back, striking from another angle. Then another. Then another. And suddenly Fayette was retreating, barely holding back a precise sword's unrelenting assault. She had never truly faced its like a fight against a skilled swordsman, alone, no tricks. The genuine skill of a swordsman, not just skills. And she found she did not match up. She barely held back a blow and took a step back to dodge the next. She bent away from a blow at her shoulder, then took a step back to restore her balance. Her broom met a sword of both skills and skill, and was swept away, and she stumbled back 4 steps. Constantly retreating. Constantly stepping back. No time to even use her own skills. She tried to summon spices into her hand, but had to cancel and thrust her broom up, narrowly warding off a hit to her arm. She tried to bring her broom back and up, carrying a sweep dust with it, but taking it back even for a moment was too much. The sword was there. She tried to reach into her pockets for something to help her but couldn't take a hand off her broom. And then Fayette knew. No single hurried skill swap or rank up was enough to make up the difference. Not even if she put her maid martial arts at max level, because this was beyond just that. If it was just one aspect, she could patch it up. But she was lacking in all. Strength, speed, and most importantly, technique. She had never really practiced it, and now she cursed that. Complacency? Damned. This isn't working. Should I use? No, not yet. Would do nothing. Have to retreat. Curses. But the others always felt so easy. So she let herself be parried back, away from the heavily armored foe, and hopped backward a good 5 feet, stumbling back another, letting maid martial arts keep her up on her feet. And for a moment, she turned and ran, finally reaching into her apron. Because she was faster. In a chase or race, she would win easily. But running away would not bring victory. Fayette thought over her options, one eye behind, wary of attacks on her back. What should I use? How about everything? She spun around, reaching into her pockets, and saw the Lord jogging towards her. Jogging, not running. He seemed to be taking his time, if anything, not hurrying to catch up. Fayette narrowed her eyes. Does he want me to run away from him? A skill? Regardless, she had a few answers to give. 2 of the vials Olivia had given her were sent flying at him first, followed soon by a spray of spicy dust and a pair of knives. But he was wearing armor. And had the skills. The knives clanged into armor too tough for them to pierce, and the smoke did not get inside the suit, warded off by something. Once more, the Lord's demand rang out. Clear the way. The dust and smoke were blown away to the sides once more, and his sight was cleared. Revealing Fayette. Right in front of him, broom poised for a blow. He tried to bring his sword up, but this time Fayette was fast. Like a lashing whip, her broom struck out, and a metallic clang rang from his helmet like a bell. A crushing blow. Which did nothing. A gemstone on the armor started glowing, then cracked, and then the Lord took one more step forward, and thrust with his sword. Fayette almost lost her hand. But she managed to leap back right in time, cursing. That armor is not fair. Magic. Life is not fair, girl. You would do well to learn it, the man said, following her up, sword raised. Then he paused. Because he saw what Fayette had prepared behind the cloud of dust. A pair of stools, hastily put together from their parts, with trays of teacups on them, full of cold tea. A maid stood behind them. Her calm eyes did not betray her plea. Can you at least make this much of a mess? Please knock these over. The Lord took a step to the left, and Fayette did too, circling around the stools, keeping them in between. The man hastened his steps. You know, if you make what you're trying too obvious, it will never work. I'm not trying anything, Fayette fired back, glaring. I just felt like setting up some tea here. A foolish plot, the Lord scoffed, taking one more step to the left, having looped halfway around the setup. Fayette took another step to the left too. And then stumbled, as if her leg had suddenly run into a pit. She fell to the ground. And the Lord moved. You are not the only one who can set traps. Suddenly, he was on her. Wah! Fayette brought her broom up with both hands, warding off a blow, trying to get back up. But her feet kept slipping from the ground, like she was walking on wet ice. And the Lord kept advancing at her. She scrambled back desperately, in a mad panic, somehow managing to keep the Lord at bay by speeding backward on the ground, like a harried rabbit. But she could not get back up. Fayette tried to think through what could be happening, but she blocked another strike. Doing so while fighting off blows was next to impossible. The retreat. He wanted me to retreat. Is that it? She launched herself at him, then at the last second, rolled to the side, dodging behind him, towards the river. And she got back up. A leg to the ground, then a leap back to her feet, dress now dirty from the grime. But she was up. Not retreating. Fayette saw the Lord take a step forward, and this time did not retreat, rather stepping in to meet him. Her foot went one step in front and she almost slipped again. The maid jumped back, suddenly doubly wary. The thing works on some other condition then? Not just retreat? What? The man chuckled, walking slowly. It is refreshing to use these skills outside of larger battles. A different kind of chase when it's one-on-one. Fayette looked him over carefully, thinking. Right. A certain type of lord, but advance was the wrong way to think of it. Advancing forward was a one-time thing. This man, he took. More than just a war commander, a conqueror. She turned her gaze to the battlefield, and quickly traced her steps along the grassy bumps, checking the marks on the ground where she had stumbled. In many of the spots, she could make out faint footsteps in the ground. Places where they had walked before. A lord in his territory at? Let him pass, and he conquers. Ah, you realized then, he said, seeing her look. Fayette turned back him. A humble territory for a lord you have here. Be king of bumpy grass. None shall stand on your conquest or something like that. She could almost feel his eyes glinting behind the helmeted head. Not just territory, but also an ambush. Give up, girl. Yield. Suddenly wary, Fayette looked around her and saw it true. Without her realizing, they had been moving in a spiral of sorts, and she stood at the center now. Unsteady land all around her. Can I take it away? Maybe somehow, but with him attacking me like this, and not falling for my make-a-mess bait. Fayette, don't risk yourself. She heard a lady's plea from the audience, and for a brief moment, looked back, meeting those eyes. Blue eyes, worried. Asking her to yield, because it was clear she was lacking. That she was not winning. But Fayette saw more in those eyes. The unasked plea. Can you pull out a miracle? Fayette looked back. I don't think I will be yielding, Mr. Lord, Fayette said, calmly, turning and taking a step closer to him. Actually I. Suddenly, she threw up the last of the smoke vials at him, lunging forward at the same time. Surprise, the final weapon. But the Lord didn't even cast away the smoke this time, rather, his sword pushed out of it first. Right at her gut. And Fayette felt an impact there, like a dull hammer, and a tingle on her arm as a boon took a hit that would have gutted her, then faded. She fell back sweating. So close to disaster. If Marie hadn't. Fayette shivered, but then calmed, looking at the man who finally dispelled the smoke, then walked through unaffected. Marie was shouting something to her. The others were too, but Fayette wasn't listening. Blood was rushing through her head, thumping at her ears. She just stared at the man, who stepped forward, again holding a sword at her. So confident. It made her so angry. But she was losing. What did Mireille say think of the consequences? Fayette did. She imagined it admitting defeat here, and the consequences of that. That man so confident, so sure of himself, getting what he wanted. Despite everyone else telling him no. Just taking. Making a mess of everything. She had seen Marie's reaction to the idea, and the lady did not want it. Fayette had seen it in her eyes, the way she herself had once felt. So violated. When her master had told her to hold the line, despite it being so stupid. So useless. She hadn't wanted to and she had been forced. Like slimy tendrils grasping her by the neck, and fixing her in that place, to face a charge. Was this marriage any different? Worse, maybe, if anything. Fayette was supposed to have died there at the defense. Marriage was supposed to be for life. Maybe he speaks true, and maybe Marie will eventually accept that, and maybe I could go with her there, but Marie would have to do what that man wanted, and so would Fayette, then. No. Do you yield? Fayette wasn't even looking at his sword, just that helmeted head, imagining the face behind it. She swung her broom forward. No. And a piercing pain hit her left arm. Fayette fell back 2 steps, stumbled back 3 more, fell to the ground, and looked at her arm. Her left arm, which was holding a broom no more. It was hanging on her side, limp. And a sword had gone 1/4 of the way through it. It was bleeding so much. So wet. No pain, just cold. She couldn't move it. Her broom was on the ground 5 steps in front. And she could not stand up, she was on the bad ground again. A lord loomed in front, pointing a sword at her. Her friends were shouting at her, telling her to stop so Olivia could treat her. Reminding her of potions. But Fayette ignored them, focusing on the thumping blood in her head. So loud. And she felt herself growing more lightheaded. Blood was dripping onto the rocks, she was close to the river. Do you yield? Your doctor is saying she can help you. Fayette looked up, and smiled. A mad smile. This, it could not be. She had just started to get along with Marie, and then something like this. Her vision swam, but she got one knee up. No. The answer is no. What? The Lord asked blankly, then some anger finally entered his voice, breaking the calm. But your arm. You can't fight like that. Fayette felt it, drooping by her side, more and more blood pooling out. She did not have long in any shape to move. Quickly, she used her right arm to reach for the pill Olivia had given her, and bit into it, hoping it would help some. But she felt no different. Just a bad taste in her mouth now too. Shakily, she backed away on the ground, keeping her eyes to the disbelieving lord. This? Just a scratch. Then, finally, his calm voice darkened, and the true anger reared its head. I've been lenient, you know. You'll regret this. Like a viper, his sword came at her. And Fayette began scrambling back, just pushing herself back desperately, getting up for a moment, then stumbling back, but keeping just ahead. And her blood dripped all over the rocks as she stumbled along, painting a crimson trail. She sent out a mental signal, counting on one last gambit. And she finally got to her feet, by the riverside, where they had not yet walked. She turned to face the Lord, barely staying up on her feet. Her head felt so light, and the pain was growing cold. The Lord was right there, not attacking yet wary. As if she had some sort of plan. So Fayette laughed. Have you gone mad? Yield, fool. It hurt so much, but she could only laugh, looking at the bloody trail she had left on the rocks. You really are a lord of conquests or something of the sort, aren't you? I see it in how you move. Just taking what you want, because you think you can. Just the next thing and the next. Right, proper class for you, that is. The man advanced a step, sword still pointed forward. Right at her bosom. Of course I am, because I have the strength. For my country, for my family. It is duty. Fayette kept her eyes on him, then flinched from a jolt of pain, and the amusement fell from her face. She took a step back, but there was no more room there. Her back was to the river, and she had no weapon, and her left arm was useless. Still, she stood confidently, wobbling only a bit. Ah, master of conquests, so good at carving a bloody tract through lands, aren't you? But you never stop to think. What are you implying? Enough with the games. Yield. Fayette ignored his thoughts, focusing her mind, finally taking that free option. The one minor thing she needed. You have gained a new skill, minor distraction. She felt at the new information in her mind, remembering what Morel had told of it, then laughed once more, just to anger him. Finally, her voice fell cold. You never realize it, do you? That when you conquer, you leave a big mess behind. Fayette glanced behind him and activated her new skill, just a small push that way. And someone always has to clean up after. And just for a moment, the Lord looked back, distracted for a moment. And he saw that there was no more bloody trail on the rocks. All the blood that had been there was gone. Territory, taken. Fayette remembered the innkeeper. And the man suddenly stumbled, faltering on his feet as skills fell. Take a lord's lands, and let him fall. Fayette took a step toward him and noticed she was holding a knife in her right hand. She didn't remember taking it out, but it was there as if it had been waiting all along. Just a butter knife, an ordinary, dull, butter knife. But it was thrumming with power, so fresh, so clean. A mess made, cleaned, and a target. So she lunged forward, with her last reserve of strength. In that single moment the Lord's skills faltered. Aiming her blade forward. For a half second she hesitated, remembering. Miri had told her to think. So she shifted, not aiming for his heart, but at his shoulder. She hit, biting deep, with a blue flash. And the knife cut through armor like butter, carving a deep gouge into the flesh beyond. All the way to the bone. Crunch! But Fayette had no more strength, and she stumbled backward, almost falling into the river. Barely on her feet. She looked up, vision fading. The Lord was staring at his arm, still, not moving his head. The hand hung limp at his side, more gruesome than Fayette's, knife still lodged in. She sent another mental command, and a stealthy slime, almost invisible against the rocks, slunk back towards the woods, where she had commanded it to wait earlier. Satisfied at gorging on blood, and tinted just a bit red. Yield, Lord! Fayette shouted, wobbling on her feet, back straight. You cannot fight. He winced, holding his arm up with his left, and a pool of blood started gathering near him too. But he did not step back. You are more wounded than me. And my friend's the doctor. Yield, and maybe she can help you too. These things need to be fast. You want to make this a contest of will. Fayette laughed, a manic look on her face. Let's do it. See how happy she is to help when I'm dead. Do you really care more than me about this? And the Lord stared at her, blankly, disbelieving. A butter knife that had cut straight through his armor still lodged in. He looked to the side, and Fayette followed his gaze, finally looking at her friends. Everyone had a weapon in hand, his men and her friends both. Marie had tears in her eyes. Miri was twitching madly. Olivia was shouting something at them, but Fayette couldn't make it out. There was no fight there at least yet. Just tension. And everyone was watching the two of them. Staring. The Lord listened to Olivia say something, then looked back to Fayette, and she met his gaze calm, as if she wasn't rapidly bleeding out, starting to feel very lightheaded. For a second that felt like eternity, he was silent. And then he finally bowed. I yield. I accept your deal. For me, more is at stake. And Fayette smiled, hearing rushed footsteps coming towards her. She collapsed right there on the spot, but a lady caught her, tears in her eyes, saying something. But Fayette couldn't hear it. She was laughing again. The lordling really thinks he has more at stake here? Olivia was yelling things, taking out tools, commanding the Lord's men too, but Fayette only watched Marie's eyes, and reached up gently with her good hand, wiping one tear off. Hey, don't cry. I promised, right? Worked. She said, voice barely more than a whisper. But she knew Marie would hear. Great job defending your lady. Progress towards next level, 80%. And then she lost consciousness with one last thought. She didn't really feel like she had won that fight. But that wasn't the final annoyance. I didn't even remember to use those two damned skill points.